Kay gazed out at the breathtaking scenery surrounding him, his anger and frustration simmering just below the surface. The lush green field, dotted with vibrant flowers of every color, stretched out before him, giving way to a dense forest in the distance. The faint outline of a mountain range loomed on the horizon, a sight that would have normally filled him with wonder and excitement. But not now. Now he was seething with rage and confusion, his mind reeling with the impossibility of it all. He had expected to wake up in his apartment in Arizona, not in the middle of some picturesque landscape. As he slowly turned to take in his surroundings, the sun caught his eyes, exacerbating the throbbing headache that had been building since he woke up. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, his thoughts racing with worry and concern. Where was he? How did he get here? The last thing he remembered was a night out with friends in his apartment, laughing and drinking together. But this was something entirely different. His friends wouldn't play a prank like this on him, would they? No, they weren't that kind of people, which only added to his growing unease. Kay's mind began to spin with theories and explanations, but he knew he had to approach the situation logically. He thought back to the night before, trying to recall every detail, but his memories grew hazy after a certain point. He couldn't have drunk enough to pass out and end up here, could he? And what about the possibility of being drugged? No, that didn't feel right either. As he stood there trying to make sense of it all, a part of him couldn't help but wonder if this was something more extraordinary. As a self-proclaimed nerd, Kay had always been drawn to fantasy and science fiction, devouring books, comics, and anime with abandon. He had a special fondness for video games and manga, and while he hadn't been a huge fan of the isekai genre, he had read his fair share of stories about ordinary people being transported to other worlds. Now, as he stood in this unfamiliar landscape, he couldn't shake the feeling that something similar might be happening to him. The excited child within him was thrilled at the prospect, but the rational adult was far more cautious, urging him to approach the situation with a clear head. With a sense of trepidation, Kay decided to test his theory to see if he could find any evidence to support the impossible idea that he had been transported to another world. He began by examining himself, running his fingers over his face and checking his clothes. Everything seemed normal, just as it had been when he was with his friends. Next, he gazed up at the sky, searching for any signs of a fantasy world, multiple moons, floating islands, or giant creatures. But there was nothing out of the ordinary, just the sun shining down on him. Finally, Kay decided to test the most unlikely of his theories, the one that seemed the most absurd. He thought about the literary RPG stories he had read, where the world was governed by RPG mechanics and characters had status pages. It was a silly idea, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he had to try. With a sense of skepticism, he focused his mind and thought the word status. The response was immediate and shocking. A partially translucent screen appeared in front of him, hovering in midair. Kay's eyes widened in surprise, and he stumbled backward, tripping over his own feet. As he sat on the ground, staring up at the screen in wonder, Kay's mind reeled with the implications. The screen seemed to be following his gaze, staying fixed in front of him even as he moved. He felt a mix of emotion, shock, excitement, and fear as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. And then, as he read the words on the screen, he felt a surge of anger and frustration. The screen's message was simple, yet profound: status locked. Kay's reaction was instinctive. He shook his head, cursing his luck and wondering what this meant for his future. Kay pushed off the ground, wiping the dirt from his pants and back as he struggled to calm down. He ignored the screen floating in front of him, taking a few deep breaths with his eyes closed before opening them to gaze at the screen. He thought to himself that in moments like this, it was best to consider what his friend Raph would do. Kay stood there, thinking for a moment, and decided that Raph would differentiate between what was known and what was just a guess. With his eyes closed again, blocking out the unsettling view of the landscape and the screen, Kay reflected on what he actually knew. He knew he was not home, or anywhere near it due to the unfamiliar landscape. He also knew that he was probably in another world because of the status screen. Kay considered the possibility that he could be on Earth with a technological explanation for the screen, but if the technology was advanced enough, it would be like being in a new world anyway. As Kay stood there, a tiny speck lifted off in the distance, near the edge of a silhouette that he believed was a mountain, and started flying away. His thoughts were interrupted by this sight, and he stared at the dot until it flew out of sight. Then he stared down at his hands, feeling overwhelmed. Minutes passed as he stared mindlessly in front of him until a breeze rippled the grass, snapping him out of his trance. At some point, the screen had vanished, and Kay smacked himself in the face to sting himself back to reality. He decided that his best course of action was to try to stay alive. Kay started walking away from the forest, hoping that moving away from the dark forest would be a better decision to find people. He thought that as scary as people in a different world could be, he would starve to death on his own if he didn't find anyone. The field Kay walked through was mostly enclosed by trees around the edges, and he walked in the direction with the least trees, leading him to a wide open plain of tall grass and low sloping hills. As he crossed the top of one of the hills, Kay saw what might have been a road, a patch of dirt snaking between two of the hills. He changed his direction and kept walking, thinking that at least he hadn't run into any predators or dangerous animals yet. The landscape felt like the perfect place for magical creatures, and Kay's mind wandered to the possibility of encountering something like magical buffalo. After crossing 3 more hills, Kay finally got a good enough view to definitively identify the patch of dirt as a road. He could also see a mounted party headed straight towards him. Kay stared silently at the approaching group for a while, hoping that the encounter would go well. He started walking down the hill towards the road, thinking to himself that he hoped they were not slavers, cultists, or anything else malevolent. As he waited for the party to round the curve, Kay thought about different situations and possibilities ranging from the mundane to the inane. However, a very important thought that he had forgotten popped into his head: why would people in another world speak English? The 4th and final person rode into view, and catching sight of Kay, the group pulled to a stop. One of them pushed himself up in his stirrups and waved in greeting. The group rode up to a few feet from Kay, and their leader greeted him again, asking if he was the Outworlder. Kay continued to stare, unsure of how to respond. The leader's annoyed tone eventually snapped Kay back into working order, and he explained that he was not deaf, just caught off guard. The leader asked again if Kay was the Outworlder, and Kay hesitantly replied that he was, after the leader explained what an Outworlder was. The leader then explained that they needed to get going, but before he could explain further, the sound of galloping horses cut him off as another group of riders came into view. The new group was more eclectic in appearance, with one person wearing full plate mail, another in leather armor with a large bow, and a woman who appeared to be an elf. Kay's eyes widened in shock as he took in the sight of the elf's pointy ears. Next to her was a woman with animal ears on top of her head, and Kay's shock turned to astonishment. The last person in the group also had animal ears, and Kay's mind struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. As the two groups began to argue, Kay started backing up the hill, feeling his fragile psyche begin to break. The sight of weapons and armor, combined with the obviously non-human individuals, was too much for him to handle. The argument between the two groups escalated, with the leader of the first group, Coltron, shouting back at the newcomers. The elf woman and the man with the bow retorted, claiming that the Adventurers Guild had been contracted to locate the new Outworlder, not Coltron's group. Kay stopped paying attention as he continued to back up into the tall grass. As the argument turned violent, with Coltron drawing his sword, Kay froze for a moment before dropping to the ground, praying that he would be hidden by the grass and desperately trying not to panic. Kay heard the elf woman's angry shout, followed by the armored man's bold declaration as the two groups faced off against each other. The air was tense with hostility, but Coltron's crew seemed to be at a disadvantage. The elf woman's voice rose again, this time laced with desperation, as she realized one of their own was missing. The shapes of two people walked between Kay and Coltron's group, and one of them calmly called out, warning the group to leave as the situation was on the verge of escalating into violence. As the confrontation continued, Kay's focus shifted inward, his mind consumed by his own panic. He thought he might be having a panic attack, the symptoms unfamiliar but unmistakable dizziness, shaking, trouble breathing, and an overwhelming sense of panic. His personal struggles with depression had never prepared him for this, and he felt like he was losing control. The sounds of the argument faded into the background as Kay struggled to calm himself, taking deep breaths and trying to slow his racing thoughts. Someone approached him, concern etched on their face, and Kay vaguely heard them say that he was freaking out. The person's words were followed by a gentle rustling of clothing, and a soothing warmth began to spread over Kay's skin. His breathing slowed, and the shaking subsided as the warm feeling seeped into him, calming his frazzled nerves. The conversation around him continued, a gentle hum of discussion about the spell that had been used to calm him, but Kay's attention was focused on his own recovery. As Kay sat up, he saw the 5 people who had confronted Coltron's group standing a few feet back, their eyes fixed on him. They seemed to be waiting for him to compose himself, and when he finally stood up, they relaxed slightly. The elf woman, Delilah, took a hesitant step forward, a soft smile on her face, and Kay felt a sense of gratitude towards her. She introduced herself and her companions: Torin, the man in full plate armor, Arlen, the man with the bow, Dema, the woman with animal ears, and Dorian, the man with similar features. Kay swung his halberd and slammed the creature into the ground, killing it. As they caught their breath, Kay scanned the ceiling for more dangers and wondered if the piles of rocks were meant to be distractions. Leaf commented that she would tell Alina that Kay had not looked up, prompting Kay to defend himself, saying it was just rude. As Kay ventured deeper into the dungeon, he discovered that some of the random piles of stones were not just distractions. In fact, they transformed into roughly animalistic forms and hurled themselves at him. One such creature, resembling a tortoise made of pebbles, continuously bounced off Kay's leg armor, his head ramming ineffectively into him. Kay watched the spectacle, intrigued by this unexpected development. Nudging a few immobile piles with her feet, Claudia approached him, her expression thoughtful. The weaker creatures, she seemed to think, were a sign of the dungeon's defenses, which were not as formidable as they could be. Stephen, crouching next to the first creature Kay had killed, inspected it carefully and noted that even this weak creature had attacked in a relatively smart way, likely due to the dungeon's influence. The group exchanged thoughts on the dungeon's potential as a training ground for weaker adventurers, with Stephen enthusiastic about the variety of enemies and the progression of difficulty. As they continued on, Kay led the way, fighting his way through various enemies, each one slightly more challenging than the last. The group encountered more stalactite trap monsters, as well as new creatures, including an alligator-like stone beast, a stone armadillo, and a rocky badger. Kay overcame each of these challenges with ease, his skills and abilities proving more than a match for the dungeon's defenses. Stephen and the others followed close behind, observing and commenting on the dungeon's design and the potential benefits of using it as a training facility. The group eventually reached a large, circular room with 3 spherical boulders at its center. As Kay entered, the boulders began to float and spin, forming a giant deadly top. Kay readied himself, gathering his blood and mana before unleashing a high-speed, vibrating line of blood that sliced through the stone. However, the top exploded outward, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Kay threw up a blood shield, but it was Stephen who jumped in front of him, taking the brunt of the barrage. When the chaos subsided, Kay surveyed the damaged room, realizing that his attack had caused more destruction than he had anticipated. The group exchanged thoughts on the dungeon's lack of magical reinforcements, which supported their theory that it was a newer dungeon. Kay decided to change the subject, asking if there was any reason to destroy the dungeon. The others saw no reason to do so, and Claudia joked about getting bored. With the dungeon's fate decided, Kay approached the spot where the boss had been defeated, finding a thick, porous rock bracelet sitting atop a pile of shredded rocks. The bracelet, it turned out, was enchanted, allowing the wielder to levitate up to 1 ton of stone. As Kay picked up the bracelet, he exclaimed over its potential, thinking that Darwin would love it. However, he decided to pass it on, as it didn't complement his build. The group began their journey back, Kay explaining the bracelet's abilities to the others, who were amazed by its power. Claudia, in particular, was enthusiastic, having never seen a first clear item before. Kay teased her about her recent efforts to clean up her language, and the group emerged from the dungeon, blinking in the bright sunlight, where they were met by Meaton. As Kay looked up, Alina walked into his office, her presence commanding attention. Her day had been fine, she thought, but her curiosity was piqued as she glanced at Meaton sitting in front of the desk, then back at Kay, who seemed to be waiting for her to grasp the situation. The fact that no one had informed her about the latest development was concerning, and Kay's scowl as he checked the empty hallway only added to her intrigue. Alina slowly made her way to the open chair next to Meaton's and sat down, her expression a mixture of surprise and trepidation. The news that the scouting group had found a dungeon nearby, perfectly set up for training combat classes, was both thrilling and unsettling. Kay's ambivalence about the discovery only added to her uncertainty, and she couldn't help but think that this could be either a great opportunity or a disaster waiting to happen. As Kay leaned back in his chair, putting his feet up on the desk, Alina's thoughts turned to the potential implications of this discovery. She was about to comment when Meaton warned that Mandy would likely reprimand Kay for his casual behavior. Kay, however, was unfazed, knowing that Mandy was off for the rest of the day. His mind began to wander, and he idly wondered if someone could create a replica of his old leather desk chair from back home. The thought was intriguing enough that he decided to make a note of it, wondering if it might be possible to find someone with the necessary skills. The conversation turned to the Adventurers Guild, and Alina's experience dealing with them at a higher level made her the perfect person to help plan their approach. Kay explained that he wanted to make a deal with the guild regarding the dungeon, and Alina's initial misconception about the nature of the deal was quickly clarified. As they discussed the guild, the topic of the Sapphire Crusader arose, an old high-tier individual known for solving problems with brute force, but also for questionable actions, such as destroying entire towns and killing goblins without provocation. Meaton and Alina delved into the Crusaders' storied past, discussing both their heroic deeds and more questionable actions. Kay listened intently, his expression a mixture of fascination and dismay. The conversation was meandering, but it provided valuable insight into the world and its complexities. As they spoke, Alina's thoughts turned to her experience teaching, and she couldn't help but feel that dealing with the Adventurers Guild would be a welcome respite from the challenges of educating young, would-be adventurers. The topic eventually shifted back to the Order of Bowen, a group of necromancers who took oaths to limit their actions and make themselves less of a target. Meaton explained that necromancy wasn't inherently evil, but rather it was the perception of it that made people wary. Alina added that the desecration of bodies was a significant factor in this perception. Kay listened intently as questions about intelligent undead and their status as people sparking a thoughtful discussion. The conversation was enlightening, and Kay began to understand the nuances of the world and its many factions. As the discussion drew to a close, Kay decided it was time to focus on the matter at hand, the Adventurers Guild and the dungeon. Alina was the most experienced person in the room when it came to dealing with the guild, and Kay relied on her expertise to navigate the situation. The problem was that Kay didn't know what stance they should take, given the guild's history of using Alina as a tool. Meaton offered his insights, explaining that the guild's control over access to the dungeon would be beneficial, as it would reduce hassle and waste for this small village. The idea of demanding a lower percentage of fees in exchange for the guild's past transgressions was floated, but the complexity of the situation made it clear that a straightforward solution would be difficult to find. The conversation was interrupted by Amanda, who entered the room without knocking, her expression grave. A merchant had arrived outside the northern gates, and this was a problem because the merchant was a slave trader. Kay's reaction was immediate and intense, his frown morphing into a snarl as he decided on a course of action. Leoni's expression mirrored his, and Meaton's face turned stony, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The room fell silent as Kay made his decision, his thoughts turning to the fact that slavery was illegal in Avalon, and it was his duty to judge those who would engage in such activities. With a deep breath, Kay began to walk towards the door, his clothes transforming into armor as he moved. He instructed Meaton to gather some of his people and Leoni to accompany him. Amanda was tasked with sending a runner to fetch head guard Wento and anyone she had recruited. The tension in the room was palpable as Kay paused, looking at Leoni, his expression unyielding. He was about to face the slave trader, and his role as judge and arbiter of justice in Avalon would be put to the test. As Kay stalked towards the small area where the slave trader had been led, a man dressed in unassuming clothing ran up to his group and fell in step with them. The man's arrival was met with a grunt from Kay, who was clearly preoccupied with the task at hand. The man glanced at Amanda, then back at Kay, and seemed to sense the tension in the air. Kay's dark chuckle was a stark contrast to the seriousness of the situation, and he glanced at Amanda with a hint of curiosity. He considered her position within his administration and the power she had gathered, and his expression turned thoughtful. Amanda, sensing his gaze, looked away, her cheeks flushing slightly as she fought to maintain her composure. Meaton, who had been watching the exchange, laughed quietly to himself, clearly amused by the dynamics at play. The group continued on, their destination a small open area near the edge of the walls. As they walked, Kay's thoughts turned to the task at hand, and he began to formulate a plan. He knew that the situation with the slave trader was delicate, and he needed to handle it carefully. The man who had brought the report on the trader stiffened as Kay approached him, and he began to recite the details of the trader's entourage. Kay listened intently, his eyes narrowing as he processed the information. Amanda's spy, who had been watching from a distance, was dismissed by Kay, who told him to go and do his job elsewhere. The man smirked and walked off, leaving Kay to focus on the task at hand. As they approached the area where the trader was being held, Kay's entourage grew with the arrival of Avalon's newly appointed head guard, Wento, and her two subordinates. The group was a formidable one, and Kay felt a sense of confidence wash over him as he prepared to face the slave trader. The scene that greeted them was one of stark contrast. The slave trader, a jolly-looking young man named Quintarius Maximinen, stood smiling, while the line of people trained against the wall looked on with a mix of fear and curiosity. Kay's gaze was drawn to the slaves, and his expression turned cold as he took in the sight of the collars around their necks. He knew that he had to act carefully, but he was determined to free the slaves and bring the trader to justice. As Kay stepped forward, the trader's demeanor changed, and he revealed a more sinister persona beneath his jovial exterior. The guards, too, began to stir, their eyes fixed on Kay and the group of women with him. The air was tense with anticipation, and Kay knew that the situation could escalate quickly. He took a deep breath and began to speak, his voice firm and authoritative as he informed the trader that he was under arrest for his crimes. The trader's reaction was predictable, and he sneered at Kay, questioning his authority. But Kay was undaunted, and he stood his ground, his eyes locked on the trader as he explained the situation. The guards, sensing their leader's hostility, began to move closer, their hands on their weapons. Kay's group, too, prepared for a fight, their eyes fixed on the guards as they waited for the signal to act. The sound of onrushing feet grew louder, and Kay's eyes flicked towards the approaching adventurers, led by Meaton. The trader's guards, realizing they were outnumbered, charged, but they were quickly subdued by Kay's group. The oldest guard, a burly man with a mace, was met by Julier, who slammed her quarterstaff into his weapon hand, driving him back. The other guards were quickly dispatched, and the trader was left standing alone, his face twisted with rage and hatred. Kay's expression was cold and unyielding as he addressed the trader, his voice firm and authoritative. He explained the situation, telling the trader that he was under arrest and that his possessions would be seized by Avalon. The slaves, now freed from their collars, looked on with a mix of disbelief and hope, their eyes fixed on Kay as he spoke. As the trader was led away, Kay turned his attention to the former slaves, his expression softening as he approached them. With a gentle smile, Kay popped open his magical blood canteen and addressed the line of people. He warned them that what he was about to do might look alarming, but he reassured them that it was necessary to free them from their collars. Alina, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, and Kay reached out, covering the collars with his blood. The former slaves gasped and twitched as the collars were broken, and Kay withdrew his blood into the canteen. As the pieces of blackened metal fell to the ground, Kay took a step forward, his eyes locked on the former slaves. He gave a small bow, his expression warm and welcoming. "Welcome to Avalon," he said, his voice filled with sincerity. "My name is Mayor Kay. I hope your stay, however long it might be, is pleasant." The former slaves looked back at him, their faces filled with a mix of emotions as they struggled to process their newfound freedom. The former slaves stared at Kay, their faces a mix of confusion and curiosity as he welcomed them to freedom. A few of them clustered together, whispering among themselves, while others simply gazed at him with a mixture of suspicion and hope. One of the men eventually shook his head, his expression incredulous, as he tried to process the sudden turn of events. Kay sensed his unspoken question, what was happening, and how had they been freed from their collars. The man's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on Kay as he wondered if a blood mage was behind their liberation. Kay's actions had sparked a flurry of whispered conversations among the former slaves. One of them muttered blood melder to a nearby companion, indicating that at least one of them possessed a decent level of inspect. Kay noticed the exchange and realized that he didn't need to handle this situation alone. He had people who could assist him. He glanced over at the messenger, who had served as a witness, and instructed him to fetch Amanda. The messenger nodded and hurried off to carry out Kay's request. As Kay waited for Amanda to arrive, he turned his attention to the guards and Meaton's adventurers, who were working to restrain the slavers and drag them away to a secure location. He caught the eye of his head guard, Sarah Huinto, and waved her over. She handed off the manacles she was putting on one of the criminals to someone else and walked over to Kay. He asked her to interrogate the prisoners and interview the former slaves, seeking to uncover the crimes committed by the slavers within Avalon's territory. Sarah nodded, her expression serious, and began to ask questions, but Kay realized that he had used a term that might not translate well. Tabulate, and clarified that he meant for her to record the crimes. Amanda arrived, and Kay introduced her to the former slaves as his assistant or adjunct, tasking her with finding them accommodations and arranging for them to speak with the guards. He bowed to the group and walked off, accompanied by Meaton and Alina. As they left, Meaton asked why Kay wasn't staying, and Kay explained that he had other matters to attend to, including finishing their meeting. Meaton seemed to recall their previous discussion, and Kay confirmed that they would be discussing the Adventurers Guild, the formation of a military, and the formalization of Meaton's adventurers. Hours later, Kay found himself staring at a growing list of decisions to make and issues to solve, feeling overwhelmed. He scrubbed his face with his hands, trying to clear his mind. Alina and Meaton were with him, and they began to discuss the formation of a military, including the question of whether to allow all genders to join. Kay saw Amanda's input, asking her to guide him through the list of tasks they needed to complete. Amanda explained that the next item on the agenda was determining the focus of the initial training for the military, including the type of troops and weapons they would use. Kay felt out of his depth, unsure of how to make such decisions, and suggested that they find someone with more expertise to delegate these tasks to. The conversation turned to Meaton's people, and Kay asked for an overview of how other countries organized their groups of adventurers or household troops. Lee Nair explained that in many nations, these groups were tied to the nobility, with adventurers swearing oaths of service to a particular noble house. However, Amanda pointed out that some countries, like the Isomorni Concord, had a separate group of adventurers who served the nation directly, rather than a noble house. Kay found this concept intriguing and suggested that they consider adopting a similar model for Avalon. Alina agreed, noting that this approach would allow for more flexibility and potentially greater effectiveness. As they brainstormed, Kay asked Amanda to clarify the geography of the surrounding countries, seeking to understand the context in which they would be operating. Amanda explained that the Isomorni Concord was one of the two large countries to the west, with the Banner First Empire located to the south. Kay's mental map began to take shape, and he felt a sense of excitement and trepidation as he contemplated the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. The group agreed to create their own version of national adventurers, and Kay suggested that they begin brainstorming the responsibilities and duties that these adventurers would undertake, laying the groundwork for a future constitution. The Parliament of Avalon had undergone multiple transformations in its physical location, a testament to the city's rapid growth. Initially, it had occupied a co-opted meeting room in the government building where Kay's office was located. As the city expanded, the Parliament was relocated to a purpose-built structure near the cliff face, with seating for its 24 members. However, with the third or fourth population boom, the need for a larger space became pressing. The Ministry of Building was tasked with creating a new parliament, and after a few months of intense work, a massive half-dome-shaped building emerged, protruding from the cliff face. The building's unique design, with half of its interior space inside the cliff and the other half in a dome hovering above the ground, was a marvel of engineering. Kay, however, had concerns about the safety implications of having a government building suspended over a fatal drop, making it a potential target for enemies. These concerns had led to heated debates with several individuals, but the predicted consequences of his transformation into a vampire had prompted him to take a firmer stance. He had decided to use the materials from the original Parliament building to reinforce the defences in the plateau at the top of the cliff and construct a new, safer Parliament building farther down the valley. The new Parliament was just as grand as its predecessor, with a circle design and tiers of seats spreading out in a circle. Kay sat on his balcony at the midpoint of the sphere above the entrance, in a comfortable chair that, while big and fancy, was deliberately not a throne. Behind him, a semicircle of less fancy but equally comfortable chairs was reserved for his ministers. As the Blood Mayor of Avalon, Kay had absolute power, but he was determined to listen to his parliament and give them real legislative power. As he attended the session, Kay found himself growing bored with the arguments on the floor. The representative from the section of Avalon near the large lake and the Seafolk representative were debating fishing regulations, but their discussion had deviated into a tangential topic: who was allowed to construct fishing boats in the limited number of building slips on the lake shore. Kay leaned back in his seat, furrowed his brow, and thought to himself that this was a case of class discrimination. He leaned over to his Prime Minister, Amanda, to confirm his suspicions. Amanda whispered that Kay was correct, and the argument on the floor did indeed constitute class discrimination, which would be unconstitutional. Kay wondered why she hadn't spoken up earlier, and Amanda reminded him that he needed to be able to make realizations and decisions on his own. Kay restrained a sigh, knowing she was right, and leaned forward to grab his gavel. With two sharp bangs, he brought the argument to a halt and addressed the assembly. Kay declared that limiting specific actions or jobs to certain classes was illegal and discriminatory. He ruled in favor of Representative Kill and suggested that Representative Pelflow to speak with the Ministry of Construction's Vehicle Department to ensure boat safety for all species. The Seafolk representative bowed to him, and Kay emphasized the importance of safety and the need to avoid discrimination. He glanced around the room, asking if there were any more topics to discuss, and when no one responded, he adjourned the session. As the representatives bowed to him, Kay returned to small boat and headed for his private exit, followed by his ministers and blood guard. He asked Amanda about his schedule, and she replied that he had a meeting with everyone to discuss the significant information he had received from the system. Kay was eager to share this world-shaking news, and Amanda's stony-eyed glare hinted at her frustration with his lack of a personal assistant to keep track of his schedule. Kay explained that he had chosen not to select one of the applicants, as they were too focused on rivaling each other, and he preferred to wait for a more suitable candidate. Kay had already met with his closest advisors, a group consisting of Alinaya, Meaton, Othia, and Isla, to discuss the recent developments. When he needed to make immediate decisions, he relied on this core group, which included his teacher, the leader of his sentinels, and the individuals responsible for gathering information for him. The fact that two of these advisors were Tier 5 in Avalon, and one was suspected to be a Tier 5 as well, made Kay feel confident in their ability to provide valuable insights. Additionally, the presence of the person with the most historical knowledge in Avalon added to the group's credibility. As the meeting with his full council of advisors and ministers approached, Kay knew he had to keep them informed and gather their feedback on the widespread decisions that needed to be made. The meeting room, although not fully decorated, was functional and ready for use. The large circular table, chosen without Kay's input, still brought a smile to his face. As everyone took their seats, Isla's illusion asked about the purpose of the meeting, revealing her spymaster nature and tendency to control the flow of information. Kay was amused by her antics, but also slightly annoyed. The room fell silent as Kay began to explain the reason for the meeting. He had been contacted by the system a couple of days ago, and the implications of this event were not lost on his advisors. They all knew about Kay's previous conversation with the system during the fight with the Eldritch Hunger, and the seriousness of the situation was palpable. Kay continued to explain that the system had told him it was only a portion of the whole, and this revelation sparked a flurry of questions and interruptions from the ministers. David, the Minister of Construction, asked for clarification on what was meant by a portion of the system, while another minister inquired about the personal system theory. The discussion quickly became heated, with the Minister of Communication arguing against the personal system theory, citing the works of the twin scholars of Cormorant. Lee Nair intervened, silencing the room and reminding everyone to let Kay finish his explanation before engaging in theoretical debates. Kay appreciated her intervention and began to recount his experience with the system in more detail. He started by describing how the system had contacted him while he was in the bath, displaying floating words in front of him without the usual system box. The words were silver in color and faintly shining, and Kay had been startled by their sudden appearance. He had asked if the conversation could wait until he was finished with his bath, but the system had continued to communicate with him. Kay had been surprised to find that the system referred to itself in first person, and he had asked about this anomaly. The system had explained that the part of the system responsible for torture was too busy to speak in first person about itself, which had worried Kay. As the conversation with the system continued, Kay had become increasingly alarmed by the implications of what was being said. The system had revealed that it had not known about the vampire being eldritch, which had shocked Kay. He had also learned that native Taurosians generated resources for the system as kids, but the details of this process were not fully explained. The intensity of the glow from the floating text had increased until it was almost blinding, and then it had vanished, leaving Kay with a sense of being watched that he had not noticed until it was gone. The meeting room erupted into chaos as Kay finished recounting his experience with the system. Everyone except for the 4 advisors he had already spoken to was shocked and began to discuss the implications of what Kay had said. The room was filled with noise and confusion, as the reality of the situation sank in. Cindy leaned in, her curiosity getting the better of her, and tried to pull Kay's top lip up to examine his teeth. He smacked her hand away, clearly annoyed, and bared his teeth at her, revealing his new fangs. She scooted closer, her eyes fixed on the sharp additions to his mouth, and Kay could sense her excitement and fascination. He sighed, preparing himself for a barrage of questions about his new vampiric state. As they walked towards the R&D section of the facility, Cindy poked him in the stomach, asking if the blood he drank actually ended up in his stomach or if he was one of those vampires who used their fangs like needles to suck it up directly. Kay stared at her, discomfort etched on his face, and explained that the blood did indeed go into his stomach. Cindy's curiosity seemed insatiable, and she continued to ask him questions about his digestive system and whether he still ate regular food and drank water. Kay's patience was wearing thin, and he eventually cut her off, refusing to discuss the details of his vampiric physiology any further. As they resumed walking, Cindy's grin returned, and she asked Kay if he wanted to spar with her. He declined, suggesting they finish the walkthrough first. They approached the entrance to the R&D section, where two guards stood, one of whom opened the door for them. After a brief examination with magical items and a check of their identity badges, they were allowed to proceed. But Cindy nodded at the guards and led Kay deeper into the complex, explaining that Qual spent a significant amount of time in this section working with his contemporaries, who were all passionate about gunsmithing. Cindy's tone turned slightly sarcastic as she mentioned Qual's apprentices, and Kay noticed her using air quotes. He asked her about it, and she explained that the term was misleading, as they were all equals, sharing a passion for gunsmithing. They stopped at another checkpoint, where Kay recognized some of Isla's trained guards, who were skilled at seeing through disguises and illusions. Once they passed the checkpoint, Cindy continued to explain the layout of the facility and the challenges they faced in manufacturing guns, given the limitations of the system and the emphasis on craftsmanship over assembly line production. As they walked between workbenches and forging setups, Cindy pointed out various projects that Qual and his contemporaries were working on. Kay was impressed by the diversity of their endeavors, from a bowgun hybrid to intricate, detailed work. Cindy mentioned that Qual didn't seem to mind that his contemporaries might develop their own class creator titles, and Kay sensed a genuine camaraderie among the group. They eventually stopped at a specific workbench, where a wooden box caught Kay's attention. Cindy flipped open the lid, revealing an interesting mix between a modern gun and a historical one, which she introduced as the Davamos Mark III. Cindy explained the gun's unique features, including its breech-loading mechanism and the use of a specific type of iron that radiated heat, which was used to ignite the powder. She handed the gun to Kay, who was impressed by its weight and balance. As they headed to the range to demonstrate the gun's capabilities, Cindy explained the reasoning behind their design choices, including the limitations imposed by the system and the advantages of using a bulk air mechanism to allow for stronger enchantments. Kay was fascinated by the combination of Earth and Taurosian ideas, technology, and magic that had gone into creating the Davamos Mark III. At the range, Cindy demonstrated the gun's handling and capabilities, and Kay was impressed by its performance. He had the opportunity to fire the gun himself, and he was struck by the combination of magic and alchemy that made it work. After they finished shooting, Cindy exclaimed that the demonstration had been fun and that it was time for the next part of their itinerary, a sparring match. She hurried Kay out of the range, eager to try shooting through his armor while he was wearing it. The announcement of the latest book release sent a wave of excitement through the air. The Eldritch Underneath, Book 2 of Outworlder's Blood, had finally gone live, and the news was met with great enthusiasm. The cover art, a constant source of delight, was once again a highlight of the release, showcasing the unique blend of style and imagination that had become a hallmark of the series. As the book became available on Amazon as part of the Kindle Unlimited program, a reminder was issued to readers that only the first 10% of the book would remain accessible on the original platform. The rest of the content had been removed, prompting readers to explore alternative ways to experience the story. The move was a strategic one, aimed at encouraging readers to engage with the book through the Kindle Unlimited program. In tandem with the release of The Eldritch Underneath, a new development emerged. Book 3, Lord of Spilled Blood, was now available for pre-order with a scheduled release date of February 20th. The opportunity to secure a copy of the upcoming book was met with anticipation, as readers eagerly looked forward to the next installment in the series. The pre-order link was shared, allowing readers to reserve their copy and be among the first to experience the continuation of the story. As readers began to explore The Eldritch Underneath, a sense of gratitude emerged. The author appreciated the support of readers who chose to purchase or read the Kindle Unlimited version of the book. In return, the author hoped that readers would take a moment to leave a review or rating on Amazon, as this would greatly contribute to the book's visibility and success. The gesture was a small one, but it would make a significant difference in helping the book reach a wider audience. Cindy twirled a pair of pistols around each of her index fingers, her movements reminiscent of an old Wild West trick shooter. She slotted them into a bandolier that crossed her chest, lining them up with two others so that the 4 guns trailed down her front with every other one facing the opposite direction. As she prepared, she seemed to be waiting for Kay's confirmation to begin. Kay, however, stared nervously at her from downrange, his eyes fixed on the guns. Kay's apprehension was evident as he considered the upcoming exercise. He thought that being a target did not constitute sparring, and his concerns were rooted in the fact that he would be the one facing Cindy's gunfire. Cindy, on the other hand, believed that this practice would help her improve her shooting skills, while Kay would benefit from dodging and blocking the shots. She thought that Kay's Tier 5 status made him more than capable of withstanding the training bullets she would be using. As Cindy lined Kay up with a finger gun and mimed shooting him, Kay sidestepped to avoid being directly in the line of fire. He was still uneasy about being shot at, despite Cindy's assurances that the training bullets were designed to be harmless to someone of his tier. Cindy was confused by Kay's reluctance, thinking that his superpowers should have alleviated any concerns he had about gun safety. Kay, however, was hesitant to overcome his ingrained caution around firearms, even with his newfound abilities. Kay decided to compromise, creating a small plate of skin that floated in the air for Cindy to practice shooting at. Cindy waited until Kay was behind her before drawing the top pistol on her bandolier and firing at the plate. She repeated this process with the next 3 pistols, each shot hitting near the middle of the plate and leaving small cracks. After finishing her shots, Cindy explained to Kay that the training rounds were made of wood and had a slight variation of a durability enchantment that allowed them to remain intact when fired. As Kay examined the bullet that Cindy had given him, he wondered how she knew what it would do to a Tier 0 or Tier 1. Cindy thought that their tests on animals and monsters, as well as Meaton's willingness to be shot, had provided them with a good understanding of the training round's effects. Kay seemed to accept this explanation, and after a moment of consideration, he agreed to let Cindy shoot him, but only if they could engage in actual sparring afterwards. Cindy was hesitant to spar with Kay, feeling that she was not yet ready for close combat. She thought that she needed to develop her gun katas and find a way to reload faster, possibly through mental manipulation or telekinesis. Kay, however, was insistent, and Cindy eventually relented, thinking that she could use the opportunity to practice her skills. As they prepared to spar, Cindy expressed her desire to create a new form of martial arts that incorporated guns, which she thought could be a unique and powerful style. Kay listened to Cindy's thoughts on the potential of guns in their world, and she explained that while guns might not have the same advantages they did on Earth, they could still be a valuable asset. Cindy thought that the psychological impact of using a new and unfamiliar weapon could be significant, and that the stealthy nature of guns could give them an edge in certain situations. She also believed that the potential for cannons to be used in naval warfare could be a game-changer, allowing them to access trade routes that were currently closed to them. As they discussed the project's funding, Kay revealed that their treasury was flush with money thanks in part to their taxation system and Cyrus's financial expertise. Cindy was surprised to learn that Tumbling Rapids was a major trading hub and that their exports to the city were generating significant revenue. Kay explained that their territory had a number of in-demand resources that were hard to find in the region, allowing them to undercut other exporters and sell a large quantity of materials. This, combined with their other exports, was bringing in a substantial amount of money. With their discussion concluded, Kay began to form his armor, beads of red liquid pooling across his skin and hardening into layers. He invited Cindy to take some shots at him, and then they would engage in sparring. Cindy's eyes widened as Kay mentioned that the sparring session would last for several hours, and she seemed to be steeling herself for the challenge ahead. Cyrus concluded his report on Avalon's economy, noting that several smaller businesses they had invested in were seeing higher profits, resulting in better returns for the sector. Overall, the economy was growing slightly faster than he had expected, but was generally following the trends he had predicted. With a satisfied expression, he sat back in his chair, his hands clasped together in his lap. The attention shifted to David, the Minister of Planning and Building, who nodded and began to review his notes. He reported that the construction projects underway in the city were progressing well, with everything on track to be completed within the expected timeframe and budget. The private construction projects had been inspected and were either proceeding without issue or had been addressed for minor problems. David also mentioned that there had been a few instances of individuals making unwise decisions, such as accepting bribes, but these had been dealt with. He exchanged a nod with Anthony, the illusion used by Isla, Kay's spymaster, who was seated beside him. Kay asked about the military construction, and David replied that it was going well, although he couldn't speak to the defensibility of the projects, as that was beyond his expertise. He assured Kay that Commander Crucia's team was satisfied with the progress, but noted that they were facing some time constraints and were likely to meet the deadline, albeit with some strain. David also mentioned that they were over budget due to the high cost of transporting materials and labor to the top of the cliff and back down. Cyrus asked for clarification on the budget, and David explained that they were over the initial budget they had been asked to stay within, but still within the overall allocated funds. Kay intervened, asking if they would be able to stay within the full budget, and David assured him that they would. Kay then turned to Anthony, who began to report on the intelligence gathered by Isla. Anthony noted that there had been no significant movements by vampire hunting organizations, and that the major nations were not showing any unusual interest in Avalon. However, there were some minor incidents and attempts at espionage within the city, which were being monitored and addressed. Kay listened to the report, his expression neutral, but his mind was aware of the more sensitive information that was not being shared in the meeting. He was concerned about the growing power of Avalon and the potential threats that might arise from it. With a nod, he thanked Anthony and moved on to the next report from Judge Correa, the newest member of the meeting. Judge Correa, a wolf beastkin with sleek black fur, reported that the judiciary was running smoothly, with no major issues or concerns. Kay welcomed her to the meetings and explained that he was not looking to interfere with the judiciary, but rather to stay informed about its operations. The meeting continued, with reports from various officials, including Commander Winter, who noted that the guard was working closely with the judiciary and had seen no major incidents or crimes. Amanda reported on the progress of the new Ministry of Diplomacy, which was still in the process of establishing itself. As the meeting drew to a close, Kay thanked everyone for their reports and announced that the meeting was adjourned. As Kay gathered his supplies, Lee Nair approached him, her hand on his shoulder. She reminded him that he had a class to teach on blood manipulation, and Kay expressed his concerns about teaching such a large group. Lee Nair offered to help him with his teaching, but then shifted the conversation to a more serious topic. She pointed out that Kay, Lauren, and Alice had not addressed the fact that they were the first people of a new species in the world, and that they had become vampires in a violent and traumatic way. Kay's shoulders slumped as he acknowledged that Lee Nair was right, and he promised to have a deep and honest conversation with Lauren and Alice about their shared experience. Lee Nair's intense stare demanded a commitment from Kay, and he promised to follow through on his promise. He explained that he couldn't reschedule the class, but he would talk to Lauren and Alice afterwards. Lee Nair's nose touched his, and her eyes bored into his, as if to ensure that he would keep his promise. Kay nodded, and Lee Nair seemed to accept his commitment, but her expression made it clear that she would be holding him to his word. Lauren walked beside Kay as they made their way to the room set aside for Alice, accompanied by a reduced contingent of guards. The Blood Guard, clad in their crimson armor, marched alongside them, their faceless helmets and identical forms making them appear like implacable juggernauts. Kay was accustomed to their presence, but seeing Lauren out of her armor was a refreshing change. He had grown fond of her as a friend and the leader of his personal troops, and he was proud of the way she had built up the organization of the Blood Guard. As they walked, Kay thought about Lauren's recent behavior, noticing that she had stopped doing vacation-like activities and was starting to act like she expected to return to work soon. He knew that being part of a rapidly growing city-state meant that no one near the top had time for breaks, but he believed that being attacked by a vampire and turned into a vampire deserved more than just a few weeks off. Kay wanted to convince her to take more time off, not just for her sake, but also so he could live vicariously through her, as he couldn't afford to take time off himself. Kay glanced at Lauren, wondering how Alice was doing. Lauren's expression turned pensive, and she began to think about Alice's behavior, realizing that she wasn't opening up, which wasn't surprising given her situation. Alice had been appreciative of the information Lauren had shared about their new species, but it was clear that she was struggling to come to terms with her new condition. Lauren could tell that Alice was putting on a brave face when others were around, but she was shaken by her transformation. As they approached Alice's room, they were met with a commotion. A diminutive woman, dressed in Shadow Plate Order armor, was pounding on the door and shouting, while one of Kay's Blood Guard tried to calm her down. The woman, Saya, was Alice's command staff member from her hunting team, and Kay recognized her as someone who was deeply concerned about Alice's well-being. Saya's behavior was intense, and Kay could sense that she was worried about Alice's safety and the implications of her transformation. Kay intervened, asking Saya what was going on, and she explained that she wanted to see Alice, but the Blood God was refusing to let her in. Kay reassured Saya that he was there to have a conversation with Alice, and that he wouldn't force her to do anything she didn't want to do. Saya scowled, but seemed to accept Kay's words, stepping aside as he knocked on the door. Alice's voice called out from inside, asking them to leave her alone, but Kay explained that he was there to talk, and the door eventually swung open. Alice stood before them, dressed in normal-looking clothes, but Kay could see the changes in her. Her dark brown hair contrasted with her paler skin, and her eyes had a faint sheen to them. Kay was struck by the familiarity of her scent, which reminded him of Lauren's scent, and he wondered if this was how their kind identified their vampiric relations. Before anyone could speak, Saya pushed past Kate and enveloped Alice in a tight hug, asking her a flurry of questions about her well-being and whether anyone was giving her trouble. Alice tried to calm Saya down, but the half-elf woman was relentless, demanding to know why Alice hadn't come to see her and why she had been keeping her at arm's length. Alice eventually pushed Saya back, explaining that she was struggling to come to terms with her new condition and that she didn't know what to do. Saya's expression changed from concern to offense, and she told Alice that she wouldn't look at her like a monster, but Alice explained that she was worried about how others would react, given her resemblance to the vampires they had hunted. Kay interrupted the conversation, apologizing for intruding, but Alice invited him to stay, explaining that they needed to talk about several things, including her situation and its implications. Saya insisted on joining the conversation, and Kay agreed, suggesting that they move to his office for a more private and comfortable discussion. As they prepared to leave, Alice sighed, muttering that everything had gone sideways in a short time, and Kay couldn't help but agree. The day of the book's release had finally arrived, and Book 3, The Lord of Spilled Blood, was now live on Kindle and Kindle Unlimited. The audiobook version was also slated to be released soon. As a result of the book's publication, 90% of its content had been removed from its original posting on RR, marking the end of an era for eager readers who had been following its progress. The cover art for the book was a true showstopper, and the creator was absolutely thrilled with how it had turned out. The artwork was a perfect representation of the story within, and it was clear that a lot of thought and effort had gone into its design. The creator's enthusiasm for the cover was palpable, and it was easy to see why they were so happy with the final product. As the creator reflected on the book's release, they couldn't help but think about the importance of support from their fans. They hoped that readers who had enjoyed their work would consider checking out the Kindle Unlimited version of the book, as the page reads would help to boost their ratings. However, they were also careful not to put any pressure on their fans, leaving the decision entirely up to them. The creator was grateful for any support they could get, and they knew that good reviews on Amazon would be a huge help in getting the word out about their book. With the book's release now a reality, the creator wanted to take a moment to express their thanks to all of their fans and readers. They were excited for people to dive into the world of Book 3, The Lord of Spilled Blood, and they hoped that everyone would enjoy the story. As the creator looked to the future, they were filled with a sense of anticipation and gratitude, knowing that they had such a loyal and supportive community behind them. The view from high above Avalon City was a breathtaking sight, with the small figures of people moving about in the streets below like tiny ants. Kay stared at the large glass window of his office, enchanted for security and clarity, and gazed out at the city he had sworn to protect. His thoughts were consumed by the comparisons between his life on Torusha and his memories of Earth. The ease of travel on Earth, the accessibility of flying, and the commonality of skyscrapers all stood in stark contrast to the challenges and rarities of Torusha. Yet, despite these differences, Kay felt that Torusha had its own unique advantages, particularly in the realm of magic. As he pondered these contrasts, Kay's mind turned to the recent battle that had taken place just outside the city walls. The army, led by Crusader General Stone Noreen, had been manipulated by the King of Nelam, and the ensuing fight had been intense and chaotic. Kay's classes, skills, and magic had proven invaluable in defending the city, but the cost had been high, and the emotional toll still lingered. The battle was now being referred to as the Shadowplate War, a term that Kay found somewhat distasteful, given the brevity and singular nature of the conflict. He recalled a historical anecdote about a war on Earth that had lasted only 45 minutes, which put his own reservations into perspective. Kay's thoughts were also occupied by the blame being laid at the feet of the Shadowplate Order. While they had indeed gathered the army and driven the campaign against him, Kay felt that this oversimplified the situation. The Order had been motivated by fear and misunderstanding, rather than malice, and he believed that they should not be villainized for their actions. This compassion, however, was at odds with his own feelings of guilt and unease about the lives he had taken during the battle. Kay struggled to reconcile these emotions, acknowledging that some of the soldiers had been genuinely trying to stop a perceived monster, while others had been driven by a desire to pillage and enslave. A knock at the door broke Kay's reverie, and he stepped back to his seat, his thoughts still reeling from the complexities of the situation. Althea, the Minister of Information, entered the room, her short stature and dwarven features a familiar sight. She moved to the chair opposite Kay's desk, a small sheaf of papers in hand, and began to discuss the current state of affairs. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, and Althea expressed her admiration for the office, which offered a unique perspective on the city. Kay agreed, feeling that the other official offices, while nicely furnished, lacked the sense of freedom and connection to the outside world that this space provided. As they settled into their discussion, Althea turned to the matter at hand, the terms of surrender and reparations for the defeated army. She explained that the situation was complicated, with many of the contributing governments denying involvement and hiding behind proxy agents and nobles. Kay's frustration grew as he realized that they would have to focus on punishing the actual participants, rather than the puppet masters behind the scenes. He felt that this approach would not be enough to deter future aggression from the larger nations, such as the Banner First Empire and the Isomonic Accord, which had subtly provoked the attack. Althea, however, cautioned that they had to be careful not to overplay their hand, as the game of politics often involved presenting a certain narrative rather than revealing the truth. Althea presented Kay with a list of potential political and economic maneuvers that they could use to counter the manipulations of the larger nations. Kay read through the options, impressed by Althea's thoroughness, and agreed that they should aim for a balanced approach, one that would demonstrate their strength without providing an opening for their opponents to retaliate. He asked Althea to narrow down the options and focus on moves that would clearly convey the message to anyone paying attention. As they delved deeper into the discussion, Althea separated the papers into stacks, each representing a different group or faction, and began to outline her recommendations for each. Kay asked Althea to start with the first pile, which represented the best options for the Shadowplate Order, the Etarian Crusade, and the group still loyal to the Crusader General. He intended to meet with the Crusader General that evening, provided his healers allowed it, and wanted to be prepared with a clear understanding of what he would be offering. Althea began to explain her thoughts, and Kay listened intently, his mind still grappling with the complexities of the situation, but determined to find a way forward that would protect his city and his people. Stone Norari, the Dwarven Crusader General of the Aterian Crusade, sat in his chair, still recovering from the poisoned weapon that had nearly taken his life. His pale complexion and gingerly movements betrayed his weakness, but he was far from death's door. As he leaned back in his chair, he kept a careful posture, mindful of his aching joints. Across from him, Kay didn't look much better. His already pale skin had taken on a waxy sheen, and he was thinner than he should be. The aftermath of his coma and the seizures that had plagued him still lingered, leaving him a bit fragile. His memories of the other universe were hazy and unsettling, and he instinctively flinched away from thinking about them. Instead, he focused on the task at hand, his eyes fixed on the Crusader General and his entourage. The room was moderately crowded, with the 3 representatives of the surrendered army seated across from Kay, and Alice Ravenholm, the vampiric daughter of Commander Ravenholm, sitting to the side of the table. Althea sat to Kay's left, while the blood god stood watchfully in the corner, and Isla remained hidden, invisible to the naked eye. As the servant set down drinks in front of everyone, Kay wondered if Alice was truly part of the Crusader General's entourage, or if she was there as his own representative. Stone Nor took a sip of his drink, his eyes never leaving Kay's face. He was eager to begin the negotiations, and his gaze conveyed a sense of curiosity and caution. As he sat his drink down, he leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. The elven woman, a Crusade officer, sat beside him, her eyes fixed on the Crusader General's face, her expression a mask of concern. The atmosphere in the room was tense, with an undercurrent of anticipation. Kay's eyes met Stone Nor's, and he could sense the weight of the negotiations to come. The Crusader General's entourage was silent, waiting for their leader to speak, while Alice watched the scene with interest, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Althea, on the other hand, seemed coiled, ready to strike, her eyes cold and calculating. As the discussion began, Stone Nor's eyes scanned the documents in front of him, his brow furrowed in concentration. Kay watched him, his own expression thoughtful, as he waited for the Crusader General's response. The terms of the surrender were laid out before them, and it was clear that this would be a long and difficult negotiation. The Crusader General's face was a picture of concern, his eyes darting back and forth as he read through the document. Commander Ravenholm, on the other hand, seemed taken aback by the terms, his eyes wide with shock and wonder. As he read through the documents, his face reflected his growing understanding of the implications. Alice, sensing her father's distress, leaned forward, her eyes locked on his, her expression encouraging. The air in the room seemed to vibrate with tension as the weight of the negotiations settled upon them. As the discussion deepened, the room grew quieter, the only sound the soft rustle of papers and the occasional cough. The Crusader General's entourage was silent, watching their leader with bated breath as he navigated the complex web of terms and conditions. Kay's eyes never left Stone Nor's face, his expression a mask of calm as he waited for the Crusader General's response. The fate of the surrendered army and the future of the Aterian Crusade hung in a balance as the negotiations continued. Amanda signed off on the last sheet of paperwork and handed it to one of her assistants without looking up. The assistant took the paperwork and headed to the treasury as instructed. Amanda was already working on the next stack, her workload having increased significantly in the aftermath of the short war Evelyn had been a part of. As Prime Minister, she was responsible for signing off on a large portion of the work done by the other ministers, which involved checking each piece presented to her and ensuring everything was workable. The tasks that passed through her office were numerous, including planning the return of evacuated civilians to their homes, rebuilding damaged villages, restoring the road network, and restarting trade. Amanda also had to prioritize and coordinate these tasks with the Treasury to ensure everything stayed within budget. Additionally, she had duties related to the terms of surrender being presented to the smaller factions that had broken off from the main army after the battle. Many of the nobles and leaders who had received secret orders to join the battle were now refusing to listen to the Crusader General, requiring extra work to be put into the terms of surrender. Amanda agreed with Arthur's point that directly punishing the other nations that had covertly prodded at Avalon's defenses was a poor idea. Instead, Arthur suggested punishing them in other ways to show that Avalon was not weak. This approach required tailoring each set of terms to the specific recipient, taking into account their unique circumstances and the goals Avalon wanted to achieve. Nobles with control over useful trade routes would be made to reduce tariffs for trade from Avalon, while generals and officers would have to give up secret training regimens and class pass to bolster Avalon's military. Even mercenary groups would be punished by making them sign agreements to not work for certain groups or individuals, lowering their prospective incomes. Amanda's goal was to make the backroom double-dealing nobles and politicians who had tested Avalon rue the day they made that decision. With Isla's help, Amanda would locate those involved, find the source of their power, and then strike from the shadows. Amanda would be the official face of Avalon, making deals and currying influence, while also tearing down their targets. It would take time, but eventually it would become obvious to the world that no one should mess with her people, including Kay, whom she had chosen to protect as one of her own. Amanda finished with several more items that needed to be addressed and moved on to the last stack of paperwork on her desk. She quickly read the title of each document and tossed them into the later bin, as they were all applications for the position of Kay's personal assistant or inquiries about why the position hadn't been filled yet. This was one of the gaps that needed to be filled, but it was more complicated than it seemed. The person who would become Kay's right-hand man needed to be exceptional, always present, and able to handle any situation that arose. Amanda's subordinates had everything else handled for the moment, so she grabbed the stack of applications back out of the box and began to go through them. Even if they didn't meet the grade for the position they were aiming for, they could still be good employees for the palace or the government. Amanda regretted that none of Cindy's butler's contacts had panned out, as he was exactly what they were looking for. However, he had sworn lifelong loyalty to Cindy, and Amanda wasn't about to say anything about it. The terms of surrender had finally been decided on, debated, changed where necessary, and signed. Most of the army sitting on Evelyn's doorstep would be leaving over the next few days. Kay had learned that the culture of the Dwarven Crusader General, Stonehauer, was to put family names first, and he had given separate terms to those who had broken off from the main army. Many of them had argued with the terms, trying to blame the Aterian Crusade and the Shadowplate Order for misleading them. However, Kay had told them he didn't care about the reasons why they had attacked him and his people, only that they had. A meeting was held in the meeting room, attended by all of Kay's ministers, plus Alinaya, Meaden, and Cindy. Kay confirmed that everyone was ready and then acknowledged a small flashing light in the corner of his eye, indicating that a quest had been completed. The quest had been to defeat the attacking army, and the rewards included a noble title update to King, Evelyn's upgrade to nation status, and increased noble title bonuses for the populace. The notification was different from usual, with a more informal tone. Arthur snapped at Kay to focus on the present, as they had things to do. She was excited about planning Kay's coronation, which would be the first big event for Avalon as a nation. Kay groaned, thinking it was just a ceremony, but Amanda cut him off, explaining that it needed to be planned to the last detail. The coronation would be a significant event, and it was essential to make a good impression on the people and those watching from the outside. Kay looked at the serious expressions on everyone's faces, except for Cindy, who was trying not to laugh. He silently vowed revenge against her for finding his situation amusing. Amanda told Kay that his requests would be considered, but the official crown and crown jewels of Avalon must meet the expectations of the people and those watching from the outside. Cindy stood up and Power walked out of the room, unable to contain her laughter. Kay glared at her and thought about getting her back by controlling the ceremony where he would give her own noble title. However, as he looked at Amanda, he realized that might not be possible. As the last remnants of the invading army marched away from Avalon, the now independent factions dispersed in a cautious and staggered manner, each wary of the others. The force that had chosen to remain loyal to the Crusader General was the last to leave, with Stonehauer at its helm, carrying the terms that Kay had negotiated with the Aterian Crusade's leadership. Although Stonehauer was not convinced that these demands would be upheld, he recognized that they represented the minimum that Kay would accept. While the army departed, not all of its members followed. Stonehauer had taken his Orcish subordinate Vexler into custody, intending to re-educate him, and High Crusader Halfbreaker remained behind as a hostage, along with other soldiers of the Crusade. This arrangement was meant to ensure that the Crusade adhered to at least some of Kay's demands, although Kay had no intention of harming them. Stonehauer seemed to understand this unspoken understanding and was at peace with the situation. Commander Ravenholm, also known as Edric, had also departed, taking his daughter Alice with him. Edric had insisted that Alice return home to see her mother and siblings, and Kay had encouraged this, knowing how much it would mean to both Alice and her family. As a young man who had lost his own family and close friends, Kay understood the importance of such reunions. Furthermore, Alice's departure would serve a practical purpose, as she would likely advocate for the Shadowplate Order to relocate to Avalon, and her presence would help to increase the world's familiarity with vampires, making them a less intimidating and unknown quantity. As the farewell between those leaving and those staying behind took place, Kay observed the interactions between the members of the Order. Saya, who had remained behind as part of the hostages, exchanged fish glares with Leon, one of Edric's direct subordinates, while Leon apologized to Alice multiple times. Kay was intrigued by the dynamics at play and mildly concerned about the potential consequences of their prolonged stay in Avalon. In addition to the members of the Order, Mjolnir's cousin and his wife had also stayed behind, although Kay had not seen them since his recovery from his coma. They had flown off into the untamed areas of Avalon's territory, seeking adventure and freedom. The last group to remain behind was the Legion from the Shattered Clans, who had refused to surrender and were now prisoners. Their leader had demanded that Kay execute them all, but Othe had intervened, explaining the complexities of the Shattered Clan's political system and the potential benefits of keeping the soldiers alive. Kay had decided to spare the lives of the Legion, hoping to negotiate a favorable agreement with the clans. This decision was also motivated by a desire to avoid creating martyrs, which could have led to further conflict. With the immediate aftermath of the Shadowplate War resolved, Kay turned his attention to his upcoming coronation. The preparations were extensive, and Kay found himself doing as he was told, his requests often being rejected. He adopted a mindset that this event was not about him personally, but about the symbol he represented, and the practical king in him was willing to play this role. As Kay participated in the preparations, which included fittings, using blood as a decorative material, and sending out invitations, he was secretly plotting his revenge against those who had wronged him. Isla, his trusted ally, was working behind the scenes, using her agents to gather information and resources for Kay's plans. In a private office deep within the palace, Kay finally beheld the first piece of his plan, a gift that would be both loved and hated by its recipient, Cindy. He was impressed by Isla's work and imagined a look on Cindy's face when he presented it to her. Isla hovered near Kay, complaining about the difficulties of recruiting the right people to create the gift. Kay was thrilled with the result, knowing that Cindy would be torn between her love for the gift and her hatred for the fact that she couldn't resist using it. Isla didn't fully understand Kay's plan, but she was willing to trust him and take the win. As Kay stared at the gift, he smiled, anticipating Cindy's reaction. Isla, however, ruined the moment, pointing out that the coronation preparations were likely to be stressful for Kay. He glared at her and she laughed, flying out of the office and vanishing. Kay was left to wonder why his best people always seemed to give him such knock, but deep down, he knew it was because he enjoyed it. Kay's gaze was drawn to the ears on Demain and Dorian's heads, and he couldn't help but stare. Demain noticed Kay's fascination and waved her hand at him, asking if he was okay. Kay's response was awkward, blurting out his surprise at seeing barriers on their heads. Demain nodded calmly, explaining that she was a beastskin, and Kay's mind reeled as he struggled to comprehend this new reality. The mention of his world sent his heart plummeting, and he crouched down, scrubbing his face with his hands. The five companions exchanged concerned glances, watching as Kay grappled with the shock of his new surroundings. As Kay's mind racing, he remembered a conversation with his friend Raphael, who had once discussed the importance of keeping a level head in situations like this. Raphael's words came back to him that a normal person would freak out when transported to a different world, but it was crucial to stay calm until it was safe to have a meltdown. Kay clung to this advice, forcing himself to be calm, knowing it was a temporary reprieve. He looked up at Delilah, who was watching him with kindness, and felt a sense of gratitude towards her. Delilah interrupted Kay's apology, shaking her head and telling him he didn't need to apologize for his reaction. She acknowledged that he had been torn from his world and thrown into a new one, and Kay felt a sense of relief at her understanding. The group began to discuss their next move, with Dorian suggesting they leave, as Coltron might return with reinforcements. Torrent, the man in armor, stepped forward, introducing himself and explaining that they were the Oaken Five, a silver-ranked party from the Adventurers Guild, contracted by the local BOA chapter to bring Kay back to the city. Kay's mind was reeling with questions, but he focused on one thing: what was the BOA, and how did they know he was here? Torrent explained that the BOA stood for the Bureau of Outworlder Affairs, and it was their job to handle situations like this. Kay's eyes widened in shock as he repeated the name, trying to wrap his head around the concept of an entire organization dedicated to dealing with people like him who had been transported from other worlds. Kay sat comfortably on the extra horse the Oaken Five had brought for him, surrounded by the five adventurers as they headed down the road. He was grateful for the random horse riding trips Noah had insisted they go on over the years, which would help him avoid being too sore from their ride. The scenic view and gentle pace of the horses allowed him to relax, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that he had a lot to learn about this new world. As they rode, Arlen pointed to a rectangular post made of rock, about 3 feet tall, driven into the ground next to the road, indicating they were getting close to their destination. Dorian and Arlen had decided it was time to head back to the city, and Kay had agreed, still trying to process the events that had transpired. He had been warned that Coltron might return with reinforcements, and the Oaken Five seemed concerned about the potential danger. Kay's thoughts were also occupied by the hostile words he had heard earlier, and he was relieved to be in the company of the polite and friendly adventurers. As they continued on their journey, Kay's curiosity got the better of him, and he wondered if it was alright to ask questions now. Delilah turned towards him, and he sensed that she was willing to provide answers. Dorian, however, cautioned that the Bureau of Outworlder Affairs, or BOAR, would likely have more information about Outworlder-related topics. Kay's first question was about the existence of Outworlders and the role of the BOA, and Dorian explained that the BOA was an independent organization with branches in every nation, dealing specifically with Outworlder-related matters. Kay's fascination with the BOA and its origins led to more questions, and Dorian shrugged, indicating that the organization's history was shrouded in mystery. Delilah added that the BOA operated independently, without answering to any government, and that its presence was necessary due to the number of Outworlders arriving in this world. Kay's thoughts turned to the politics of this world, but he decided to leave those questions for later, focusing instead on the scenery and the city they were approaching. As they crested a hill, Kay caught his first glimpse of the city of Tumbling Rapids, and his eyes widened in awe. The city was situated in a massive valley, with a large lake and 2 rivers flowing out of it, and numerous ships and boats dotting the water. The city itself was a mix of sprawling buildings, cramped dwellings, and impressive structures, with a large wall surrounding the upper portion of the city. Kay's gaze followed the wall, taking in the stairs and elevator shafts carved into the cliff face, and he marveled at the sight of a platform moving up one of the shafts, carrying people and cargo. As they began their descent into the city, Kay's excitement grew, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at the sights and sounds around him. The road gradually sloped downward, and the group made their way towards the city gates, where they joined a line of travelers and merchants waiting to enter. Kay's attention was drawn to the diverse group of people ahead of them, including an elf and a woman with pale green skin who might be an orc. He felt a sense of trepidation, realizing that this world was full of creatures and beings he had never encountered before. Dima, the bare-beak-skinned woman, sidled her horse closer to Kay, and he sensed that she was about to address a sensitive topic. She asked him directly if he only had humans on his world, and Kay explained that he had only ever met humans, although there were stories of other kinds of non-human people. Dima's intense gaze made Kay feel uncomfortable, but he tried to be honest, admitting that the presence of non-human people might be a challenge for him to adjust to. Dima nodded slowly, seeming to understand his concerns, and asked if he would have trouble interacting with people who were different from him. Kay's response was thoughtful, and he explained that he didn't have any reason to hate people just because they were different from him. He acknowledged that his initial reaction to certain species might not be great, but he was willing to learn and adapt. Dorian and Arlen added their thoughts, explaining that there were species that looked scary or unexpected, and that some people might react badly. However, they also cautioned that there were groups and individuals who believed their own kind was superior, and that this was not limited to humans. Delilah's serious tone warned Kay that there were also races of people that were dangerous, either due to their culture or their nature, but reassured him that he wouldn't encounter such beings in the city of Tumbling Rapids. As they reached the front of the queue, Torin handed a small sheet of paper to the guard, who examined it before glancing at each member of the group, his gaze lingering on Kay. With a nod, the guard handed the paper back and waved them through, allowing the group to enter the city. The announcement of the latest installment in the Outworld is Blood series, The Shadowplate War, had finally arrived, albeit a week earlier than initially anticipated. The reason for the discrepancy was unclear, but it seemed that a simple mistake had been made, either due to a misreading of the calendar or a typographical error that had been mistakenly taken as fact. Regardless of the cause, the error had been acknowledged and apologized for, and the focus had shifted to the present moment. A visual representation of the book's cover art was prominently displayed, serving as a centerpiece for the announcement. The image was meant to capture the attention of potential readers and fans of the series, drawing them in with its vibrant colors and intricate details. As the cover art took center stage, the news of the book's release was shared with excitement and enthusiasm. The new book was now available in various formats, including Kindle, Kindle Unlimited, and paperback, with an audiobook version slated for release in the future. A link to the book's page on Amazon was provided, allowing interested readers to access the title with ease. The opportunity to purchase the book in its most polished and edited form was presented as a way for fans to experience the story in its best possible iteration. Readers were encouraged to not only purchase the book but also to leave a review on Amazon, as these testimonials played a significant role in determining the book's visibility and recommendability on the platform. The importance of reviews was emphasized, as they had a direct impact on the book's success and the author's ability to continue creating content. With the announcement concluded, the stage was set for the next installment in the series, with 2 new chapters from Book 5 scheduled to be posted later that day. As the announcement came to a close, a sense of anticipation and excitement lingered, with the promise of new content and continued adventure in the world of Outworld's Blood. The wait would be short, with only 11 hours to pass before the next installment would be shared, and the journey would continue for the loyal readers who had been following the series. With a final farewell, the moment was left to simmer, awaiting the next development in the unfolding narrative. As the day of Kay's coronation drew near, visitors began to arrive in small groups, each representing various cities, nations, and organizations. These envoys came to establish friendly relations with Avalon's first king and founder, and their presence implied a desire for mutual cooperation. The independent city-states and tiny nations from the contested areas in the center of the continent sent representatives or congratulatory missives, apologizing for their inability to attend in person. The larger nations to the west, however, responded with a mix of polite letters and conspicuous silence. Some claimed that the distance and speed of Kay's coronation prevented them from sending delegations in time, while others hinted at future diplomatic overtures. Many of these letters seemed perfunctory, suggesting that the senders were merely going through the motions. Beyond the western nations lay the giant nations, the juggernauts that shaped the continent politics with their every move. The Concord and the Empire, 2 of the oldest and most powerful countries, stood out as the main contenders for dominance. Both nations sent congratulatory letters to Kay, carefully avoiding any mention of the covert troops they had sent to attack Avalon during the Shadowplate War. Kay was not surprised by this omission, knowing that the government scribes who penned the letters were likely unaware of the true events. He was confident that those responsible for the attacks would eventually face justice. In addition to governments and nations, influential organizations also sent representatives to attend the coronation. The Adventurers Guild, the 3 Stars Alliance, and various merchant groups, academies, and research institutions all dispatched envoys to establish connections with Avalon. Kay was unfamiliar with most of these groups, but he recognized the Adventurers Guild and understood the significance of their presence. These organizations sought to forge relationships with Avalon, hoping to gain access to rare trade goods, share knowledge, or recruit members to aid the growing nation. As the coronation approached, a diverse array of individuals arrived in Avalon, each with their own motivations. Mercenary groups, independent researchers, artists, and small merchants flocked to the city, seeking opportunities and patrons. Warriors, knights, and adventurers also arrived, hoping to earn a place in Kay's service or test his worth as a leader. This influx of new people was not unprecedented, as many had come to Avalon during its founding and subsequent growth. However, this latest wave consisted of those who had waited until Kay's ascension to king and Avalon's establishment as a nation before making their move. They heralded a new wave of immigration, which would require Kay to expand Avalon's infrastructure and plan for the future. The larger, more established nations had strict immigration policies, often requiring tests and evaluations to ensure that newcomers would be valuable citizens. In contrast, Avalon's policies were more lenient, driven by the need for manpower to develop its vast, undeveloped lands. Potential citizens were required to learn Avalon's laws and promised to follow them, as well as pass basic tests to demonstrate they were not a threat to others. Only those with severe criminal records, such as murderers or slavers, were barred from entry. As the coronation drew near, Kay's government worked to prepare for the influx of new arrivals, anticipating the need for expanded infrastructure and planning for the growth of Avalon's cities and towns. Among the notable arrivals were the Shattered Clan's elder, who came to check on the status of their imprisoned soldiers, and their delegation from Tumbling Rapids. The latter brought intriguing information about the city's internal politics, where Nelam's influence had been countered by a series of scandals that undermined the pro-Nelam council members. The delegation was eager to form an alliance with Avalon, seeking to keep Nelamian influence at bay. Another significant arrival was a ship from the Ceramis Isles, sent by Alina's cousin, the Queen. This delegation's timely arrival, despite the invitation being sent late, raised suspicions and put Alina on edge. Kay was also wary, knowing that the Queen's manipulations and plots were legendary. As the day of the coronation approached, the streets of Avalon City filled with celebrations and impromptu parties. Visitors mingled with residents, and merchants profited from the increased activity. However, beneath the surface of these festivities, a sense of unease simmered. Tales of strange creatures, cults, and unexplained phenomena spread among the visitors, causing concern among the newly arrived. Information gatherers and spies, working for various factions, including Islet, collected these rumors and stories. While they were not concrete evidence, they were enough to prompt Islet to send agents to investigate and gather more information. Islet received a steady stream of reports, each containing a thread of interesting and alarming information. Despite the varied rumors and stories, one common belief emerged: Avalon was safe. The strange occurrences and monstrous attacks seemed to cease at the nation's borders. This was both reassuring and worrying, as it implied that Avalon was somehow unique or protected. Without concrete evidence, Isla set these reports aside, focusing on more immediate concerns, such as spies and assassins attempting to infiltrate Avalon during the coronation celebrations. She worked to neutralize these threats, using her trained blood guard to deal with would-be assassins and disruptors. As she sent one of her agents to intercept a potential threat, Isla couldn't help but feel a sense of annoyance and concern, knowing that the coronation was a critical moment for Avalon's future and any disruption could have far-reaching consequences. The throne room in the palace was not large enough to accommodate the grand coronation ceremony that Kay had envisioned. In his mind, a traditional coronation would involve a monarch kneeling before their throne, surrounded by luxury and opulence, with a long, purple carpet adorned with gold embroidery leading up to the throne. However, Kay's plans were different. He wanted his people to be involved, all of them, and since broadcasting the event for television was not an option, the only way to achieve this was to hold the coronation in the largest outdoor space possible. As the final days before the coronation approached, the city's traffic began to change. The largest public square in Avalon City was cordoned off, and businesses alongside it and the main roads that ran through it were paid to close for the next several days. The streets were cleaned, and any damage was repaired. Temporary structures were built, and spectator seating was erected, with a focus on the fancier areas for dignitaries first. The less expensive seating for everyone else was built later, but it was no less safe. Tables and chairs were gathered, donated, or bought from all over the city and stored inside the empty businesses, ready to be pulled out after the formal ceremony ended and the party began. The city was a flurry of activity as the coronation day drew near. The very center of the square was left empty, awaiting the grand display that Kay had planned. The Blood Guard and a few of the other citizens of Avalon who had started to learn blood manipulation were going to be involved, but Kay would be doing the heavy lifting. On the day of the coronation, crowds began to gather before dawn, and guards, including members of the Blood Guard, the Wardens, and the Sentinels, were already deployed directing foot traffic. The early birds got the best seats available, and the rows and rows of stands began to fill as the sun crested over the mountain to the east. As the morning passed, prearranged entertainment started, with dancers, acrobats, and more drawing the attention of the spectators. Displays of strength and magical power were shown off to the delight of the crowd, including a few displays of blood manipulation. Salespeople and food vendors began to hawk their wares, and while most were allowed to go about their business, some were firmly apprehended and led away for selling illicit substances or stolen goods. The city's guards were out in force, trying to keep the peace and prevent any crimes from being committed. As the last available public seats were filled, the remaining areas of the square and the streets became thronged with more and more people. The foreign dignitaries and official representatives of dozens of powerful organizations began to arrive, escorted through the crowds using the smaller roads that had worse visibility. They took their seats without much issue, and while a few among them began jockeying for position or trying to make deals, most merely sat and waited for the show to begin. Exactly at noon, with the sun high in the sky and the crowds buzzing with anticipation, the armored blood guard began marching out of opposing buildings across the square simultaneously. Their movements were close enough to being in sync, and they marched toward each other in the large gap between the spectator stands, forming a red wall of faceless armored figures along the bottom of the stands. They turned to face each other again and brought down the butts of their weapons, all halberds in honor of their king, and slammed them down against the ground. The sound was deafening, and the crowd's chatter dropped to a murmur. Dancers began to stream into the square, swirling about gracefully in red accented costumes as they moved toward the center. When they came level to the line of blood guard, they began releasing bundles of red flower petals from small pouches and baskets they carried, making it look like there had been a rain of flowers that broke apart in a sudden windstorm. As the last few of them took the small set of stairs up, another set began to grow from the platform, and a second layer formed at the top. Thin drips of blood became solid columns that supported it, and high-ranking officials and members of parliament who had made slightly better deals with their fellows or just got lucky on the original random draw for spots took their places. A third staircase began to grow, and the third and final level was filled with Kay's ministers, meeting the head of the Sentinels, Curtius Mapsight, the leader of Avalon's military, and Elinaya, Kay's first teacher and oldest friend on Torusha. Cindy strode alongside them and took her own place at the edge of the tallest platform, generating new whispers and questions among the dignitaries and representatives who didn't know about her or only knew she was another Outworlder. The conversations dropped into an even quieter lull as everyone awaited the start of the show. Several moments passed as the anticipatory hush spread throughout the crowd, and it was quickly broken as people began to notice the pool of blood sprayed across the ground, mimicking a carpet, began to ripple. Small waves began to radiate out from the end farthest from the platforms, and an armored head rose from within. Like a mythical figure, Kay's armored figure rose from the pool, red frothy waves pulsing around him as he ascended. His armor was the same as ever, making him into a faceless figure, visibly more of a red statue than a man. He began to walk forward as he became level with the ground, and upon reaching the front of the stairs, he stepped up, completely missing them. Without stopping, he rose into the air, taking step after step above the staircase, rising up to the level of the third and highest platform with no visible support under his feet. Upon reaching the highest level, his armor began to flow around him, cascading down from around his head first, his helmet dripping into his breastplate, then that too became liquid and flowed around his body. Some of it rising up and some of it dropping down as it formed a red cape that trailed behind him as he approached the end of the platform. Kay's voice was amplified through magic as he began to speak, his words carrying across the crowd. He spoke of his humble beginnings, of being brought to this world by chance, and of the opportunities that had arisen from it. He spoke of his decision to swear an oath to the system, to never use his skills to control or harm others, and of how the oath had changed his life. He spoke of his desire to be a leader, to bring about something new and greater than the sum of its parts, and to be an example to his people. As he spoke, the crowd listened, entranced by his words. Elinaya handed Kay the shining crown of Avalon, newly made, with a solid band of gold, two thinner bands in the center made of shining platinum, and a circle of peaks inlaid with tiny rubies. The crown also had gems of blood, created by Kay's own hand, which were secretly removable. Kay took a moment to look it over, holding it between his hands, before looking back to the crowd. He thought about the weight of the crown, the responsibility it represented, and the promises he was about to make. Kay's voice rang out again as he swore his oaths, promising to rule with wisdom, mercy, strength, and courage. He promised to be a guardian against the monsters and dark powers that threatened his people, and to be a leader through times of plenty and times of loss. He promised to strive every day to be an example to his people, to show them what could be done if they reached out and grasped the opportunities to grow and become better. As he finished speaking, he raised the crown above his head and gently brought it down, resting it just over his ears. Behind him, the cape made out of blood stretched out and detached from his shoulders, transforming into a tall throne that sat on a thin dais on the platform. Kay glanced around at the massive gathering of his citizens as they began to cheer. He thought about the journey that had brought him to this moment, and the journey that lay ahead. He thought about the people who had supported him, and those who would support him in the future. With a sense of pride and purpose, Kay declared, "On this day I am crowned as King Kay I of Avalon," and sat into the constructed throne behind him. The cheers that erupted were deafening, and they would be remembered for decades to come. People would claim that they could be heard in distant towns hundreds of miles away. As the crowd celebrated, Kay, Waves crashed against the hull of the Royal Avalon, tossing its occupants about. The storm wasn't enough to capsize the ship or send anyone but the most careless overboard, but it was a force to be reckoned with as it battered the vessel about. Sailors dashed across and below the decks, lashing down everything to make sure objects didn't break loose, keeping the rigging furled and intact, and ensuring that the powder on the gun deck didn't get soaked. The storm had brewed up around them suddenly, and it was upon them before they could change tack and make their escape. The ship hadn't been properly prepared, and now the crew was scrambling to secure everything. Kay, the King of Avalon, was not involved in the chaos on the decks. He was below, in his cabin, spending time with Alinaya, his former teacher, current advisor, and partner in most things violent, and now girlfriend. Tumultuous events they had dealt with at her birthplace, the Isle of Sel, capital of the Ceramist Isles, had been threatening enough to prompt them to move their relationship from friends with some occasional flirting to something officially romantic. Kay was still getting used to the idea of being in a relationship, and he wasn't sure if the word girlfriend was technically correct, but the magical translation provided to him by the system used that word when it changed people's speech into English for him. As the storm raged on and the Royal Avalon was brought to a relative standstill to avoid the worst damage, Kay and Alinaya bunkered down in Kay's cabin, staying out of the way of anyone rushing to get work done. The shaking and tossing of the boat made the game of chess they had been working on ill-advised to continue, and Kay quickly packed it away. He carefully maneuvered his way around the table and sat down on the couch next to Alinaya. She was grinning at him, and Kay noticed the amusement in her eyes. He wondered what was causing her to smile, and his curiosity was piqued. Alinaya thought Kay looked funny when he was trying to balance against the waves, like a drunk clown stumbling through his performance. She found it entertaining to watch anyone without experience stumble around while they got their sea legs, and Kay was too high tier for it to affect him too much regularly. The storm was the first chance she had to tease him about it, and she was taking full advantage of the opportunity. Kay scowled at her theatrically, but Alinaya just laughed and yanked him down next to her. She thought it was funny to watch him struggle, and she was happy to have this chance to poke fun at him. As they sat together, Kay and Alinaya spent some time just relaxing, chatting occasionally, but overall not saying much. In one of the quiet moments, Kay spoke up, expressing his gratitude to Alinaya for being brave and speaking up about their relationship. He was happy with the way things were going, and he didn't think he would have made a move if she hadn't taken the initiative. Alinaya gazed back at him, her cheeks colouring as she blushed. She was hundreds of years old and had been in relationships before, but she couldn't help feeling a little shy around Kay. Alinaya was happy to, and she wasn't planning for things to go this way, but she was glad they did. She thought Kay was pretty good at going after what he wanted, and she wasn't sure if he would have made a move himself if she hadn't taken the initiative. Kay didn't think discussing hypotheticals was useful, but Alinaya brought up the topic of their future together. She wanted to address the subject while they were alone and already on a related topic. Kay stilled in response to Alinaya's serious tone, and he listened intently as she spoke. Alinaya wanted a real relationship where they were planning to go the distance. She didn't want to have a fling or something temporary, even if it was longer than a fling would be. Kay felt the same way, and he thought it was too early to talk about marriage or permanence in any specific form, but that was the goal. Alinaya smiled and took his hand, and they sat together, enjoying each other's company. They decided that they were courting, rather than dating, as it made their relationship sound more formal and added a little gravitas to the situation. As they talked, Alinaya brought up the topic of Kay's plans for having multiple spouses in the future. Kay didn't want to have multiple spouses, and he listed several reasons why. He thought the idea of dynastic rule was tempting, but it wasn't how Taurus worked, at least not with the system being involved in titles and ruling. He didn't think the affinity theory had much merit, and he didn't want to support it by following its principles. Alinaya listened to Kay's reasons, and she thought they were reasonable and workable. She agreed with him, and she thought that anyone who tried to argue against his choices could be ignored. Kay and Alinaya sat together, interlacing their fingers as they held hands. They talked about how their friends would react to their relationship, and they thought that no one they cared about would balk when they told them. They joked about who might be running a book on Kay's dating life, and they debated who the bookie might be. Before long, Kay's face trailed into a pensive one as he stared at the wall of the cabin. He was worried about home and some of the things he had read in the letters he had received. Alinaya squeezed his hand, trying to reassure him that everything would be okay. She thought he had left capable people behind to keep things running, and the storm would blow over soon enough. They were only a few days out from their destination, and then they could deal with whatever problems awaited them. Cindy struggled to keep the vampire at bay, her hand pressed against his forehead as it scraped at her armor with desperate fervor. Her nail sank into its skin, drawing forth sickly ichor as she pushed back with all her might. With her free hand, she drew a sidearm from the bandolier on her chest and shoved the pistol's barrel into the gaping maw of the vampire. In a moment of intense violence, she blew the brains out of the monster, and it slumped on top of her. Gagging, Cindy tossed the dead vampire off her and struggled to her feet. The battle around her was dying down, with the sentinels accompanying her cutting down the last of the stragglers. Most of the attacking vampire lay dead on the ground, and Avalon's forces were cleaning up the mess. Panting slightly, Cindy pulled back the mechanism of her pistol, clearing the spent shell as she scanned the environment for more threats. Her gaze fell upon a legless torso dragging itself across the grass, its mouth wide open and fangs dripping with toxic saliva. It inched closer to a nearby adventurer who was beheading a vampire, and with a dull thud, the adventurer's head exploded. Cindy finished reloading her pistol almost absent-mindedly as she shared a quick nod with one of her trainees. The group of individuals she had trained in gun-related classes still argued about what to call themselves, with Arquebuser currently winning out despite Cindy's objections. Her soldier looked around for threats, his hand against the butt of a pistol before pulling his rifle around and starting to reload. Cindy did the same, slinging her long gun over her shoulder as she looked down at herself inside. She was covered in sweat, muck, blood, and the ick of that vampire bled instead of blood. The vampire bodies were eventually piled up and burned, the wounded were healed or sent back home with a light escort, and the group continued their patrols along the edge of Avalon's territory, searching for packs of vampire. The most animalistic of the vampire were chasing refugees from Nelam and the surrounding areas, mindlessly dedicated to their hunt. Cindy's grip on her gun tightened as she thought about the ongoing threat, determined that the vampire would not be allowed a single step further into Avalon. The civil war in Nelam had torn the country apart, and the vampire attack had shattered the already fragile shards into tiny pieces. The vampire had appeared out of nowhere, spreading waves of bloodshed and madness that seemed to erupt in the midst of the fighting. Small cities and nations on Nelam's borders had been hit first, with vampire popping up in the middle of their attacks on villages and towns. As the situation continued to devolve, people had stepped up to protect the innocent, with adventurers, soldiers, and leaders setting aside their enmities and wars to defend against the vampire. Amanda, the Prime Minister of Avalon, had played a crucial role in managing the influx of refugees and escaped slaves. Her secret position as the leader of many anti-slavery groups was now out in the open, and she had used her influence to restore public order. Many people had protested her leadership, but direct meetings with Amanda had calmed down several of the recalcitrant, and her push to keep people safe, fed, and healthy had gotten everyone else moving in the right direction. Avalon had managed to keep everyone's heads above water, thanks to their expectations of a population increase after Kay's coronation, and the treasury had been used to buy enough food and supplies to bridge the gap. As the situation slowly returned to normal, Cindy had given speeches, fought would-be usurpers, helped suppress riots, and led countless patrols to find refugees and kill vampire. However, the social and political problems that Amanda was dealing with were still beyond her. She was getting a lot of experience from listening, watching, and learning from everything that was going on, but she still wasn't ready to make decisions of that level. Finishing their sweep for the day, Cindy led her patrol back to the camp that had been set up along the edge of the forest that Avalon claimed as their southernmost border. Cindy was just finishing cleaning herself off in her quarters when Cullen knocked on the door and stepped inside. A messenger had arrived from the capital, bearing news that Prime Minister Amanda was calling Cindy back to Avalon City. Cullen explained that the Royal Avalon had docked 2 days ago, and a messenger had made it to Avalon City yesterday, bringing news that Kincaid had returned. Cindy's eyes closed in relief, and she took a deep breath before pulling herself together. She asked Cullen if they would beat Kay back to Avalon City if they left the next day, and Cullen replied that it was possible but unlikely. Cindy pointed out that a messenger had made it to the camp in just a day, but Cullen explained that the messenger had classes and skills built around moving quickly to deliver a message. Cindy asked about the messenger's well-being and was told that they were fine, just tired and resting. She instructed Cullen to gather the command staff and let them know what was happening, and they would prep everyone to be ready without her, since reinforcements to replace her wouldn't arrive until the next afternoon. Cullen agreed and slipped back into his professional demeanor, ready to carry out Cindy's orders. Kay tapped his fingers against the thin railing that ran underneath the windows of the carriage he and Alina were in, his impatience growing as the vehicle carried them toward their destination. The expansion of roads between Avalon cities had been a resounding success, allowing people to travel with greater ease and speed. The port town, now officially named Breakport, was a testament to the progress that had been made, its name a reference to the pirates that had once plagued the area and the subsequent rebuilding that had taken place. Alina glanced over at Kay, noticing his fidgeting, and her expression turned concerned. She reached out and grabbed his hand, holding it tight as she tried to reassure him. Kay's worry was evident, and Alina sought to calm his nerves, reminding him that the subordinates, Amanda, Cindy, and Meaton, had managed to hold things together in their absence. Kay took a deep breath, letting Alina's words sink in, and slowly began to feel a sense of relief wash over him. As they sat together, Kay's thoughts turned to the decisions he had made, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for not being in Avalon City to help with the problems that had arisen. Alina, sensing his emotions, reminded him that he had made the right choice in leaving to help the Isles, and that his actions had prevented a greater threat from emerging. Kay nodded, acknowledging her words, and began to see things from her perspective. He realized that his feelings of responsibility were his own to bear, and that Alina had not pushed him down any particular path. Instead, she had given him options, and he had chosen his own course. The door to the carriage swung open, and a figure swung themselves into the seat next to Alina. Kay's eyes widened in shock as he took in the sight of Mary, the young-looking human woman who was, in reality, over 100 years older than him. Mary smiled at Kay's confusion, seeming to enjoy the reaction she had elicited. Lauren, who had entered the carriage after Mary, sat down beside Kay, and he couldn't help but notice the knowing glance she exchanged with Alina. Mary began to explain her presence, revealing that she had come to offer her services to Kay as a personal servant. She had grown stagnant in her life back in the Ceramis Isles and saw this as an opportunity to resume her progression with her classes and skills. Kay was taken aback by her words, but as he listened to her explanation, he began to understand her motivations. Mary had always been driven to be the best at what she did, and serving Kay seemed like the perfect way to achieve her goals. As Kay processed Mary's words, he felt a mix of emotions, surprise, annoyance, and a hint of curiosity. He looked to Lauren, who seemed to have known about Mary's plans all along, and then back to Alina, who had apparently been in on the secret as well. Kay's mind reeled as he tried to come to terms with the fact that Mary had sneaked onto their ship and had been hiding in plain sight for the entire journey. Despite his initial reservations, Kay began to see the logic in Mary's proposal. She was, after all, the best candidate they had found so far, and her dedication to her craft was undeniable. As he thought about it, Kay realized that he had been too preoccupied to see the obvious signs of Mary's intentions. He took a deep breath, letting his emotions settle, and made his decision. With a nod, he accepted Mary's offer, warning her that she would have to repeat her oaths of loyalty in front of his ministers before they would trust her. Mary bowed deeply, her words filled with gravitas as she pledged to serve Kay dutifully for the rest of her days. Kay nodded, still trying to process the sudden turn of events, and Mary took the opportunity to report that all luggage had been loaded and the last person they were waiting for had boarded their vehicle. With that, she announced that they would be departing for Avalon City shortly, leaving Kay to wonder what other surprises lay in store for him. As Kay rode into Avalon City, he was met with a sense of normalcy, which was exactly what he had wanted. There was no grand parade or celebration to mark his return, and he preferred it that way. He had planned it this way before he left, and the urgency of his return only reinforced his decision. Kay believed that parades and celebrations, while enjoyable in moderation, could become a burden on the citizens and set a bad precedent. He wanted to avoid being seen as self-obsessed or grandiose, and he knew that having a big celebration every time he returned could lead to problems down the line. As they passed through the city gates, Kay's caravan was met with a thorough search by the guards, a policy that had been in place since Avalon was a small village. The guards were polite and efficient, and once they finished, the carriages made their way through the streets, attracting curious glances from the people they passed. Some individuals recognized the blood guard posted on the outside of the carriages and connected them to Kay, but many others were unaware of the significance of the red armor. The carriages eventually made it to the palace, where clusters of people were waiting to attend to their various duties. Kay disembarked and headed inside, where his guard detail was waiting. He instructed them to switch with the other blood guard and get some rest, praising them for their excellent job. Lauren, however, chose to stay with Kay, citing her need to debrief with Chia before she went off shift. Kay nodded and waved the waiting servants and workers forward, and they quickly set to work gathering luggage and people, whisking them off to their respective destinations. The senior members of the delegation were taken to meet with the relevant ministers and department heads to brief them on the results of the trade negotiations. As Kay made his way to his personal office, he felt some of the tension seep out of his body. He was glad to be home after a long trip, and the familiar surroundings of the palace were a comfort. He settled into his chair and turned to Miri, gesturing around the room as he asked her to start thinking about where she would sit and how she would organize her space. Lena sat on a nearby couch, watching the exchange with interest. Kay then instructed Lauren to send for Amanda, Cindy, and anyone else they thought should attend the meeting. Mary explored the office and then headed to Kay's quarters, with a blood guard trailing her. Kay and Alina chatted while they waited, and a short time later Mary returned with snacks and a pot of tea. Kay was impressed by her initiative and asked where she had found the food, and Miri explained that there was a kitchen attached to his quarters. They discussed the need for a chef and other staff, and Kay suggested that Miri recruit a few people with decent cooking skills, but not a full-time chef. As they waited for the others to arrive, Kay, Miri, and Alina discussed the roles that Miri would need to fill as Kay's seneschal. They talked about the need for coordinators, trainers, and other support staff, as well as the unique challenges of working with a vampire ruler. After 20 or 30 minutes, Cindy slipped into the room, looking tired and stressed, accompanied by her butler Colin and a heavily armed guard. Kay smiled and offered her a seat, and they waited for Amanda to arrive. When Amanda entered the room, Kay praised Cindy and her for their excellent work in handling the crisis that had arisen in his absence. He acknowledged the difficulties they had faced and the weight of responsibility that came with their positions. Cindy opened up about the challenges she had faced, and Kay nodded in understanding, acknowledging the pain of failing to save everyone and the fear of being seen as a hero. He was interrupted by Amanda's arrival, and he welcomed her, asking her to sit down and begin their discussion. Amanda complied, and Kay expressed his gratitude for her and Cindy's hard work, praising them for keeping everything running smoothly in his absence. He asked them to tell him everything so they could start solving issues and making things better. The meeting was about to begin, and Kay was ready to dive into the challenges that lay ahead. Kay set aside another set of reports that contained the details of what Amanda and Cindy had reported to him. Amanda had the government and civil matters handled, while Cindy was going over what military and adventure-related items she knew about. Kay would need a more detailed report from General Curtius, the leader of Avalon's military, and Meaton, the only in charge of Avalon's directly controlled force of adventurers, the Sentinels, in the future. However, both of them were busy, and Cindy had been involved in fighting back vampire incursions for the last few months, so she knew enough to give Kay a summary. As Kay processed the information, he couldn't help but think that the recent events seemed too coincidental. A civil war breaks out in LM, a flood of refugees shows up begging for sanctuary, and then vampire attack everyone to the west, causing more people to run to Avalon for safety. It was as if someone was deliberately trying to destabilize the region. Kay's mind wandered to the possibility of an enemy pulling the strings, but he knew that spending too much time on that idea might lead to madness. The level of power someone would need to engineer all of this just to strike at Avalon would be enough to attack them directly. Amanda, sensing Kay's unease, intervened, suggesting that while looking for an enemy pulling the strings wasn't wrong, it was essential to focus on the immediate issues at hand. Kay agreed, taking a deep breath and straightening his posture to portray himself as a confident leader. He asked Amanda and Cindy to provide more details, and Amanda began by highlighting the refugee issue as the most pressing concern. The refugees were inside Avalon's borders and could make plans of their own, making it crucial to address their needs and concerns promptly. Cindy nodded in agreement, explaining that General Curtius had built up the army enough to train new recruits in relative safety and still have forces to deal with threats. The Sentinels had been filling in the gaps between larger deployments and picking off any vampire that tried to move inward. Kay was concerned about the extent of the vampire attacks, but Cindy reassured him that they weren't facing an actual invading army, just animals chasing prey. The army was concentrated along the edge of Avalon's territory where the vampire were most active, and the Sentinels were handling the gaps in between. Amanda added that her people, including smugglers, abolitionists, and rescuers, had been working to evacuate as many people as possible from the danger zones. She had officially brought many of them into service of Avalon, and they were working in various roles, including administration, evacuation efforts, and keeping lines of communication open with the remaining settlements. Kay was impressed by Amanda's organization and the progress she had made in addressing the refugee crisis. As they discussed the details, Kay became increasingly concerned about the potential problems that could arise from the refugee situation. Amanda explained that while most of the refugees were grateful for Avalon's help, there were some who were not satisfied with the current situation. Some were demanding better treatment, while others were opportunists seeking to take advantage of the chaos. Cindy had dealt with a few of these individuals, and Kay was relieved to hear that she was unharmed. Amanda warned that there were still some potential threats, including armed groups of escaped slaves who might be seeking revenge against those from Nilam. Kay was adamant that he would not allow any counter-atrocities to occur within his lands. He believed that repaying the evils of slavery with more evil would only create a cycle of hatred and pain. Amanda bowed her head in agreement, and Kay asked about the last group of potential problems. Amanda explained that there were factions from the Civil War who had made it out, as well as some policies that had fled the vampire. Some of these groups were fine, while others were problematic, demanding aid or resources from Avalon or trying to claim some of their lands. The discussion turned to Parliament, which was split on the remaining issues. Some members were in favor of accepting refugees and providing aid, while others believed that Avalon should not commit to fighting monsters for people who were their enemies until recently. Kay knew that he would have to work on convincing Parliament to side with him when the time came to decide on a course of action. He was determined to do what was right, even if it meant going against the wishes of some of his citizens. As the meeting drew to a close, Amanda reminded Kay that they had a guest who had been quietly observing the conversation. Kay introduced Miri, his new seneschal, who had impressed him with her skills and recommendations. Miri smiled warmly as she greeted Amanda and Cindy, and Amanda's expression turned steely as she looked Miri up and down. Despite the initial tension, Miri met Amanda's gaze with confidence, assuring her that she would meet all of her expectations and work closely with her in the future. As the introductions drew to a close, Miri demonstrated her loyalty to Amanda's tentative approval, and they dove back into the meeting. The discussion turned to sensitive subjects, including the plans and desires of various factions and leaders, as well as the movement of their troops. Kay found it amusing to hear Amanda's take on reports that he knew came from Isla, his spymaster. The obvious changes to certain words and the shift from Isla's normal mischievous tone to Amanda's no-nonsense tone made for a stilted recitation, but all the key information was there. Kay suspected that Isla was probably getting a laugh or two out of it as well and wished he could see where she was at the moment. Isla wasn't a pixie, a race of tiny people with wings, and a skilled illusionist. She was likely a tier 6, although she had never said it outright, and she liked to hide herself both physically and under layers of illusions, making it next to impossible to find her when she didn't want to be found. Kay thought that she could be sitting right in front of him, and he would have no idea. She could create auditory illusions as well, and was probably feeding her report directly into Amanda's ear, along with some teasing to go with Amanda's deliberate changes. Eventually, Miri would need to meet Isla, and not just the illusion of a bland human man that she used in meetings to help throw off any trace of her real existence. Miri was going to be Kay's right hand in everything to do with his day-to-day existence, and it was essential that everyone in his inner circle knew when to go to her instead of heading directly to Kay. As Avalon grew, Kay was going to get busier, and there would come a time when he wouldn't have time for direct reports from Isla, or Isla wouldn't have time to give them. Miri had experience that would complement Isla's expertise, having spent a large portion of her early life training to be a spy for the Ceramist Isles. Although she didn't want to be a spy, what she had learned would serve Kay well. The thought of Miri working hand in hand with Isla was both exhilarating and terrifying, and Kay could only imagine the amount of information they could gain and the havoc they could wreak. As the meeting progressed, Amanda started going over what they had done to work with and around the heavy number of people that Avalon now had to take care of. Despite the challenges, things were going relatively well. The infrastructure they had built or had been in construction had softened the initial blow, and resources had been diverted to speed things up. Only a few villages worth of people were still in temporary camps, but these camps were well maintained, with order and careful control of resources keeping people from hoarding or trying to steal from others. The regular flow of people out of the camps into better living conditions helped keep people calm, and projections indicated that they could have everyone living in an actual home within the next few months. The people still in the camps were those who didn't want to become citizens of Avalon, but also weren't causing problems. The troublemakers had been relocated to what were essentially open-air prisons, a solution that didn't sit well with Kay. Although no one was being abused, and people were free to leave as they pleased, Kay wasn't comfortable with the arrangement. If they left, they would be subject to Avalon's laws and would have to support themselves, but if they remained in the camps, they would receive food and drink and could do as they liked outside of any criminal activities. Kay knew that there were no perfect solutions, and he had to balance his desire to help those in need with the need to protect his people and his country. Amanda moved on to the population category, and the only subcategory left was the former slaves. Her professional expression was tainted with sadness as she discussed the people who had escaped slavery during the Civil War. Many of them were doing alright, but some were struggling to cope with their experiences. A huge number of healers and therapists were needed, and thankfully, they had access to just enough. It was taking time, but eventually, they would be able to put themselves back together. However, the problem came from those who wanted revenge, specifically the former slaves who wanted revenge against everyone. Kay couldn't allow people to start massacring others, so the former slaves who had tried were being kept separately, in camps similar to those holding the other problem people. Counseling was available, and many were taking the help offered and toning down their demands for revenge. However, many weren't, and for some, their drive for blood was the only thing keeping them going. Kay knew that he couldn't keep those people there forever, but he had to set the problem aside for later. He had never been a slave and couldn't empathize with those who had been through that experience. He could sympathize with them, but he wouldn't start making decrees from a place of ignorance. Instead, he planned to gather people who had been through slavery to help him figure out the best path forward. As Amanda finished her report on the population, Kay stretched out his arms and flexed his fingers. He was ready to move on to the next topic, and Amanda shuffled her papers to bring the next set of reports to the front. Miri moved to a new set of blank notes, ready to transcribe, while Alina and Cindy waited, ready to put in their own thoughts or observations. Kay felt grateful for his good friends and allies, who had been instrumental in helping him navigate the challenges of building a new nation. The Prime Minister of Avalon looked up at Kay, her serious expression more intense than usual, and began to discuss the next topic, what Avalon was going to do about the situation to their west in the ruins of what was once the nation of Nella. Kay's levity was evident as he replied to Amanda, his tone conveying a sense of amusement at the gravity of the situation. Amanda's lips curled up slightly, a hint of a smile, as she began to outline the challenges they faced. The room was filled with an air of tension, the weight of their decisions hanging precariously in the balance. Amanda's expression turned serious, her eyes locking onto Kay's as she emphasized the need for decisive action. Amanda took a moment to gather her thoughts, her gaze drifting away from Kay as she considered the various groups and interests pushing for a stance on the vampire threat. Her focus returned to Kay, and she began to explain the situation with Tumbling Rapid, a city struggling to cope with the influx of refugees and the strain on their resources. Kay listened intently, his expression thoughtful, as Amanda outlined the potential benefits of allowing Tumbling Rapids to decline, making it ripe for annexation without bloodshed. He couldn't help but wonder if this approach made them any different from the now-defunct Nelum. Amanda's response was swift and confident, her words conveying a sense of calculated strategy. She set out 3 packets of papers, each representing a different plan of action, and Kay reached for the first one, his eyes scanning the contents. Alina stood up from the couch, her movements fluid as she circled around to lean against the desk near Kay. Her interest was piqued, and she asked about the isolation problem Amanda had mentioned, her voice low and thoughtful. Kay nodded, his understanding evident, as Amanda explained the limitations of their current situation and the potential benefits of expanding their territory. The conversation flowed easily, with Kay and Amanda discussing the various groups and interests vying for their attention. Refugees and escapees, holdout cities, and even the Shadowplate Order and the Eterian Crusade were all making demands or offering suggestions. Kay's eyebrows shot up in surprise as Amanda mentioned the Crusade, and he asked for a meeting with their representatives to be scheduled. Murray, who had been quietly observing the conversation, spoke up, offering to take care of the arrangements. Amanda's expression was a mixture of gratitude and amusement as she acknowledged Murray's offer. As the discussion drew to a close, Amanda mentioned the presence of Muriel's family members, who were still in the city. Kay recalled his brief encounter with them before his departure and asked if they were causing any problems. Amanda's expression turned wry, and she explained the situation with Azrid, Muriel's cousin, who was attempting to convince her to leave. Kay's eyes narrowed, his interest piqued as Amanda requested his assistance in resolving the situation and restoring their Minister of Resources to her usual efficient self. The room was filled with a sense of anticipation, the fate of their city and its people hanging in the balance, as Kay considered the weight of his decisions. Kay finally had a stretch of time to speak with Muriel and her family, a meeting that had been long overdue. As the ruler of Avalon, his schedule was always filled with meetings and reports, but with the help of his competent subordinates, particularly Amanda, he was able to prioritize his tasks and set aside time for this important discussion. Muriel, accompanied by her cousin Azrid and his wife Vivian, arrived at the meeting room, and Kay was immediately struck by the tension between them. As they entered, Muriel gave Kay a warm smile, and he could sense her hesitation as she debated whether to give him a hug, considering her relative's annoying presence. She eventually decided to go ahead with the hug, and Kay stood up to return the gesture. The atmosphere was tense, and Kay could feel the weight of unspoken words and unresolved issues. Muriel's cousin, Azrid, was clearly uncomfortable, and his wife Vivian seemed to be the voice of reason, her eyes fixed intently on her husband as if warning him to behave. As they sat down, Kay took the opportunity to observe Azrid and Vivian more closely. Azrid was a towering figure, his humanoid form muscular and imposing, with a faint reddish tint to his skin and hair that seemed to match the color of his scales. His eyes glowed with an inner fire, and Kay could sense the warrior spirit within him. Vivian, on the other hand, was a petite, agile woman with a lithe and athletic build, her medium-length brown hair framing her face. She exuded an air of calm and composure, but Kay detected a hint of magical energy emanating from her, a subtle undertone to her voice that suggested she possessed unique abilities. The conversation began, with Muriel introducing her relatives and attempting to explain their presence. However, the discussion quickly turned heated as Azrid's true intentions became clear. He wanted Muriel to return with him to their homeland, to take up a position of authority and responsibility that she had no desire to assume. The air was thick with tension as Azrid and Muriel clashed. There was hanging in the air like challenges. Vivian intervened, her voice low and measured, as she attempted to mediate the dispute and prevent it from escalating further. Kay listened intently, his eyes locked onto the trio as he sought to understand the complexities of their relationships and motivations. He was aware of the underlying power dynamics at play, the subtle cues and unspoken threats that hung in the air like a challenge. As the conversation progressed, he began to grasp the depth of Azrid's stubbornness and Vivian's nuanced perspective, as well as Muriel's determination to forge her own path. The meeting room seemed to shrink, the walls closing in as the emotional stakes grew higher. As the discussion reached a boiling point, Kay decided to intervene, his voice calm and authoritative as he addressed Azrid's outburst. He reminded Azrid that Muriel was an adult, free to make her own decisions, and that he would support her choices, whatever they might be. The room seemed to hold its breath as Azrid's face reddened, his anger and frustration simmering just below the surface. Vivian's eyes never left her husband's face, her expression a mixture of concern and warning. The conversation continued, with Kay probing the reasons behind Azrid's insistence that Muriel return with him. Vivian explained that Azrid's motivations were rooted in tradition and a desire to see Muriel assume her rightful place, but she also acknowledged that forcing someone into a position of authority was a recipe for disaster. As the discussion drew to a close, Kay sensed that the true challenge lay not in resolving the immediate conflict but in navigating the complex web of relationships and obligations that bound these individuals together. In the end, Vivian proposed a negotiation, seeking permission for their family to remain in Avalon and offering to make amends for their past actions. Kay's eyes locked onto hers, his expression thoughtful as he considered the proposal. The meeting room seemed to fade into the background, the only sound a soft hum of tension as the fate of these four individuals hung in the balance. Kay considered the pair before him for a moment, weighing his options carefully. He felt that forcing them to leave Avalon would be too tyrannical, but allowing them to remain indefinitely without any form of recompense would be excessive. As he pondered the situation, he turned his head to stare at Azrid, his eyes narrowing slightly. The deciding factor, he thought, was Azrid's own limitations, whether he had a point at which he would accept Muriel's decision and give up, or if he would continue to pressure her indefinitely. Azrid's expression turned from a sneer to a grimace under the power of his wife's disapproving stare. He thought that he had agreed to a time limit, one that Muriel had set, and he intended to abide by it. If he failed to convince her within that time, he would stop his campaigns, but he would not silence himself forever. He believed he had a right to express his opinions about his family, and he would not be swayed from that conviction. As Azrid's posture firmed, giving Kay a defiant glare, Kay raised a finger, his expression unyielding. He thought that Azrid's compromise was acceptable, but he would add one condition: Azrid was not to bother Muriel while she was working. Her job was important, and Kay would not have her distracted by Azrid's arguments when she was supposed to be focused on her duties. The red dragon in his humanoid form scoffed at the idea of Muriel's duties as one of Kay's ministers, but he did not argue. Kay's thoughts turned to the issue of payment or service to offset the costs of Azrid and Vivian's stay. He thought that their atonement for attacking Avalon would be decided later, but for now he had a different proposal in mind. He would have them assist Avalon with its current problem, the vampire incursions coming out of Forma Nelam. The specifics of the plan were still being worked out, but Kay was determined to take direct action to stem the tide of vampire attacks. He would have Azrid and Vivian help with the fighting, both defensively and offensively, and he thought that this would be a fair price for their stay. The married pair shared a glance, and Kay could sense a silent conversation taking place between them. After a moment, Vivian spoke up, asking why Kay did not make their assistance against the vampire the price of their atonement rather than requiring something else for their stay. Kay thought that he had them over a barrel, and he did not plan to let them get off that easily. He was willing to give them some slack if they performed exemplary deeds or made themselves incredibly useful, but he would not let them off scot-free. As the meeting drew to a close, Kay felt a sense of satisfaction. He thought that he had handled the situation well, and that Azrid and Vivian would prove to be useful allies in the fight against the vampire. He dismissed them, and they left the office after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Muriel stayed behind, and when the door swung shut behind her relatives, she hurried around the desk to sweep Kay up into a hug. Kay laughed quietly, hugging her back, and thought that it was great to see her again. As they hugged, Kay thought about how much he had missed Muriel. She was one of his first friends, and he valued their relationship deeply. He was happy to see her, and he thought that she seemed happy to see him too. When she leaned back to look at him, Kay could sense a cheeky glint in her eye. She teased him about the gossip surrounding his relationship with Alina, and Kay rolled his eyes good-naturedly. He thought that the gossip had indeed gotten around quickly, but he was not surprised. He and Alina had been close for a long time, and it was only natural that people would speculate about their relationship. As Muriel left, Kay returned to the paperwork he had been working on before the meeting. He thought about the shift change among his guards and the pet that had stepped in to watch the door. Shortly after they were gone, he felt a pair of tiny feet land on his head. It was Isla, Avalon's pixie spymaster, and Kay thought that she was as mischievous as ever. He pulled a globule of blood from the lining hidden beneath his clothing and formed it into a doll-sized chair atop the desk, inviting Isla to sit down. As Isla climbed down Kay's shoulder and along his arm, he thought about Azrid's behavior. He wondered why Azrid had not gone off to try and kill Glol, the one who had locked Muriel in the evil ball. It seemed to Kay that Azrid's anger and frustration were driving his actions, and that he was more emotional when it came to family than he was in a fight. Isla's observation seemed to confirm this, and Kay thought that it was interesting to note. He wondered what other secrets Isla might have uncovered, and he asked her if she had figured out who the noble family was that had kept the ball locked away. Isla smirked up at him, and Kay thought that she was pleased with herself. She had indeed figured out who the family was, and Kay was impressed. He thought that she was an excellent spymaster, and that he was lucky to have her by his side. As they chatted, Kay learned that Isla had a few irons in the fire that might get hot enough to do something about soon, but otherwise, things were quiet. He thought that this gave him some room to maneuver, and he decided to handle any pressing matters before heading to the border to see the vampire for himself. Kay's thoughts turned to the Shadowplate and Crusade hostages who had been waiting for his return. He thought that they would be happy to hear that he was taking action, and that they would have some things to say to him. He was looking forward to hearing their thoughts, and he thought that it would be interesting to see how they reacted to his plans. With a sense of determination, Kay set to work, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Kay considered bringing his 2 new allies with him to the border, but he decided against it due to the lack of a formal agreement and the potential risks. He chose to take a contingent of his guards instead, leaving everyone else behind. His goal was to gather information, and bringing a dragon along would have made him too conspicuous. Additionally, he knew that the hostages from the Shadowplate Order and the Atarian Crusade might require his attention, leaving the dragon and its rider with nothing to do. As he travelled to the border, Kay couldn't shake off the feeling that sitting in safety while his people fought was unbecoming of a king. He wanted to be a part of things, to take an active role in the events unfolding around him. The journey took 2 days, a testament to the skills Amon enhanced bodies of his people, as well as the investment Avalon had made in its road system. They only slowed down when passing through areas being cleared by work crews or wild regions that had been previously traversed by troops. As Kay and his guards approached a hastily erected fort, they heard the faint sound of a fight. Construction workers and mages were glancing nervously at the skirmish, while the guards and sentries remained vigilant. One of the sentries spotted Kay's group and blew a whistle, prompting a detachment of soldiers to rush forward and meet them. The soldiers, clad in Avalon's army gear, initially moved with a sense of urgency, but their pace slowed as they realized Kay was not an enemy. The detachment's officer pushed to the front and demanded to know who they were. Kay's guards responded by identifying themselves and their king. After a brief confirmation of their identities, the soldiers escorted Kay inside the fort and to the edge of the walls, where a fight was taking place. Sire and Leon, leaders of the Shatterplate Order, were watching the battle, and Kay observed that the vampire being fought were completely maddened, showing no signs of coordination or rational thought. One of the vampires suddenly attacked a soldier, biting her arm, and the situation became intense. However, a man in mage robes with red trim rushed to the soldier's aid, using a vial of red liquid to treat the wound. Kay was impressed by the man's quick thinking and noted that the treatment seemed effective. He leapt off the wall and approached the soldier and the mage, who introduced himself as a blood manipulator. Kay examined the clump of infected blood and then used his own blood to scout out the wound, finding that the infection had been removed and the soldier's body was recovering. After finishing his examination, Kay turned to Zaya, who was staring at him with a mixture of anger and frustration. She demanded to know where he had been, and Kay explained that he had been in the Ceramist Isles, dealing with an invasion of eldritch monstrosities. Zaya's expression changed from anger to focus as she told Kay about the refugees who had been bitten and infected, and how none of the blood manipulators had been able to permanently remove the infection. Kay's frown deepened as he asked if any of the infected refugees were at the fort, and Zaya agreed to take him to them. Kay's desire to help the infected refugees and understand what was happening drove him to follow Zaya. He was determined to find a solution and put an end to the suffering of those affected. With a sense of purpose, Kay accompanied Zaya to the refugees, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A small family huddled together, seated at a low table, while two weary individuals, possibly guards or adventurers, rested against the walls of a room inside the fortifications. Two robed figures, whom Kay faintly recognized from his early classes, tended to the family's two children, their arms bearing small cuts with streamers of blood flowing into them. The two people in worn and battle-damaged armor glanced over as Kay and his escort entered, their expressions stiffening as they took in the scene. The family and the blood manipulators remained focused on the children, their faces a picture of concern and curiosity. As Kay watched the procedure, he used both his eyes and his magical sense to gather information. Although his eyes didn't reveal much, his magical sense allowed him to sense the blood in the air between the children and the blood manipulators. He detected tiny conglomerations of cells tainted by eldritch corruption being siphoned out of the kids, but this didn't provide any clues about why the taint wasn't being purged like he did. The procedure ended quickly, and an explanation combined with reassurances calmed the worried-looking parents. It was only when the two blood manipulators turned toward the two people leaning against the wall that everyone else noticed Kay and his entourage. The family of four huddled together, their nervous expressions evident, even the children looking at Kay with hints of fear. The two fighters stiffened, attempting to keep their expressions blank, but failing to conceal their worry and anxiety. Kay gestured for his citizens to rise from their bows, and the tension in the room eased slightly. As they passed through the gates, Kay felt a sense of excitement and trepidation, knowing that he was about to embark on a new journey in this unfamiliar world, with the Oaken Five as his guides and the BOA waiting to provide more information about his situation. The first book of a beloved series had been removed from its original platform as part of an exclusive deal with Kindle Unlimited. This change had made the book available in a new location, where readers could continue to access it. An audiobook version was also in the works, slated for release in the coming months, although the exact date had yet to be determined due to the narrator's schedule. The author was deeply grateful to the loyal readers who had been enjoying the story and continuing to follow its progression. They took great joy in crafting this tale of adventure, and their passion for storytelling was evident in every detail. The author's plan was to continue posting updates to the story on the original platform until the sixth book was completed, and even then, they had no intention of stopping as more stories were already in the works, waiting to be shared with eager readers. The removal of the first book from its original platform marked a significant change, but the author's commitment to their readers and their story remained unwavering. They were dedicated to bringing this epic tale to life, and their enthusiasm was palpable. As the series continued to unfold, the author's love for the world and characters they had created would only continue to grow, and they looked forward to sharing many more exciting developments with their audience. Aline Nye gestured around the campsite, indicating the tent, fire pit, and basic latrine she had set up with Kay's assistance. She wanted to ensure he understood the basics of setting up camp, and his nod of comprehension suggested he had grasped the essential concepts. The two sat on rocks, their makeshift seating, surrounded by the tall trees of the forest. Aline Nye's gaze drifted upward, her eyes scanning the canopy above as she began to discuss Kay's training. As they sat together, Aline Nye explained that she would be putting Kay through a series of tests to improve his situational awareness and ability to detect ambushes. She planned to vanish and then attempt to sneak up on him, forcing him to rely on his instincts to detect her presence. If he failed to notice her, she would attack, and they would review what had gone wrong. The goal was to prepare Kay for potential threats in the wilderness, and Alinai was determined to push him to his limits. Kay listened intently, his eyes scanning the surroundings as Alinai outlined the rules of their training exercise. He seemed to understand the concept, but a hint of worry crept into his expression as he realized the challenges that lay ahead. Alinai reassured him that she would always be close by, ready to intervene if necessary, but she also made it clear that she expected him to take charge and make decisions on his own. As they discussed the details of their expedition, Kay began to grasp the scope of his responsibilities, and a sense of trepidation settled in. As the conversation progressed, Alinai revealed that Kay would be in charge of the two-person expedition, free to choose their destination and make decisions about their route. She explained that this was an opportunity for him to develop his leadership skills, which would be essential in the future. Kay was skeptical at first, but Alinai's words struck a chord, and he began to see the value in taking on this new role. She warned him that they would likely encounter enemies, and he would need to be prepared to defend himself, but she also reassured him that she would be there to support him whenever necessary. As night began to fall, Alinai and Kay sat down to a dinner of soup made from dried meat and prepared spices. The meal was simple, but it filled their bellies and provided a sense of comfort in the midst of the wilderness. After dinner, Kay retreated to the tent, his mind wandering to the dimensional bag they had acquired from the Nalamians. He wondered what secrets it might hold, and his curiosity eventually got the better of him. Alinai, meanwhile, worked on repairing a torn blanket, her hands moving deftly as she stitched the fabric back together. Kay's thoughts turned to the barrier that Alinai had set up to protect their campsite, and he asked her about it. She explained that the glowing purple stone in the fire pit created a barrier that made it harder for others to detect them and prevented unwanted visitors. The stone would also alert them if anyone tried to breach the barrier, giving them time to react. Kay felt a sense of relief knowing they had this protection, and he realized that Alinai had thought of everything to keep them safe. As the evening wore on, Kay's attention returned to the dimensional bag, and he decided to investigate its contents. Alinai warned him to be careful, but he was determined to uncover the bag's secrets. He thought of an item that could break enchantments, hoping to find something that might help Murnal, a tiny dragon trapped in the glass ball. To his surprise, his hand closed around something, and he pulled out a metal wand with a large blue stone. The wand seemed to pulse with energy, and Alinai's eyes widened as she realized what Kay had found. Alinai took the wand and examined it carefully, her eyes scanning the intricate web of metal that surrounded the blue stone. She explained that the wand could be used to break enchantments, but it might not be powerful enough to free Murnal from her magical prison. With a sense of trepidation, Alinai touched the wand to the glass ball, hoping to dispel the magic that held the dragon captive. The result was unexpected, as the wand seemed to remove the magic that had prevented them from hearing Murnal's voice, but it did not free her from the ball. As they stared at the glass ball in wonder, a young, female voice spoke out, and Kay realized that Murnal was communicating with them. The dragon's words were filled with emotion, and she expressed her gratitude that they had tried to free her. Although the wand had not been enough to break the enchantment, it had given them a glimmer of hope, and Murnal's voice was a beacon of joy in the darkness. Alinai explained that the wand could be used again, but it would take time to recharge, and they would need to find a place with abundant ambient magic to speed up the process. As the reality of the situation sank in, Murnal's emotions overflowed, and she burst into sobs. Kay and Alinai exchanged a glance, their faces filled with a mix of sadness and determination. He was there to see if they could figure out why things weren't going as expected, and he wanted to observe the examination process to understand the differences between his methods than those of the blood manipulators. The more senior of the two blood manipulators, a male elf whom Kay vaguely remembered, nodded and explained that they were about to continue with the examination of the two fighters. Kay glanced over at the pale-faced man and woman, who were staring at him with trepidation, and asked if it was all right with them to proceed. The woman swallowed nervously and stepped forward, partially shielding the man behind her, and stammered out her consent. A small cut was made in the woman's arm, and Kay sent a tiny thread of blood alongside the thicker stream from a subordinate into the limb. As he watched, corrupted cells and bits of the tainted vampire-virus were cut and dragged out of the woman's body. Kay noticed that the process lacked the inimical power that lurked in his blood. The sheer destruction reached against anything eldritch when his controlled blood came into contact with it. He sent a single drop of his blood racing to collide with some of the infected flesh, and it melted away as his blood fought against the corruption. The blood manipulator's eyes widened in understanding, and Kay realized that this was where the problem lay. He asked the blood manipulators to finish the examination and then discuss the findings. After the procedure was complete, Kay watched as the samples of the contamination were extracted and stored in small vials, and the woman was questioned about her well-being. Once the samples were safely stored, Kay gestured at the two blood manipulators to step closer and asked to see the descriptions of their purified blood skills. The descriptions were the same, but they lacked a key line that Kay's description had, which dealt with eldritch corruption. Kay's purified blood skill had been upgraded to work against corruption, and he had been hoping that his students had received the same version. However, it seemed that they had not, and Kay realized that the entire reason he had survived the attempt to turn him into a vampire was because of that one little line of text that he had earned while battling the original eldritch monstrosity. Kay displayed his description, and the forceful shatter plate ordered the researcher read through it voraciously. She pointed out the key difference and asked why Kay hadn't taught this version of the skull to everyone. Kay explained that he couldn't teach it, as he had received it as part of a quest, and it hadn't been passed on to his students. The researcher's face fell, and Kay decided to table the discussion for the moment. He turned his attention to the 6 people in the room, explaining that their research into dealing with the vampire infection wasn't going well, and he was the only person who could permanently remove it. The parents pulled their children closer, and the 2 combatants tensed up, expecting a fight. Kay kept an eye on them, but didn't comment, explaining that the only way to permanently remove the infection was to be changed into a vampire. He opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and gently put them away as the others reared back. The mother of the family asked if they could think about it, and Kay agreed, warning them that there might be a time limit before the infection overwhelmed their attempts to cut it back. He left the room, taking Zaya and his guards with him, and once they were far enough away, he asked Zaya if the family was from Nelum itself. Zaya nodded, explaining that they were the last refugees expected from that area, and most people coming to safety had classes suited to navigating hostile areas. Kay realized that they still saw him as a villain due to propaganda, and Zaya led him to a research lab deeper in the fortifications. The door slammed shut behind them, and Zaya turned to Kay, her eyes fierce with determination. She asked him to turn her into a vampire, her voice firm and resolute. Kay's mind racing with potential responses, he considered denying Zaya's claim, questioning her sanity, or even lashing out in anger. However, the look in her eyes was dead serious, which tempered his skepticism, and he knew that despite her chaotic nature, Zaya's actions were often well thought out. He wondered what had driven her to this point, and his curiosity got the better of him. Zaya's goal, he knew, was the permanent removal of all vampire from existence, but he was unsure what smaller goal she was focusing on to achieve this. Zaya let out a rueful chuckle, and Kay sensed a mix of frustration and determination in her. She confirmed that her aim was to figure out how to inoculate people against being transformed into vampire, rendering them unable to reproduce. Kay agreed with her assessment, acknowledging that killing every single vampire before they could spread their curse was unfeasible. The hunt would likely become a protracted search to destroy the smarter, more cunning vampire who would hide and plot, infecting others over time. Kay's thoughts aligned with Zaya's, and he understood that finding a cure or vaccine was crucial to minimizing the suffering of innocent people. As Zaya turned her face away, a flash of deep and long-term hurt crossed her features. Kay gently asked if a family member had been affected, but Zaya scoffed, revealing that she was an only survivor type, having lost her family and people to the vampire. However, she had seen many others descend into madness after being bitten, and her determination to find a solution stemmed from these experiences. Zaya's eyes turned steely once more, and she expressed her desire to become a vampire, believing that the racial characteristics of vampires, making them anathema to vampire and other eldritch things, might hold the key to creating a cure. Kay put a hand on Zaya's shoulder, gently pushing her out of his personal space, and asked her to explain the connection between her goal and becoming a vampire. Zaya's hypothesis was that the vampire virus, empowered against eldritch taint, could destroy the corrupted vampire body in people's bodies. She pointed out that vampires, like those from Kay's world, could turn people by biting them, and she believed that Kay, as a vampire, could do the same. Zaya's conviction was unwavering, and she insisted that she should be the first to undergo this transformation, willing to take the risk to save others. Kay resisted the urge to put his face in his hands, frustrated by Zaya's insistence. He explained that there were many things to be done before considering turning her into a vampire, such as proving that he could turn someone with a bite, and that the virus from vampires could overwhelm the vampire virus. Zaya, however, was undeterred, and Kay had to interrupt her, suggesting that they start with smaller, more controlled tests. Zaya's face screwed up in annoyance, but she eventually relented, acknowledging that being methodical was better than acting impulsively. With a newfound sense of determination, Zaya stomped over to a cabinet and pulled out vials, demanding that Kay and Lauren provide samples of their venom, spit, or blood. Kay gave in to her demands, and with his skills, he easily provided a sample of his blood. Lauren cooperated without question, and Zaya thrust vials at them, asking for saliva as well. The process of obtaining venom proved more challenging, but eventually, image training allowed Kay to coax out a few drops of clear liquid from his fangs. This awakened some deeply predatory feelings in Kay, which he had been working to suppress. Zaya took the last 2 vials and put them in a rack, telling Kay and Lauren to leave her alone. She needed space to mock up plans for a new research study, and Kay, with his guards following him, headed back toward the center of the keep. Lauren asked about his plans, and Kay replied that they would find the fort's commander, ask some questions, and then head out beyond the borders to see what things looked like deeper in, where more vampire were likely to be. After the infuriating conversation with Zaya, Kay felt a strong desire to kill something that needed killing, and he set out to do just that. Amanda sat across from the enigmatic Miri, who gazed back at her with an unreadable expression, unaffected by the prolonged silence that had settled between them. Amanda's initial impression of Miri was that of a woman who could withstand any challenge, her tenacity and grit hidden beneath a veneer of calmness. As the silence stretched on, Amanda used the opportunity to collect her thoughts, unbothered by the potential perception that she was engaging in a petty power play. She was a pragmatist, willing to employ any tactic that served her purposes, and Miri's silence was a gift she would not decline. After a few minutes, Amanda felt she had gathered her thoughts and was ready to proceed. She regarded Miri with a discerning eye, her expression a mask of calm consideration. Miri, on the other hand, seemed entirely at ease, her bland demeanor a stark contrast to the intensity that Amanda sensed lay beneath. As the silence finally began to dissipate, Amanda's thoughts turned to the task at hand, sizing up this new and potentially problematic individual who would be working closely with their leader, King K. Amanda's gaze never wavered as she began to probe Miri's character, searching for any weaknesses or hidden agendas. Miri, sensing Amanda's scrutiny, met her gaze with an air of quiet confidence, her eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement. As the conversation unfolded, Amanda found herself intrigued by Miri's insightful nature, her ability to read people and situations with uncanny accuracy. Miri's words were laced with a subtle sharpness, a hint of a calculating mind that lay beneath her affable exterior. As Miri launched into a detailed explanation of her background and motivations, Amanda listened intently, her eyes narrowing as she sifted through the information. Miri's history as a spy for the Isles was well known, but the details of her departure and her current loyalties were shrouded in mystery. Amanda's instincts told her that Miri was a complex and potentially volatile individual, driven by a mix of personal ambition and a desire for recognition. The air was thick with tension as Miri revealed her true intentions to become the best majordomo in the world, to create a staff that would be the envy of every ruler, and to strive for excellence in all that she did. Amanda's expression remained impassive, but her mind was racing with the implications of Miri's words. She sensed a deep-seated passion and determination in the woman, a drive that could be both an asset and a liability. As Miri spoke of her desire for acknowledgement and her need to be the best, Amanda detected a hint of vulnerability, a glimmer of the person beneath the polished exterior. The room seemed to shrink, the space between them charged with an almost palpable energy, as Amanda weighed her options and considered the potential risks and benefits of trusting this enigmatic stranger. The silence that followed Miri's revelation was heavy with anticipation, the outcome hanging precariously in the balance. Amanda's thoughts turned to the future, to the potential consequences of embracing Miri's ambitions and the potential dangers of underestimating her. As she extended her hand in a gesture of tentative acceptance, Amanda's eyes locked onto Miri's, a spark of understanding and mutual respect flashing between them. The air seemed to vibrate with tension, the promise of a complex and potentially explosive partnership hanging in the balance, as Amanda and Miri embarked on a journey that would take them to the very limits of their abilities and their ambitions. A lone vampire made its way in the general direction of Avalon's border, its twisted form unmistakable as it dragged itself over rocks and roots. The creature's legs had shriveled and partially melted together into a small tail, while its upper arms had pulled back and solidified into wider shoulders. Its forearms had stretched out in jagged growths, covered in thorns of bone, and its hands were adorned with smaller bone spikes. The head was the most unsettling part, with the neck shrunk back and the head pulled into the torso, giving it a flat, lizard-like appearance. The empty eye sockets quivered like nostrils as the creature swung its head back and forth, questing for the trail it had been following. Kay observed the vampire with a mix of fascination and revulsion, aware that dehumanizing the enemy was an old tactic used to make killing easier. However, he also knew that this approach was discouraged, as it encouraged underestimating the enemy and led to a breakdown in moral boundaries. In the case of vampire, dehumanizing them was also a means of acknowledging that the person they once were was truly dead, and that putting them down was a mercy rather than a murder. This particular vampire didn't need any extra dehumanizing, its monstrous form a testament to the corruption that had consumed it. As Kay watched, Lauren crouched beside him, inspecting the creature. She found it interesting and mildly informative, and Kay looked for himself, taking in the twisted form and the empty, animalistic eyes. The creature's appearance was a testament to the eldritch corruption that had created it, and Kay wondered what kind of power it might possess. Lauren shaped Kay's blood into a massive arrow and formed a bow to fire it from, striking the vampire with precision and detonating the arrow inside its head. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream as it thrashed about, its body contorting in agony before finally going still. Kay wrapped the vampire's corpse in blood and began to dissolve it, whispering a quiet apology to the person it once was. He stored the blood back inside himself and pointed down the path the vampire had left, indicating that they would continue in that direction. As they roamed through the landscape, they encountered more vampire, picking off stragglers and small groups with ease. Eventually, they reached the site of a destroyed settlement, where dozens of vampires swarmed through the rubble, fighting and screaming at each other. Kay and Lauren observed from a distance, taking in the chaos and destruction. Kay and Lauren snuck closer to the destroyed town, killing any vampire that might detect them. As they approached the center of the settlement, they saw more activity and purpose behind the movement of the vampire. Some vampires seemed to be giving orders, while others worked to demolish the remaining buildings and carry away debris. Kay and Lauren moved stealthily, avoiding detection as they made their way to a building that was still partially intact. They peeked out a window, watching as a group of vampire argued and fought over some kind of obelisk or pillar with the natural runes carved into it. The female vampire, with long white hair, slammed the obelisk into the ground, and the runes began to glow with an unseemly light. A struggling vampire was dragged into the circle and forced to touch the obelisk, causing its body to twist and contort in agony. The female vampire yelled out in triumph, but the lanky vampire with a domino mask over his face cried out in dismay, warning that the process was too rushed and would lead to failure. The body of the corrupted vampire began to break and twist, its limbs cracking and splintering as it let out a laboured breath. The female vampire sneered at the twisted monstrosity, calling it a weakling, while the lanky vampire argued that the power of the relic should be harnessed in bursts, not in a single application. Kay pulled back from the window, gesturing for Lauren to join him. He believed they had seen enough, and that there was indeed a level of planning involved, with whoever was doing the planning considering Adele an enemy. He decided that they would stop to grab Zaya and bring her back with them, as they would need her expertise for any real planning. Lauren suggested that they should see what the vampire had before making any permanent decisions, and Kay agreed, asking if anyone had any issues to bring up before they started. The Blood Guard were ready, weapons at the ready, and Kay gave the order to kill the vampire, warning them to avoid touching the obelisk. With a calm demeanor, he held up his hand, and a pressurized blast of blood erupted upward, destroying half of the building and sending the vampire closest to its prowling. The congregation of vampires spun toward the commotion, and Kay ordered his guards to kill them all. Dozens of vampire fell in the initial strike as Kay's forces unleashed a barrage of attacks made of blood, including arrows, blasts, blades, and other projectiles. Kay himself launched two shaped harpoons at the two vampires that appeared to be leading the others, aiming to drag them in for questioning. However, the lanky male vampire quickly grabbed an unfortunate vampire and threw it in the path of the attack, using it as a shield. The harpoon slammed into the shield vampire, which flailed erratically, but the delay allowed the male vampire to jump out of the way. The female vampire with long grey hair whipped out a pair of large needles and held them crossed in front of her, blocking the blood harpoon that Kay had sent her way. With a grunt of effort, she directed the harpoon to the side, where it slammed into the ground, throwing up a cloud of dirt. As the dust settled, the female vampire was nowhere to be seen, and the male vampire charged forward with his arms straight back behind him, his torso held low to the ground, and two elongated hooks in his hands. Kay decided to use less lethal means to capture his prey, sending out cables to entangle the vampire. The cables extruded from his back and raced toward the approaching enemy, who dodged between them with inhumanly fluid movements. The cables turned to chase after the vampire, with smaller strands branching off to wrap around it. The vampire weaved and slipped through the forest of strands, getting closer to Kay with every move. When it was only a few feet away, Kay planted his feet and threw himself forward as the vampire pulled its arms close to its torso. Kay stood in place, unmoving, as the vampire approached him and watched as the strands and cables of blood he controls congregated to surround the vampire. Just as the vampire was completely enclosed, it threw its arms outward, sending itself into a mid-air spin. Its bladed meathex glowed with metallic-colored light as it rotated at high speeds, shredding the filaments surrounding it into red mist. The vampire came out of the spin with both weapons swinging directly at Kay's face in an impossible attack that defied gravity and momentum. Kay solidified one of his gauntlets and backhanded the attack, sending the meathex off to the side and leaving the vampire's head on a direct course for Kay. He reached forward to grab the vampire around the neck, but it kicked down on empty air and somehow threw itself to the side. The vampire landed a few feet away, staring at Kay with wide eyes as it began to pace to the side, circling around him. It shook its shoulders and arms, working the kinks out of its muscles as it moved. Kay took the opportunity to glance around the rest of the battlefield, where the Blood Guard were dominating the fight. The dead vampire covered the ground, and several more died as Kay watched, impaled, shot, or crushed by the Blood Guard. The tide of the battle shifted as more vampire flooded in from the outskirts of the ruined village, but the Blood Guard held their ground, and the vampires' attacks were repelled. The monstrosities made from twisted and mutated spawn attacked with numerous body parts altered into unnatural weapons, but even these eldritch abominations didn't do more than force some of the Blood Guard back a few steps before dying. The acrobatic vampire leapt into the air, bringing its weapons back for a devastating overhead blow amplified by the height it was falling from. K.A., anticipating the attack, launched pillars of blood to intercept the vampire. The vampire whipped its torso to the side to dodge and slammed its hooks into the side of the closest pillar, spinning around it like a pole dancer while descending. Once it was below the pillars, it launched itself off, raising its hooks to slam them deep into Kay. Tired of the vampire's circus performance, Kay launched a massive attack, detonating the pillars into waves of blood that fell from the sky. The vampire tried to escape, but the blood, empowered by Kay's monopole and will, swarmed around it, grabbing onto its limbs and keeping it from running away. The vampire thrashed and tried to slice the blood away with its hooks, but even with the skill empowering them, they did little more than swirl the blood around. Kay forced the vampire's fingers away from the weapons and tossed them to the side, out of reach. The vampire continued to struggle futilely, glaring at Kay as it tried to escape. Kay walked up to the vampire, suspended by viscous tendrils of blood, and began to question it. The vampire spat at him, claiming that Kay had foul plans most imperative and that they, the true chosen ones, must act in opposed to combat the enemy most foul. Kay quietly stared at the vampire, debating whether questioning it was worth it, and then asked about the discarded object that had been infusing vampire with eldritch energy. The vampire explained that the object, a foot-tall obelisk-like device, was entrusted to them by the visionary, who saw the depredations of the horrid enemy and had grand plans to free them. Kay noticed that the vampire was repeating words, such as foul and grand, and wondered why it was doing so. The vampire's face distorted in reaction to its emotions, and it stopped, its brows deeply furrowed and its cheeks pulled back in aggravated confusion. It suddenly roared with rage, claiming that Kay was the enemy, seeking to understand the secrets of the visionary's blessing. Kay ignored the angry vampire, lost in thought as he wondered if the vampire's behavior was significant. As Kay glanced around the battlefield again, he saw the blood guard mopping up the remaining vampire. Lauren hadn't returned from chasing after the grey-haired female vampire, and there wasn't much else to do, so Kay walked over to the rune-covered obelisk-like object. It was 2 feet tall, made of dark stone, and had twisted symbols carved into its sides that made Kay uncomfortable. The feigned emotion of rage and the need to destroy that came with his new vampiric being urged Kay to take the obelisk and smash it to bits. He reached out with a wire made of blood and poked it, eliciting a spark of energy that burned away a bit of the blood. Lauren returned about 10 minutes later, jogging into view around one of the piles of broken building. Kay noticed her approach and smiled, asking how her fight had gone. Lauren explained that the fight was interesting, but the vampire's class, which allowed it to knit magical effects into being, wasn't too strong, just tricky. Kay agreed, noting that Van pretended to lack forethought and planning. He pointed up at a sphere of blood floating above him, explaining that he had gotten the device the vampire were using to make monsters and had it wrapped in dirt and layers of blood to keep it from leaking its eldritch energy into the air. Kay suggested that they clean up, grab Zaya, and head home to test the device. Kay stood before the assembly of his ministers, advisors, and other important minds, his expression grave. The decision about whether or not Avalon would intervene in the crisis affecting the region to the west had been taken out of their hands. Evidence suggested that a being with actual intelligence was directing the vampire, and they have flagged Avalon as their enemy. Kay's people were loyal and smart, and they knew that leaving a growing threat to fester at their doorstep was a bad idea. He announced his intention to eliminate the vampire threat, and although a few people exchanged worried glances, no one protested. David, Kay's Minister of Planning, leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. He asked about the supposed leader of the vampire, noting that everyone knew vampire were completely mad and unable to direct anything, let alone other vampire. Saya, a representative of the Shatterplate Order, responded, explaining that while all vampire were mad, some retained a portion of their sanity. She described the different conditions among vampire, from the feral beasts that attacked anything that moved to those that retained some sense of self. Saya's research, facilitated by Kay's provision of samples from his own body, had led to significant discoveries about the vampire and their characteristics. As I spoke, Muriel made a face, asking if some vampire had the person they used to be inside them somewhere. Sai shook her head, explaining that the person infected and becoming a vampire die, but some vampire retain memories or goals from their past life, albeit contorted into monstrous forms. David asked how these more sane vampire managed to control others, and Zaya explained that a hierarchy formed among vampire, with the more put-together ones leading the less stable. She theorized that this hierarchy was a bastardization of natural vampire traits, where vampires formed groups led by a powerful vampire. Kay took back the conversation, summarizing the key points and announcing that the meeting was merely to inform everyone of the new information. He dismissed the assembly, and as the room began to clear, Alina scooted her seat closer to his. She mentioned that Kay had not brought up the other vampire, the one who had turned him, and Kay explained that he did not think he was the primary target of the Great One's plans. He believed he had been targeted because he was a new threat in the region, and that the Great One's goals were more complex than just eliminating him. Alina listened intently, nodding along as Kay spoke. She asked why he had not brought up the attack on him to further prove his point, and Kay explained that it would create messy optics and potentially harm Avalon's credibility. He planned to enlist the help of the Shatterplate Order and the Eterians, and he did not want to remind them of his vampiric nature, which could fuel their doubts about him. Alina's expression changed from curiosity to a wide grin as she listened to Kay's explanation, and she leaned in to kiss him on the cheek, praising his leadership skills. As Alina spoke, Kay's expression changed from serious to amused, and he burst out laughing, unable to stop for an extended time. The room fell silent, with everyone turning to look at the king's uncontained merriment. Alina's words had struck a chord, and Kay's laughter was a testament to her perceptiveness and his own growth as a leader. Kay valued the benefits of having competent subordinates, particularly their ability to swiftly initiate plans with minimal notice. Planning sessions were scheduled, and messages were sent to gather necessary individuals, while numerous details were efficiently organized to ensure a smooth operation. The threat of the vampire to the west was well known, but the need for immediate action was a different matter, and Kay appreciated the quick shift in mindset that his team demonstrated. As Kay had instructed Alina, messages were sent to the Shatterplate Order and the Eterian Crusade, urging them to take action. He anticipated that some members of these organizations would attempt to use this opportunity to claim that their debts to Avalon would be forgiven after assisting with the vampire threat, but Kay was prepared for such maneuvers. Having the majority of both organizations present would facilitate his efforts to convince or persuade them to cooperate. The fact that Zaire and some influential leaders already shared his convictions would also aid in his endeavors. Kay's search for assistance in dealing with the vampire problem extended beyond the two powerful vampire-slaying organizations. He scheduled a meeting with the Adventurers Guild, specifically with Guildmaster Gentlas, who remained the Avalon branch's guildmaster despite the recent turmoil. A functionary escorted Kay to Gentlas' office, where she was waiting for him, her demeanor indicating that she had been expecting him. As Kay entered, Gentlas inclined her head in greeting, and Kay sensed a hint of curiosity in her manner. Gentlas wondered aloud whether it would be more proper for Kay to summon her to his office instead of visiting her, as suggesting that such actions might be perceived as beneath his station. Kay believed that being a noble did not entitle one to be dismissive of others, and that a leader's duty was more important than their privileges. He felt that visiting Gentlas in her office was a sign of respect for her time and position. Gentlas countered that having Kay come to her might be seen as a display of pomp and circumstance, but Kay reassured her that his intention was to show respect and avoid giving the impression that he was summoning her to express displeasure. As they exchanged courtesies, Gentlas inquired about the potential trouble that might arise from individuals who believed they could make demands of Kay due to his perceived weakness. Kay was confident that he could handle such situations, and Gentlas seemed to appreciate his demeanor. With the formalities out of the way, Gentlas asked how the Adventurers Guild could assist Kay. He requested their help in forming a coalition force to address the vampire problem, and Gentlas expressed concern, citing the Guild's policy of not supporting wars unless they posed a massive threat to the world. Kay clarified that he was not asking the Guild to become involved in the conflict over the former Nelam territory, but rather to help deal with the large-scale problem of vampire hordes pushing into the rest of the world. Gentlas requested proof of this threat, and Kay provided her with a folder containing relevant information. After reviewing the contents, Gentlas agreed that the situation was alarming and pledged the Avalon branch's support for Kay's expedition. She also offered to use her influence to mobilize adventurers and resources to aid in the effort. As their conversation progressed, Kay's expression turned grave, and he inquired about Gentlas' relationship with the founder of the Adventurers Guild. He wondered if she had access to certain information that the founder might not share with others. Gentlas seemed taken aback by the sudden change in subject, but assured Kay that she was deeply in the founder's good graces. Kay explained that he was trying to avoid overstepping any boundaries and sought to understand the level of information that Gentlas might have been privy to. Gentlas revealed that she was aware of the intelligence behind the system, which occasionally communicated directly with powerful individuals or those involved in significant events. Kay confirmed that he was one of the people the system had spoken to and asked if the founder was also in contact with it. Gentlas replied that the founder was indeed part of this group and might be working to address the issues caused by the summoned eldritch entities. Kay requested that Gentlas try to establish contact with the founder, as their insight would be invaluable in dealing with the vampire threat and uncovering the true intentions of those behind it. Kay's concern was palpable as he discussed the potential consequences of failure and the possibility that the vampire threat was merely a distraction from a larger goal. He believed that having access to the founder's knowledge and influence would be a significant advantage in addressing the situation. Gentlas agreed to send a message to the founder and also notified Honor to try to establish contact through other channels. With a sense of determination, Gentlas assured Kay that they would succeed in reaching the founder and gathering the necessary information to tackle the impending threat. In a secure meeting room deep within the palace, Sai initiated the conversation with Kay, stating that it was time to proceed with full testing of the countermeasures against the vampire taint. The room was one of many in the complex, chosen for its ease of security, and the fact that they were working on a solution to combat the vampire transformation was not a secret, but rather a morale booster. However, the details of their work were more restricted, as many people would not understand the benefits of turning infected individuals into vampires, and some might even use this knowledge for their own gain. Kay's face contorted in a mixture of embarrassment and distaste as he considered the rapid progression of their experiments, which had been ongoing for less than a week. He thought that this was not enough time to determine the safety and potential dangers of their methods. Saya, however, was confident in her research, which indicated that transforming someone into a vampire using Kay's unique methods could be done safely. Alina, who had been observing the conversation, placed a hand on Kay's arm, reassuring him that their research was thorough and that many researchers in Torusha had skills that allowed them to simulate experiments and predict potential outcomes. Saya nodded in agreement, explaining that her non-combat classes were all research-based, and her skills and knowledge told her that this would be as safe as possible. She did, however, acknowledge that allowing large amounts of Kay's venom into her system would be fatal. Kay groaned, dropping his head into his hands, frustrated that Saya's research did not provide more concrete evidence to support her theory. Alina squeezed his arm, offering what comfort she could. After a moment of internal debate, Kay looked up, asking Saya to explain her preparations for the experiment. Sai had secured a handful of volunteers, all of whom were infected with the vampire taint and on the brink of transformation. They were fighters who had been bitten while protecting refugees and had managed to survive, but were now losing ground to the infection. Sai believed that attempting to turn them into vampires would be their best chance at survival. Kay stared into Sai's eyes, judging her, and saw an almost desperate need to help those suffering. He thought of a doctor who had developed a way to produce insulin and had used it to save the lives of dozens of children, and he realized that what Sai was doing was similar in its potential to save lives. Kay gave Zai's permission to proceed with the experiment, and she bowed deeply in response, a rare display of outward respect. Hours later, Kay watched as 3 people, 2 human women and a beast-skinned man, were prepared for the experiment. They were all infected with the vampire taint and were vacillating between bouts of rage, paranoia, and delusion, and moments of lucidity. When they were lucid, they were cordial and cooperative, but when they were not, they were textbook examples of people descending into vampirism. Sai explained the procedure to the room, stating that Kay would bite each of the volunteers and inject a large amount of his venom into them, which should begin the process of turning them into vampires. The room was filled with medical professionals, healers, and guards, all of whom were on standby in case something went wrong. Kay stepped forward, guided by his instincts, and bit each of the volunteers, injecting his venom into them. At first, they seemed to be in immense pain, groaning and screaming as their bodies began to undergo the transformation. The healers rushed to their sides, laying spells and skills on them to dull the pain, but it was clear that the process was agonizing. As the minutes passed, however, the volunteers began to show signs of improvement, their bodies slowly returning to their original state as the eldritch corruption was eaten away. The beast-skinned man was the first to stop screaming, his cries becoming quieter whimpers and moans that eventually subsided. He lifted his head, looking around the room, and then glanced to the side, obviously reading a system notification. His voice was harsh from screaming, and his eyes welled with fresh tears as he tried to speak. He cleared his throat, attempting to continue, and finally managed to say that he believed the transformation had been successful. Kay's role was not to recklessly engage the enemy, despite the looming threat of a powerful and mad antagonist leading a horde of nightmarish monsters. He knew that taking on such a battle alone would be foolhardy, especially given the unknown nature of the enemy's elites. His past success in the Shatterplate War had been due to his ability to counter specific threats and face limited numbers of pierce-strength enemies. However, with the vast number of classes available, there was always a risk that he could be countered or disadvantaged. Therefore, Kay's first step was to gather information, which meant he had to wait and allow the scouts, infiltrators, and spies under Isla's command to do their work. As Kay focused on preparation, he had only a handful of objectives to handle, one of which was to support the newly turned vampires. Saya had discovered that the venom of all vampires could fight back against the corrupted version that created vampires, and she was working to cure those afflicted by the Eldritch Plague. Kay, along with Lauren and a few others, have volunteered their time to help Zaya, and as more people were transformed into vampires, they were press ganged into helping the next batch of people in need. Dozens, then hundreds, of people were transformed, and Kay made sure to keep a trusted and impartial observer watching over the process, as the full truth of being a vampire was still unknown. Kay regularly visited the new vampires, sensing a connection to them as the first of their kind and the progenitor of their vampiric bloodline. He felt a sense of responsibility to help them recover and get back on their feet. Some saw him as a threat, while others viewed him as a superior being or a normal person. Kay appreciated the opportunity to talk to them and share his knowledge, finding it uplifting and helpful in preparing for the challenges ahead. One of Kay's other major tasks was unexpected and involved Cindy, who had been working on a secret project in one of Avalon's underground warehouses. She needed Kay to fill hundreds of barrels with his blood, which would be used to develop anti-vampire weapons and munitions. Cindy was still in charge of Avon's military R&D, albeit secretly, and she believed Kay's blood was the key to creating effective countermeasures against the vampires. Kay was hesitant but agreed to help, willing some of his blood into the nearest barrel. As he did so, he couldn't help but think about how strange Cindy's life had become since being transported to this new world. Cindy's enthusiasm was palpable as she explained her plans to Kay, who was unsure about the details but trusted her to make responsible decisions. She assured him that her ideas, although potentially dangerous, would not have catastrophic consequences like nuclear weapons. Kay decided to reserve judgment until Cindy had a working proof of concept, at which point he would reassess the situation. For now, he was willing to provide his blood and let Cindy work on her project. As he filled the barrels, Kay and Cindy shared a moment of reflection on the strange and unexpected turns their lives had taken since arriving in this new world. Kay tossed another ream of paperwork into his box, a gesture that reflected his frustration with the Earth-inspired filing systems that had gained popularity on Torosha. He often found himself cursing a place under his breath, not because of the specific method of organizing paperwork, but because he disliked dealing with loads of paperwork in general. As he sat at his desk, he couldn't help but think that complaining about his job was beneath him, but he allowed himself this small vice. Mary stood next to his desk, a slight smile on her face as she waited for his attention. She was dressed in clothing similar to the palace uniform, but made from better materials, a contrast to the traditional clothing from the Isles he had seen her wear since their arrival. Kay looked up, noticing her presence, and Mary began to inform him of her progress. She had completed the preparations and dealt with the tests laid out by Prime Minister Amanda and the Spymaster, and she was now ready to serve directly at his side. As Mary explained her role and how she would assist him, Kay listened intently, tapping his finger on the desk. He was unsure of how to utilize her services, having never had a majordoma before, but Mary reassured him that she would help streamline his tasks and remove any blockages. She would handle scheduling meetings, retrieving documents, and generally making things easier for him. Kay nodded, deciding that it would take some practice, but he was willing to work with her. Mary bowed slightly and nodded towards the door, asking if that was all. Kay instructed her to send in the clerk on duty to refresh his paperwork and then to speak with Prime Minister Amanda about the curriculum she and Alina had been setting up to help him become a better leader. With a slight smile, Mary departed, leaving Kay to his thoughts. In a distant land, a figure known as Salas the Heart Caesar, a Tier 4 vampire, lay on the ground, having been kicked in the back of the head. The composite zombie, formed from hundreds of mangled corpses, stood over him, his foot poised to deliver the final blow. However, the eldritch being that controlled Martha's body intervened, commanding the zombie to spare Salash's life. The being, having learned to prioritize its goals, decided that killing the vampire was not worth the delay. Martha, trapped in a tiny corner of her mind, watched as the being controlled her body, using her magic to command the undead horde that followed her. She seethed with rage, seeing the abominations that the being had created with her magic, and she longed to regain control. The being, sensing her emotions, did not bother to punish her, having learned that it was futile. Instead, it continued on its mission, using Martha's body to scan the surroundings for something. As Martha waited for an opportunity to strike back, she reflected on her situation. She was a Tier 5 necromancer, secretly ruling over an island chain, but her life had been ruined by the eldritch being that had taken control of her body. She was patient, cunning, and driven by madness, channeling her emotions into a desire to tear down the being and its plans. The being, seeking to rid itself of Martha's interference, had been traveling the world, seeking other necromancers to learn from. Its alliance with the vampire and their leader was a mystery to Martha, but she was determined to ruin their plans, no matter the cost. Martha's thoughts were interrupted by the being's actions as it continued to scan the surroundings. The undead horde followed, bumping into Salash, who was still recovering from the kick. Martha's rage grew, seeing the shambling zombies and composite abominations that the being had created with her magic. She longed to create proper death knights and other undead worthy of her craft, but the being's control prevented her. As she waited for an opportunity to strike back, Martha conserved her strength, preparing for a potential fight. If she was lucky, the being's plans would be ruined, and she might even find a way to escape its control. The meeting room was filled with an air of solemnity as Alla's illusion, a man who served as her stand-in, addressed the assembled leaders of Avalon and its allies. The illusion gestured gravely, and aides began distributing documents to the attendees, including Zaya, High Crusader Halfbreaker, Guildmaster Jemvas, and Mjornal's cousin and his wife. The illusion's expression turned serious as it revealed that the vampire were planning something significant, and that their main goal was not the ongoing siege of settlements, but rather the creation of ritual sites. As the illusion flipped through the pages of the report, the room fell silent, with all eyes fixed on the intricate circles and designs drawn on the paper. The patterns seemed to oscillate and shift, as if affected by the nature of the ritual they were meant to facilitate. The illusion explained that the vampire were creating these ritual sites, similar to the one that had allowed the Eldritch incursion during the Shadowplate War, and that it was likely they were planning to summon more powerful Eldritch beings. The room's atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the illusion revealed that 5 such sites had been confirmed, with the possibility of more, and that each circle was significantly larger than the previous example. Alina looked up from her perusal of the document, her expression concerned, as she asked how many sites they knew of. The illusion replied that they had confirmed 5, but believed there were more, and that each circle was larger than the previous one. Smeaton, who was also present, noted that larger circles usually meant more powerful rituals, which only added to the sense of unease in the room. Saya's frustration was palpable, and she was physically restraining herself from becoming more aggressive as she looked around the table. Kay, however, was resolute, announcing that they could not allow the vampire to succeed, and that anyone who could safely sabotage their efforts should do so as soon as possible. The illusion bowed, and a tiny winged figure appeared briefly, copying the motion before vanishing. The room's attention turned to the question of resistance, and the illusion explained that the vampire were using devices similar to the one Kay had recovered to create the ritual circles. Each site had a different level of protection, with 2 sites outside of Nelam's former borders having the least amount of manpower. The 3 sites within Nelam's former borders, including one in the former capital, were more heavily guarded, with the capital site being the most protected. The vampire were also rebuilding Nelam's palace, although the reason for this was unclear. Cindy suggested that the vampire might need a base, or that their leader was a megalomaniac, which seemed like a plausible explanation. As the meeting drew to a close, Kay asked if there were any further questions, but none were raised. He then began assigning tasks, instructing General Curtis to plan for the military's deployment, Meeting to do the same for the Sentinels, and Guildmaster Gemblas to coordinate with independent adventurers. Othia was tasked with researching the ritual circles, while Zai was asked to work with her and put aside her other projects for the time being. The High Crusader and Zai were also instructed to send letters to their respective organizations, urging them to send more manpower and expertise to Avalon. As the meeting broke up, the weight of the oncoming disaster hung in the air, and the uncertain nature of the threat they faced only added to the sense of unease. In the aftermath of the meeting, Linnaea approached Kay teasingly asking if she had an important job to do. Kay replied quietly, not wanting to share the details with the rest of the group, that he needed her to gather the vampires they had and see if any were worth training, and then turn them into the best fighters they could be in a short amount of time. Linnaea's expression turned serious, and she agreed to take on the task, asking if she could enlist Zai's help if needed, but to keep it discreet. Kay leaned in, giving her a quick kiss, and thanked her before the two of them shared a playful moment, a brief respite from the stress and tension of the situation. As they parted ways, Kay grinned, looking forward to his own tasks, which included training the vampires and donating blood to Cindy's weapons project, all while navigating the challenges and boredom that lay ahead. As time passed, the number of vampire approaching Avalon increased, with singletons and small packs becoming less common as larger swarms and groups with almost military precision began making their way into Avalon's territory. The motivations behind these movements were unclear, but one thing was certain: they could not be allowed to survive. The threat they posed to nearby civilians was too great, and a planned incursion against the vampire could not afford any delays. Smaller groups of vampire would only waste the army's time, so it was up to more mobile fighters to deal with them. Cindy led her personal guard, a group of heavily armed fighters she affectionately referred to as her ducklings, into the fray. She had grown accustomed to having people surrounding her at all times, and while it was a coping mechanism, it was also a useful one. Her miniature army was a valuable asset in testing her new weapon prototypes, saving her a significant amount of time. As she gazed out at the swarm of vampire that had become stuck in a small ravine, she thought about how they had started fighting each other, rendering them a minimal threat. It was the perfect opportunity to test her new grenades. The vampire, once a potential threat to the countryside, had devolved into an internally aimed orgy of violence, going nowhere anytime soon. Cindy's thoughts turned to her grenades, and she wondered how they were performing. Gundar, the stout dwarf and overall commander of her personal troops, reported that everything was fine, the weight of the grenades was not terrible for any of them, and the special ones were holding together. Cindy glanced down at Gundar, who had shown up one day ready to go and already armed with decent firearms. He had been one of the few people from the other side of the continent who liked to experiment with guns and had traded letters with the people she had recruited for her first weapons project. Cindy ordered Gundar to have their best thrower get one of the special grenades right into the middle of the vampire, then follow up with a volley of regular ones. Gundar grunted and stalked off to the waiting line of troops, all standing in a row with their weapons ready. Cindy couldn't help but feel a little nervous about how vulnerable firing lines were to guerrilla attacks, but she reassured herself that her people were not forming firing lines and had sentries in place to keep an eye out for ambushes. One figure stepped forward, holding a red sphere about the size of a baseball, with a metal mechanism sticking out one side. They twisted a tab protruding out of the mechanism until it had completed a full rotation, then chucked it into the seething mass of fighting vampire. The grenade landed right on one of the vampire's heads, temporarily confusing it long enough for one of its rivals to get a good bite into it. A second later, the time fuse finished burning its way into the powder charge, and a dull thumping noise accompanied a wave of carnage as a hardened sphere of Kay's blood shattered and turned into shrapnel, ripping through the vampire. Those that didn't die instantly started shrieking and writhing with pain, and there were a few that had skin sizzling where the shrapnel had cut through them. Gundar called out to Cindy, reporting that the blood seemed to be working the same even after it had been away from Kay for a time, and that the regular grenades were performing as expected. A dozen more blackened spheres rained down on the cluster of vampire, killing and maiming those that had survived the initial explosion. Cindy shouted back to Gundar, ordering him to finish off the stragglers, then move on to the next group they knew of. Gundar responded, addressing her as Your Grace, a reminder of Colin's plan to remind her of her new title as a Duchess. Cindy rolled her eyes, still getting used to the idea of being a Duchess, a true-blooded American in a fantasy world. While her troops finished off the surviving vampire, Cindy took a look at her status, staring at the few remaining levels she needed to bring her skill up to the edge of Tier 4 before she could finally get the Tier 5 class she wanted. She pulled up the description of the class that was lacking, the Dreaming Seer, and stared at it angrily. The class granted the power to see the future, knowing the flow of fate, and learning to avoid the pitfalls of what would be. However, Cindy was tired of it, feeling like it had made her a target for the greedy and power-hungry. She had been working to change the class, studying with Othir and seeking help from Linnaea, and had made some progress in shifting her visions from dreams to daydreams. She wanted to turn herself into a precognitive gunslinger, able to see where people would be aiming in a few seconds, or which bullets would hit and which wouldn't. Cindy's thoughts turned to her recent dreams, which had been dire and filled with eldritch bits that tampered with her ability to remember them. Her mind was trying to protect itself from things it couldn't handle, leaving her with a confused jumble of impressions and flashes of images that didn't mean much of anything. The vast majority of the feelings she got were of fear and despair, and the bits of pictures she could remember added some terrifying spice to those feelings. Something about the dreams was making her uncomfortable around eels, which was strange and annoying, as she couldn't shake the feeling that she was supposed to be warning people about something, but she had no idea what. As Gunnar called out to her, reporting that they were ready to move, Cindy shook off her thoughts and started over to him, taking a quick look over her people to make sure none of them had been injured. There would be time for wool gathering and trying to decipher the bits of her frustrating dreams later. She had Vampire to test new weapons ideas on, and Vampire were the best kind of test subjects. It wasn't a war crime if the thing you were testing on was an eldritch abomination made of a dead person mixed with mutated vampire virus that had to be destroyed to keep people safe, after all. Leonai lounged on a bench against the far wall, watching Kay as he exerted himself in his private training area. She thought he was pushing himself too hard, that if he exhausted himself training, he wouldn't be as useful in what was to come. Kay, however, felt he was not overexerting himself. He triggered the training dummy, a deep black stone golem, with a gesture, and it took a massive step forward, slamming its foot down and thrusting forward with all four hands gripping its spear. Kay bent to the side, using the twin punch daggers he formed around his fists as guides to channel the weapon up and around him. When the golem had fully extended, Kay spun and lashed out at its neck, delivering a deplet that disengaged the construct, causing it to step back and settle into a waiting position. Nair insisted that Kay was doing too much, that the closer they got to having everything prepared to move, the more worked up and tense he became. She wondered what was going on, why he was feeling this way. Kay ran through 2 more exchanges with the training dummy while he thought about a question. He was training to get more levels in his dual daggers wielder class, but also to be prepared for any eventuality, as he never knew what the vampire might spring at him and his people. After the golem was set again, Kay sucked his weapons and armor back into his veins and went to sit next to Nair. They were in a cozy, well-furnished room, one of many in Kay's palatial palace, which had been expanding over time. As Kay sat down on the edge of the bench, Nair grabbed his leg and dragged him over, laying her head in his lap. Kay smiled slightly and dug one hand into her hair, noticing that it was growing out. Nair liked to let her hair get long every once in a while, but she didn't tend to keep it long for very long, as it could be a detriment to her fighting style. She twisted her body to look directly up at Kay's face, asking him what was going on, what was bothering him. Kay felt like something bad was looming on the horizon, like the edge of a storm cloud ready to sweep down on him. He had been feeling this way since he first went out to scout things and found that ruined settlement, where he discovered the obelisk the vampire were using for their rituals. The feeling had been building and building since then, like the storm clouds were getting bigger and more dangerous, but not getting any closer. Nair reached up and pressed her hand to Kay's cheek, telling him that she thought it was just stress building up, that he had a lot of responsibility and there was a lot riding on his shoulders. Kay denied this, saying that it was not just stress, but something else, something eldritch, like the scent of decay on the wind that his body knew was out there, even if he was not consciously detecting it. His nostrils flared, his eyes flashed red for a brief second, and his fangs dropped down before retracting back upward. Nair dug a nail into his cheek, drawing Kay out of the funk she could see coming. She told him that they kind of knew that something eldritch was coming, and that he had dealt with eldritch things before, so what was the big deal? Kay let out a half-grunt, half-groan as he settled himself into Nair's palm, feeling tired of all the eldritch things that had been happening to him since he landed on this world. He wondered why it was all happening right after he showed up, and Nair suggested that it might be a coincidence, or that his arrival might have punched a hole in the fabric of reality, but she didn't think that was the case. She told Kay that none of that really mattered, that he just had to keep doing his best, as that was the only thing he could control. Kay summoned his status screen, feeling dramatic as he mentally commanded it to be visible to Nair too. He didn't feel like his current abilities would be enough to face what was coming, and he needed to spend every moment he could getting better, or harder, or more powerful. Nair grabbed the back of Kay's neck and pulled him down so that their foreheads were touching, telling him that he wasn't lacking in any way, that he would pull through this, and that he would get everyone through this. Kay, however, couldn't afford to assume that, as it was his job to stand between his people and the threats against them. He needed to ensure that he would win, not just assume it. Nair whispered to him, asking if he knew what they did have time for, and Kay replied that he thought they might have time for him to take a break. Nair agreed, saying that working himself into a melted puddle of blood would be even worse than not training every moment of every day to get ready. She reminded Kay that he was already doing a lot to prepare, giving Cindy time and resources to develop new weapons, creating standard weapons out of his blood, and supplementing her training of the new vampires. Nair jumped to her feet, grabbed Kay's arms, and started dragging him toward the exit, suggesting that they go work on his floating maps, a hobby he had been putting off, and then have some food. Kay protested half-heartedly, saying that he should grab the golem, but Nair told him to just let it live in the private area of his palace, which was full of guards. Kay hurriedly waved a hand over one of the enchanted sensors that controlled the lights before Li Nai dragged him off to relax and think about anything other than the impending sense of doom that was hanging over him. In the shadowed spot between tents, a group of figures huddled together, their voices barely above a whisper. One of them wondered aloud why they were being pushed to move so quickly, as there didn't seem to be any real threat to deal with. Another figure agreed, pointing out that they were the Shatterplate Order, a powerful organization that wasn't going to be intimidated by some minor king who thought he could demand terms from them. A third figure chimed in, trying to downplay the situation, suggesting that they were simply going to show the king the power of the order and remind him to be grateful for their assistance. The fourth figure, a woman with a stern expression, stood silently, her presence seemingly unnoticed by the others. The other three continued to discuss the situation, speculating about what had really happened in Avalon and why they were being marched towards the city. One of them mentioned that they had heard it involved the commander's daughter, and the others leaned in, eager to hear more gossip. The woman's silence was finally broken when she asked, her voice low and even, if the others were actually stupid. The three figures jumped back in shock, and the woman's glare swept over them, her disdain palpable. She demanded to know how they could be so ignorant of the situation, and why they didn't know what was really going on. The others exchanged nervous glances, before one of them stammered out a reply, addressing her as Hunter Ravenham. The woman's expression didn't soften, and she continued to berate them, pointing out that they should have known better, and that their behavior was unacceptable. As the woman finished speaking, the three figures scurried off, no doubt to report to their camp's quartermaster for punishment detail. The woman Alice watched them go, her expression still stern, before muttering to herself about the idiocy of the situation. She was interrupted by a voice behind her, and she tensed, before relaxing as she realized it was her father, Edric Ravenholm, the commander of the Shatterplate Order. Edric threw his arm over Alice's shoulder and pulled her along, his expression serious. He mentioned that he had been coordinating their march with a Crusader general, but had come to instruct some of his subordinates in the error of their ways. Alice realized that she had beaten him to it, and he had decided to grab her after she was done. Edric praised Alice's handling of the situation, saying she had done fine, and that he would have done the same thing. As they walked, Alice couldn't help but think about the situation with the Order, and the fact that some of the group leaders were testing the trust placed in them. She was frustrated that they were so in dissent, and that they didn't seem to understand the true nature of the Order. Edric seemed to sense her mood, and he asked her if she was doing all right before changing the subject to more personal matters. He asked her, with fake casualness, if she would turn down Kincaid if he propositioned her, suggesting it would be a good way to connect the Order to Avalon. Alice protested, laughing, and Edric chuckled, shaking his head. He mentioned that he knew she wouldn't do that, and that she had a crush on someone else entirely. Alice teased him back, before they both fell silent, lost in their own thoughts. Edric eventually broke the silence, asking Alice how she was doing with her new dietary requirements as a vampire. Alice hesitated before answering, saying it had been fine, and that she had learned some new things about her condition. As they continued walking, Edric mentioned that Alice would get to see Zai again, and Alice rolled her eyes, laughing. Edric feigned innocence, saying he was just being topical, but Alice knew better. She playfully teased him before they both fell silent, enjoying the quiet moment together. In the air, an oblong, egg-like shape floated, its red hue a testament to its composition of blood. The shape slowly expanded, reaching the size of a human head before pieces of it began to stretch out and twist, forming branching structures that pointed in multiple directions. As the object continued to grow, smaller pieces branched out, traveling outward in a complex pattern. Then, in a smooth motion, the object shrunk back in on itself, transforming into a cube. This cube grew another cube from its side, and both of them together extruded two more, repeating the process until a single cube became dozens, forming a massive cube that eventually changed shape once more. The cycle of growth, transformation, and renewal repeated, a mesmerizing display of magical manipulation. Kay stared blindly at the floating, twisting shape, his magical senses guiding his perception of the blood he was manipulating. He crafted ridiculous shapes that defied gravity, repeating the process with different patterns and forms, his magic pushing the boundaries of what was possible. As he worked, some parts of the mask grew too large, hitting the ceiling or walls, and even running into him, prompting him to shrink it back down. Despite the challenges, Kay remained focused, his mind intent on mastering the intricate dance of blood and magic. Kay's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on his own personal struggles. He had taken Li Nai's words to heart, acknowledging the need to relax and let go of his fears. As the leader of many people, the weight of responsibility threatened to overwhelm him, and he recognized the fear of failure that drove him to push himself to the limit. This fear had grown stronger since becoming the king of Avalon, where the consequences of failure could be catastrophic. Kay's determination to protect his people had led him to drive himself relentlessly, never stopping to consider the cost. Li Nai's intervention had been a timely reminder to balance his efforts, and he was grateful for her presence in his life. As he worked on his personal project, Kay's mind turned to the map-making classes he had initially taken to fill slots. These classes had proven to be a pleasant surprise, providing a sense of relaxation and fulfillment. He had set them aside, focusing on more pressing matters, but now he returned to them, determined to create something new and innovative. His goal was to craft a modular, changeable magic map using blood, a concept he had never heard of before. Oth's research had yielded no similar examples, and Kay was working purely on instinct and guesswork. He poured mana into the blood, using his skills to shape and mold it as he attempted to imprint the blood with various forms and patterns. Kay's next step was to create copies of his existing maps, using the blood to mimic the shapes and forms of his previous creations. He carefully shaped the floating mass of blood, thinking deeply about the meaning and significance of each map. As he worked, he detached tiny pieces of the mass, sending them on a scouting mission to map out the palace. The invisible red mist scoured every inch of the complex, sneaking into secret corridors and air vents, covering every room and section. Kay's magical senses guided him, feeling every touch and connection as the map formed a three-dimensional representation of the palace. As the mapping process neared completion, the mass of blood began to twitch and ripple, solid parts becoming liquid again. Kay clamped down on it, pouring more mana into the enchantment, and a wobbling, vibrating mass stilled. A small red orb the size of a golf ball floated in the air before falling into Kay's waiting palm. He held the orb up, using Inspect to examine its properties. The orb was an unnamed enchanted artifact, a unique mapping item that detected the region around it through the movement of blood. It could display a three-dimensional rendering of the area, shifting its form to match any location or building in its range. Kay activated the orb, and it unfurled like origami, revealing a detailed map of Avalon City and its surroundings. The map was intricately carved, with tiny, perfect replicas of buildings and structures. Kay could see a tiny feeling of presence within the map, a sense of here that seemed to emanate from the palace. He concentrated, and the map shifted, becoming a rendering of the palace itself. The orb seemed to be a game-changer, a powerful tool that could aid him in his quest to protect his people. Kay wondered if he could create more of these orbs, and his mind turned to the possibilities they presented. As he explored the orb's capabilities, a small flash in the corner of his vision caught his attention. The system had sent him a notification, one that he had carefully configured to only appear when something significant occurred. The message was simple: one or more of his classes were ready to tier up, and Tier V classes were now available. Kay's eyes narrowed, his mind turning to the implications of this new development. Kay's eyes dropped to the notification, his mind racing as he thought about which of his skills could have reached level 39. They knew that they had a long and difficult journey ahead of them, but they were resolute in their desire to free Murnal and uncover the secrets of the dimensional bag. The darkness of the forest seemed to press in around them, but they found comfort in each other's company, and the faint glow of the one seemed to symbolize the hope that they would eventually find a way to free the tiny dragon and unlock the mysteries of the wilderness. Kay held his hand in front of a ball on his neck, and Murnal immediately fell silent. After a night of tears and relief, the dragon had become quite talkative, eager to make up for 40 years of silence. Kay and Alina were more than happy to listen, and Murnal's mood had lifted significantly as a result. As Kay scanned their surroundings, searching for any sign of Alina's ambush, Murnal remained silent, understanding the need for stealth. Kay's instincts had been on high alert, and he tried to pinpoint what had triggered his subconscious. After a few minutes of searching, he found nothing out of the ordinary and began walking again. A few more seconds passed without incident, and he wondered if his warning had been a false alarm. He tapped Murnal's sphere, and she responded with a non-committal noise, prompting Kay to chuckle. The two had discussed their plan earlier, deciding that Murnal would accompany Kay while Alina would sneak up on him, attempting to catch him off guard. As they walked, Kay brought up a topic that had been on his mind, commenting on the coincidence of finding the item needed to free Murnal in a stash of stolen goods from an Elamian group, the same group responsible for her imprisonment. Murnal's response was carefree, and Kay couldn't help but laugh at her attitude. He looked down at her, surprised by her cheerfulness, and she seemed to revel in her newfound freedom of expression. Kay continued to chat with Murnal as he climbed a dirt slope, looking out at the vast expanse of trees before them. At the top of the slope, Kay gazed out at the sea of trees, feeling a sense of uncertainty about their journey. He wondered what he should be doing, what goal he should be working towards, now that he was the leader of their little group. Murnal sensed his unease and offered her support, spinning around to look up at his face. Kay picked up the necklace, letting it hang in front of his face, and explained his concerns about lacking direction. Murnal's response was enthusiastic, suggesting they look for something interesting, like a dungeon or ruins, or perhaps a unique resource. Kay smiled at Murnal's proposal, impressed by her resilience and positivity. He smacked a bug on his neck, considering her ideas, but pointed out that they didn't provide clear direction. Murnal's response was poetic, urging Kay to be brave and react to their circumstances, to explore the unknown and discover new things. Kay laughed, enjoying Murnal's company, and they continued on their way. As they walked, Kay started looking for a safe path down the hill, deciding to backtrack and go around due to the treacherous terrain. Their descent was interrupted by a burst of movement from the edge of Kay's vision, and he drew his halberd, jumping back in response. Alina sprinted towards him, her body low to the ground, and Kay prepared to defend himself. He slashed at her and she dodged easily, but Kay managed to hold her off for a few seconds. Muranol, though not allowed to help with spotting ambushes, had provided advice on dealing with them, and Kay put her words into practice. He used his enchanted canteen to create a diversion, spraying blood at Alinaya's face and creating an opening for himself to retreat. Alinaya charged, but Kay used his blood magic to create a series of projectiles holding her at bay as he backed away. Eventually, she called out, and Kay stopped his attacks. Alinaya approached him, praising his performance, and Kay could sense her approval. She pointed out that he had finally applied some of the lessons she had taught him, but also criticized his failure to spot her ambush earlier. The two of them reviewed the events leading up to the attack, discussing what Kay could have done differently and how he could improve. After their debriefing, Alinaya grabbed Kay's shoulder, offering words of encouragement, and Muranol cheered him on. Kay grinned, feeling a sense of accomplishment, and patted Muranol's sphere. Alinaya asked about their direction, and Kay explained that he had climbed the hill to get a better view but saw only more trees. Muranol suggested they head in a direction that might offer a better vantage point, and Kay agreed, shrugging and deferring to his companions. With a newfound sense of purpose, they set off, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Kay pointed in the direction they would take, and they began their journey, Alinaya falling into step beside him as they navigated the dense forest. Kay stood before the tower, a cylindrical shape covered in vines, and its foundation slightly tilted to one side. The structure's grey stone blocks were evenly cut, with the faintest hint of mortar visible in the seams. He thought it was interesting, and his companions seemed to agree, as they had been searching for ruins to explore. Alinaya, who was observing from a distance, thought the tower was worth investigating, especially since it was on her list of things to see. As Alinaya approached, she noticed Kay's serious expression and thought he was trying to skip out on their training. However, Kay was genuinely concerned about exploring the tower without being at full strength. He thought it would be better to investigate as a group, considering the potential risks and uncertainties of the situation. Alinaya understood his concerns and nodded in agreement, thinking that it was a good decision to exercise caution. The group began to circle around the tower, searching for an entrance. He had been certain that neither expert cartographer nor expert mapmaker were related to creating a magical blood mapping artifact, but those were the only classes he had that were close to tearing up. He focused on the notification, willing it to expand and provide more information. The notification revealed that Kay had received a free level up in a skill of a related class for creating a new type of enchanted item. His skill, Effective Communication, had reached level 39, and his class, Expert Mapmaker, was ready to tier up. Additionally, he had received another free level up in a skill of a related class for creating a new unique artifact, and his skill, Sharpened Memory, had reached level 39. His class, Expert Cartographer, was also ready to tier up. Kay's eyes widened as he realized the implications of this news. He had been struggling to level up Effective Communication and Sharpened Memory, as they were difficult skills to use. Effective Communication made it easier for Kay to create things that could be easily read or interpreted, but it mostly only worked with maps. Sharpened Memory, on the other hand, helped Kay remember terrain, topography, geography, and locations, but he needed to find new places to explore in order to level up the skill. Kay's thoughts turned to his quest to help or save the Ceramist Isles, which had vanished at some point during his journey back to Avalon. He hadn't received a reward for it, and trying to get the system's attention about it hadn't yielded any results. Shaking off these thoughts, Kay turned his attention back to his notifications. He was excited about the possibility of tiering up his classes and gaining new skills. Creating a brand new kind of item and a new unique artifact had given him skill levels as a reward, which was a new development he hadn't heard of before. A new Tier 5 class, even if it wasn't a combat class, would be a significant boost to his power. Kay opened the list of possible Tier 5 classes, eager to peruse the options. The list included several classes that combined his Expert Mapmaker and Expert Cartographer classes with other classes. The first option, Self-Possessed Mapper, was a combination of Expert Mapmaker and Expert Cartographer. Kay was intrigued by the description, which emphasized the importance of exploring the world and creating beautiful maps. However, he wasn't sure if this class was right for him, as his job wasn't to explore and seek out new places. Kay skipped the next two options and read the description of the fourth class, Blood Ink Mapper. This class combined Expert Mapmaker, Expert Cartographer, and Blood Manipulator, and its skill, Depict the World with Blood Ink, allowed Kay to create maps using blood as ink. The skill provided permanent effects to the medium created, based on the type of blood used, the being it was sourced from, and the location of the being at the time the blood was sourced. Kay was torn about whether to take two Tier 5 classes, as they might synergize well and give him 2 bursts of mana. He decided to read the descriptions of Blood Ink Mapmaker and Blood Ink Cartographer before making a decision. Blood Ink Mapmaker combined Expert Mapmaker and Blood Manipulator, and its skill, Paint the Map with Blood, allowed Kay to create maps using blood as ink. The skill provided permanent effects to the map or chart based on the type of blood used, the being it was sourced from, and the location of the being at the time the blood was sourced. Blood Ink Cartographer, on the other hand, combined Expert Cartographer and Blood Manipulator, and its skill, sketchier view in blood, allowed Kay to create maps using blood as ink while the area being depicted was in sight. The skill provided permanent effects to the medium created, based on the medium, the type of blood used, the being it was sourced from, and the location of the being at the time the blood was sourced. Kay realized that the differences between the various options centered around the concept of maps as art versus maps as a means of navigation. He quickly looked at the blood scroll options, which were combinations of expert mapmaker or expert cartographer with blood manipulator and blood shaper. These classes focused on making the entire map out of blood, not just using it as ink. Kay was intrigued by the options, but none of them really spoke to him. He still had 2 options left to check before he had to make a decision. Kay sat in contemplative silence, his eyes scanning the description of the Master of Unnamed Enchanted Artifact class with a mixture of disappointment and confusion. The concept of a class that devoted itself to a specific, unique artifact was unusual, and he couldn't help but wonder how it worked with other artifacts in the world. He thought about the implications of such a class, and how it seemed to defy the typical pattern of Tier 5 classes, which usually combine the focus of their constituent classes to create something greater. The more he read, the more questions he had, and the excitement he had initially felt about the class began to wane. As he delved deeper into the description, Kay's thoughts turned to the potential limitations and inconsistencies of the class. He pondered how the system accounted for individuals who discovered their artifacts later in life, and whether the class was truly worthy of its Tier 5 designation. The more he learned, the more he realized that there was still so much he didn't know about the world and its intricacies. Despite his initial enthusiasm, Kay found himself uninterested in the Master of Unnamed Enchanted Artifact class, seeing it as too narrow in its focus. He made a mental note to share his findings with Althea and Alinaya, but his attention was already turning to the next class option. With a sense of trepidation, Kay opened the description of the final class, his eyes widening as he read through the details of the Heart Pulse Surveyor class. The abilities it granted seemed almost too good to be true, allowing him to sense the world through the pulse of blood and the beating of hearts. He could use this power to navigate battlefields, avoid ambushes, and track down enemies with ease. The possibilities seemed endless, and Kay's excitement grew as he contemplated the potential applications of this class. He thought about how he could use the blood sight skill to turn the tide of battle in his favor, and how the sanguine location skill could grant him unparalleled awareness of his surroundings. As Kay was about to accept the Heart Pulse Surveyor class, he paused, his mind racing with questions and doubts. The coincidence of the class's requirements and the system's potential meddling weighed heavily on his thoughts. He wondered if the system was once again manipulating him, granting him this powerful class to further its own agenda. The memory of his original oath and the system's subsequent manipulation of his class into blood manipulator still lingered, leaving him wary of the system's intentions. Kay thought about the implications of the system's actions, and how they might be influencing his decisions and actions. Despite his reservations, Kay decided to accept the Heart Pulse Surveyor class, pushing aside his doubts and uncertainties. He realized that the system's meddling was a constant presence in his life, and that he couldn't let it dictate his actions. With a sense of determination, Kay accepted the class, feeling the familiar rush of mana as it fortified him and brought him one step closer to his goals. He thought about the responsibilities that came with his newfound power, and how he would use it to protect his people and fulfill his duties as their king. As the reality of his new class sank in, Kay's thoughts turned to the system's unusual silence. He had expected some form of communication or reward after completing his quest, but the lack of response was worrying. Kay's working hypothesis was that the system was dealing with other incursions around the world, diverting its attention and resources away from him. However, the uncertainty and lack of clarity only added to his concerns. He thought about the potential consequences of the system's actions, and how they might impact the world and its inhabitants. For now, Kay decided to put aside his concerns and focus on the present. He chose not to test out his new skills immediately, opting instead to wait and share his experiences with Alinaya. With a sense of anticipation, Kay began to contemplate the possibilities of his new class, and how he would use its abilities to shape the future. He spent the rest of his break lost in thought, his mind racing with the implications of his new powers and the responsibilities that came with them. Alinaya watched Kay playing with the blood map artifact, a hint of a pout on her face. She felt a twinge of unfairness, knowing that Kay's ability to create artifacts and advance his classes at an incredible rate was a significant advantage. As a class line progenitor, Kay had a unique cheat that allowed him to progress rapidly, and it showed in his impressive collection of Tier 5 classes. Alinaya, on the other hand, had been working hard for hundreds of years and had only managed to acquire 2 Tier 5 classes. Kay looked up, noticing Alinaya's gaze, and she threw up her hands in exasperation. She couldn't help but feel a little frustrated, despite knowing that Kay's abilities were not his fault. As she began to rant, Kay calmly pointed out that she had taken a break from one of her classes and hadn't worked on getting a new one, which wasn't his responsibility. Alinaya's tirade faltered, and she giggled, unable to maintain her fake dramatics. Kay pulled the artifact back to him, and as he did, he gathered Alinaya in his arms, holding her close. As they stood there, Kay felt a sense of pride and admiration for Alinaya, who had been doing amazingly well despite her frustrations. He was also a little annoyed that she had started working on her classes again instead of taking a break, but overall, he was happy with her progress. Elinire, feeling his pride and affection, smiled, and Kay asked her if she was his girlfriend, wondering if the term was still appropriate for their relationship. Elinire's expression changed from annoyed to confused as Kay explained his thoughts on the word, and she realized that the translation effect was causing some misunderstandings. As they discussed the meaning of the word, Kay explained that in his culture, being a girlfriend or boyfriend implied a level of impermanence, and he wasn't sure if that was the right term for their relationship. Elinire listened intently, and they worked together to understand the nuances of the word, with Kay trying to learn more about Elinire's language. She was happy to see him making an effort, and they both felt a sense of excitement and curiosity about their relationship. The conversation turned to the topic of marriage, and Kay explained that to him it represented a formalization of a promise, a willingness to tie oneself to another person. Elinire listened, intrigued, and shared her own perspective on marriage in the Isles, where it was less formal and more focused on the couple's decision to be together. Kay was relieved to hear that Elinire wasn't interested in polygamy, and they both felt a sense of comfort and understanding about their relationship. As they stood there, wrapped in each other's arms, Elinire asked Kay if he wanted to get married specifically to her. Kay's response was heartfelt, and he explained that he felt a deep connection with her, despite their relatively short romantic relationship. Elinire felt the same way, and they shared a moment of tender understanding. In the Isles, they would be considered married, and Kay liked the simplicity of that. Later, as they spent quality time together, they returned to the artifact, watching as it drew out the shape of the city of Avalon. Elinire asked Kay what he would name it, and he confessed that he was struggling to find a suitable name. He didn't want to use something simple or self-aggrandizing, and he wished he knew more languages to draw inspiration from. Elinire teased him about leaving it as a named enchanted artifact, which would hurt his prestige, and Kay joked about ramming syllables together to create a name. As they brainstormed, Kay mentioned the King Arthur myths he had told Elinire about, and how he had named Avalon after the legendary island. He wished he could meet Elinire's parents, and they discussed the possibility of visiting the Isles or having them come to Avalon. Kay's mind wandered to his friend Noah, who was studying folklore and mythology, and he remembered how Noah had ruined the magic of the stories by explaining the literal meanings behind the names. Elinire suggested that Kay could use random sounds to create a name, and he considered it, but ultimately decided to wait until later to name the artifact. With a thought, Kay collapsed the artifact back into its small sphere form and set it on a table next to the bed. He felt that he had time to think of a name, and as long as the artifact remained a secret, he could hold onto it until they dealt with the vampire threat. Maybe something would come to him later, and he would find the perfect name for his incredible creation. Martha's body twisted and contorted, her neck bending at an unnatural angle as the thing inside her responded to some unheard stimulus. This was a new development, one that filled Martha with a mix of fascination and dread. The creature that had taken control of her body was a parasite from another universe, a being that consumed its host and transformed into something new. It had been seeking out the vampire, creatures that were similar yet different, in the hopes of learning from them. The vampire were like an infection, destroying their host and becoming something new in the process. Martha's parasite, on the other hand, was a puppeteer hiding within its host until it could devour them and take their body. Martha was a unique case, a lady who had managed to bind her being into an undead form with her mind and magic intact. She was a desperate and broken thing, her body a twisted mass of cells and flesh woven together by dark magic. The parasite that had killed her was still present, its corruption and perversity seeping into her being. Despite this, Martha was determined to resist, to find a way to destroy the vampire and free herself from her torment. She had been studying the vampire, learning from them even as the parasite learned from them. There was an information war going on, one that the parasite was not aware of, and Martha was winning. As the parasite turned her body and started moving, Martha felt a surge of frustration. The undead horde that the parasite had created, a twisted and gruesome collection of zombies and abominations, shambled after it. They were leaving the ritual circle that the vampire had been fashioning, a circle that Martha had been secretly manipulating. She had been using the undead as her limbs, making subtle changes to the circle in the hopes of rigging it to explode. But now the parasite was taking her away from the circle, foiling her plan. Martha cursed the parasite, the vampire, and herself for her own foolishness. She had been one not to touch the forbidden artifact that the parasite had been hidden in, but her curiosity had gotten the better of her. As the parasite led the undead horde away from the ritual circle, Martha went back to her normal state, watching and waiting. She had picked upon a threat that the vampire feared, a creature known as the Kinke. Martha didn't know what the Kinke was, but she knew that it was a threat that the vampire took seriously. Perhaps, if she was lucky, the Kinke could kill the parasite and free her from her torment. Martha's aim was to foil the parasite at every turn, to make its existence as difficult as possible. She had been doing this for centuries, fueled by spite and defiance. She would accept her freedom and the embrace of death, but only when she knew that she was taking the parasite with her. In a distant land, Kay held an orb in the air, a small, uniform sphere that was the passive state of his new artifact. He had finally come up with a name for it, one that reminded him of Earth. He called it the Sanguine Positioning System, a name that he knew was stupid and ridiculous, but one that he liked nonetheless. Leonaya looked up from her breakfast, raising an eyebrow as Kay explained the name. He told her about the technology that had inspired it, a web of devices that had floated above the sky, guiding people and vehicles with ease. Kay's eyes clouded over as he thought about the past, about the self-driving vehicles that had killed his family. He knew that he had to be careful with this technology to make sure that it wasn't abused. Just as Leonaya was about to respond, a messenger burst into the room, flanked by 2 of the Bloodgar. The young dwarven woman was panting and trembling as she held out a missive. Kay and Leonaya exchanged a concerned glance as the messenger spoke of an emergency. An army of the undead was moving on Avalon, led by a half-undead monstrosity out of Nilam. Scouts had sent a warning, and the palace was on high alert. Kay's eyes narrowed as he took the missive, his mind already racing with strategies and plans. The Sanguine Positioning System, still clutched in his hand, seemed to pulse with a newfound significance. The army of Avalon marched eastward, following the roads that had been built to facilitate their movement. Standard soldiers, led by officers, all fell under the command of General Curtius, their movements a testament to the nation's preparedness. These soldiers were not peak fighters, nor did they possess extreme builds, but they were standardized, each one similar to the next, forming a powerful and uniform fighting force. Their mission was to defend their homes and families, just like every other true army on Taurusha. As the army marched, Avalon sentinels travelled alongside them, though not always in the same path. These combatants and adventurers, unable to fit within the uniform environment of the army, had split into small parties, each moving at their own pace. Scouts, sneaks, rogues, and explorers led their parties through hidden trails and paths, while less mobile groups kept pace with the troops. Independent adventurers, brought to the fight by the Adventurers Guild's call, simply willing to lend a hand, moved with less efficiency, often falling behind as they got lost or embroiled in minor conflicts. Meanwhile, Kay, the king of Avalon, did not march with his army. Instead, he formed a massive shell out of blood, filling it with his blood guard, Leonaya, and himself. With his blood manipulation, he lifted the craft into the air and flew toward the looming battle. As he focused on his SPS artifact, he felt a sense of unease, wondering why this felt like cheating. He was curious to use his new blood-sight skill, but the risk of sensory overload made him hesitant. Leonaya, sensing his discomfort, explained that they couldn't start the fight without everyone in place, and that the reports indicated a single monster or creature empowering and leading the undead. Leonaya's words were laced with a deeper understanding of the situation, and she cautioned Kay against underestimating the necromancer creature. She reminded him that even if he was stronger, the fight would not be just about him, but about the army and the elites working together. Kay shifted the craft higher, avoiding tall trees, and made a mental note to check if anyone had examined them. As they flew over the landscape, Kay and Leonaya discussed the nature of leadership and power, with Leonaya pointing out that the right thing to do was to bring the lower tiers along to fight their battles, but Kay's instinct was to sweep away the threat himself. As they approached the border, Kay's thoughts turned to the saboteurs, spies, and scouts sent into the desolation caused by the vampire attack. Isla's expertise and Amanda's control over various organizations had expanded Avalon's supply of skilled operatives, and many had been sent to delay the creation of ritual circles or support the handful of surviving towns. The most vital of these operatives, in Kay's mind, were acting as an early warning system spread out in a relay across the border, ready to alert Avalon of any incoming threats. The landscape beneath them began to change, marked in red by the Sanguine Positioning System, and Kay was surprised to see that the artifact could mark geopolitical boundaries. As they flew over the border, the hills and forests gave way to flat, open ground, and Kay was reminded of his visit to the Florida Everglades. The area was marshy, with many swamps, and the SPS showed deep holes disguised by mud and tree branches. Kay located a stretch of solid ground, less than half a mile across, which would be the best spot to make a stand against the undead army. Kay set down the blood guard on Leonaya, then lifted the craft back into the sky, shooting back in the direction they'd come from. He was headed to grab the next group of people, including earth mages and manipulators, as well as fortification experts, who would start building a fort once they arrived. After that, he would pick up a group of water manipulators and mages, who would hopefully be able to expand the solid land and allow for more troops to be brought to bear. Kay had learned from his previous battles that fighting unprepared was a recipe for disaster, and he was determined to make the most of the head start they'd gained. As he flew back to gather the next group, he was willing to play taxi, knowing that every second counted in preparing the battlefield. Mutant gazed out at the fortifications from atop the walls, a grin spreading across his face as he took in the impressive structure. The walls, though half the height of Avalon's, were a formidable barrier, looming over a 20-foot deep and 30-foot wide moat filled with spikes and barbs. Large crenellations were spaced evenly along the walls, providing areas for defenders to shoot and retreat into cover. Channels had been carved to allow the defenders to pour hot oil or other liquids on the enemy, and a handful of cannons were being slotted into place. Meaton's eyes sparkled with amusement as he thought about the label temporary fortifications. It was clear that this was a permanent structure, one that would serve as a strong foundation for future expansion. Kay stood beside him, his eyes fixed on the horizon, his expression serious. He shrugged, not turning away from his vigil, as he explained the reasoning behind the fortifications. This area had been contested territory before the current crisis, and none of the remnants of the old groups had any reason to protest the construction of the wall. If they decided to expand in this direction, the wall would make it easier to do so. Aline Nye shook her head, her brow furrowed in concern, as she pointed out that Avalon already had a huge swath of unexplored territory. Kay's gaze never wavered from the horizon as he counted that most of their untamed territory was to the north of Avalon City, and that the capital was too close to the border for comfort. He believed that pushing out their borders and building defenses would create a buffer zone, keeping potential enemies at bay. As they stood there, Meaton leaned back against one of the crenellations, puffing on his pipe as he began to expound on the potential consequences of the current situation. He believed that the collapse of Nelam would lead to chaos and war, with small conflicts erupting over valuable resources. Aline Nye's incredulous look only seemed to amuse him as he pointed out that he paid attention to the things his daughter told him. He teased her about planning a wedding, earning a blush from the usually composed woman. Kay shot Meaton a sidelong glance, but Meaton just chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. As they waited, the undead horde began to emerge from the wetlands, a line of monsters stretching out as far as the eye could see. The creatures moved with no organization, no coordination, stumbling and stopping as they approached the wall. The defenders launched a barrage of attacks, cannons roaring and skills raining down on the undead. Despite the devastation, the horde continued to march forward undeterred. Kay muttered to himself, wondering how many undead there were, and Meaton counted that it depended on how many people and animals had been killed when the vampire attacked. The three of them stood there, waiting for the enemy elites to make their presence known, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the necromancer. A lumbering monstrosity was the first to reach the wall, tumbling into the moat without seeming to notice the drop. It slammed down onto the spikes and barbs, tearing its body apart as it continued to drag itself forward. More undead began to topple down, seemingly unable to notice the impediment to their path. Aline Nye noted that the moat would eventually fill up, allowing the undead to walk right over the other bodies. Kay glanced down, watching as the skittering bones Amalgam dodged and weaved around the spikes, only to be impaled by a glowing spear launched from a hidden hole. An immense form surged forward from the rear of the undead army, knocking other zombies out of the way as it rushed forward. The monstrous millipede-shaped abomination formed as screaming corpses melded together into a disgusting hull, slammed down into the moat and continued up the side of the wall without slowing. Meaton stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the creature as he announced that he would take the first one. Kay warned him to be careful, noting that the thing looked like it was made of vampire corpses. Meaton just grinned, stepping forward into midair as a platform of ash formed under his foot. He sprinted downward, a room made of ash forming over his shoulders as he drew his weapon and began sending bounding strikes at the screaming monster. Aline Nye pointed forward, warning of another undead elite, this one smaller and more humanoid in shape. The creature had multiple arms growing from its back, shoulders, and even from other arms, each limb tipped with weapons made of tarnished gold. Kay recognized the head atop the monstrous body as Gol, a familiar face. Aline Nye stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination as she announced that she would deal with the glow monster. She dropped a quick kiss on Kay's lips, telling him that she would take care of it and that he should wait for the necromancer to appear. With a fierce cry, she launched herself over the moat, using one hand and boot to slow her descent as she slid down the wall. Kay watched her go, his eyes roiling with frustration as he went back to sweeping the battle, searching for any sign of the necromancer monster shaped like a hunched old woman. Martha's eyes scanned the battlefield, her gaze fueled by the thing's internal fury as the defenders held their ground against the undead horde. The thing had amassed a vast army of corpses gathered from the battlefields of past wars and the vampires' massacres, but its unending horde was being slowly whittled down. Martha's amusement at the thing's displeasure was palpable as she searched for an opportunity to strike. She knew that true necromancy was not about quantity, but about using the dead to serve the living, and the thing's mockery of her art was a waste of the bodies and their deaths. The thing sent its twisted abominations, crafted from the corpses of vampire, forward as shock troops, but they fell apart before reaching the wall. The defenders' elites quickly engaged the few monstrosities that made it into the fray, and Martha's laughter echoed through her mind as the thing's attack followed. Seething with rage, the thing gathered up Martha's body and began to lumber forward. Martha focused her mind, repeating her oldest mantra to herself as she waited for her moment to strike. She prayed that this fight would be the one to finally end her existence. The trees behind the undead army began to shake and bend, and Kay braced himself, ready to jump into the fight. A hunched shape emerged from the trees, its body obscured by a thin cloak, and a towering white staff topped with a bulbous skull. A single cloudy eye peered out from under the cloak's hood, and the empty hand of the being swung up to point in Meaton's direction. A deep purplish-black beam of energy erupted from the hunched creature's hand, but a ripple in the air intercepted the beam, protecting Meaton. Kay leapt off the wall, his boots extruding thin platforms that allowed him to run through the sky at full speed. As Kay reached the oversized figure, the beam stopped, and he threw himself down at high speed, a halberd forming in his hands. The cloak covering the thing rustled, and a third arm sprang from inside it to intercept the attack. Kay's blade pierced the palm of the hand, but hundreds of grasping arms bloomed from the bisected limb, trying to wrap him up. He turned his armor into a bladed whirlwind, giving him enough space to leap free, and jumped from the platforms he made until he was high enough in the air to evade the creature's long arms. Kay stared down at the necromancer, cataloguing its grotesque features. The creature was made of a multitude of corpses combined together, with hundreds of arms and hands braided together into a coil to make its 3 arms. Its torso was created from a graveyard's worth of torsos stitched together at the shoulders and hips with what looked like intestines. Kay's vampire instinct snarled and snapped at him, warning him that this enemy was not just evil, but a potential threat to the world. He juked to the side as crackling bolts of purple lightning erupted from the arms, and he returned the bombardment with sharpened spikes that dug into the undead flesh. The fight continued, with Kay peeling away more and more dead mass from the necromancer's body. He began to get a better reading from his instincts, sensing that the feeling of taint from outside this world was coming from something inside the monstrous body. There was a core somewhat controlling the greater whole, and that's what he needed to target. Kay sent more pointed attacks, driving deeply into the monster in an attempt to burn away the outer shell. The necromancer resisted, shifting its core away into other parts of the body, but Kay trapped the feeling of the core chasing it determinedly. Just as Kay was about to impale the twisting core, the back of the monstrous construct burst open, and a smaller form flew outward from it. The undead construct lost all sense of self-preservation and started attacking Kay en masse. He tore his way through the dead flesh, carving out an empty space around him until the construct slumped against the ground. Kay threw himself forward, chasing the source of the corruptive feeling, which was retreating away from the battle at high speed. He quickly caught up to the necromancer, slamming to the ground in front of them and lashing out with 3 different attacks. The necromancer dodged back, and Kay got a good look at them. The necromancer's true form was similar to the giant construct they had been piloting, with grey hair and unseeing white eyes. Their body was naked, but it was the rot and putrefaction that showed beneath the skin that was more notable. An alien intelligence lurked behind their eyes, and the eldritch corruption Kay had sensed was easily identifiable as controlling the woman. Kay braced himself, ready to fight again, when part of the necromancer's arm twitched. The woman's head turned to look down at her arm in anger, and then the other arm suddenly rose up and slammed into her own neck, drawing blood and causing her to stumble back. Kay watched in shock as the necromancer started fighting herself, her mouth moving disjointedly as she choked out a desperate plea. The necromancer's body was at war with itself, and Kay sensed that the eldritch corruption was struggling to maintain control. The necromancer's voice was a desperate, crackling whisper, urging Kay to kill her before it was too late. Kay stopped in his tracks as the necromancer began to squabble with herself, her body contorting in unnatural ways. Unintelligible screeches and garbles curses poured out of her mouth as different limbs and pieces of her body attacked each other. Her left hand scratched at her own eyes while her right arm tried to drag it off, only to suddenly switch sides and attack the right hand and wrist. The necromancer twisted in place, appearing to actively try and kill herself while also fighting to stay alive. Kay was unsure what to do, sensing a trap, but also driven to kill the necromancer and end the threat. As he watched, one of her hip bones broke through the skin and began stabbing at her stomach. Kay decided to test the waters, slashing out into the air with a sword strike and sending out a full magical slash with blood. The necromancer's body responded, with 3 fingers on one of her hands twisting around and firing purplish necromantic attacks to try and intercept the slash. Other bits and pieces of her body tried to obstruct the defending parts, but the flying slash burst into harmless droplets when the attacks hit it. A wrist suddenly snapped around, and a beam of magic similar to the one the undead Mage had fired lanced out, only to be punched off course by the other arm. Underneath the nonsensical noises coming from her mouth, Kay could hear faltering round about how she would die taking something with her, and how it would rue the day it had stolen her body. He could feel the corruption of the eldritch taint within the necromancer, and the feeling was lining up with the desperate call for death and the tirade she was shouting. The corruption was woven throughout her body, but it wasn't complete. As she fought herself, Kay could feel the foulness surge into a limb or a piece of the body that began to fight other parts, only to switch sides again when the tide turned. Kay made his decision and started launching real attacks as he approached the necromancer. Patchwork shields appeared around her to block a hail of darts, but some failed or were redirected, and the salvo hit true in many places. Kay sent tendrils of blood into her body, ripping and tearing as they went. Parts of her internals began to help the attack, as the pieces of her that didn't have any eldritch taint in them started working with even higher ferocity. Piece by piece, the necromancer's body was torn to shreds, the untainted pieces gladly sacrificing themselves to destroy the eldritch-touched ones. As Kay sidestepped a wildly fired orb of purple lightning, he stabbed through one of her legs, shattering the leg bone and severing the limb completely. The splintered extremity rose up under its own power and began bludgeoning the rest of the body. Taking that as a signal, Kay sliced off the other 3 limbs, which all joined their comrade in attacking the torso that slumped to the ground. The woman's skin began to twist and grow in unnatural ways as their sections began to fill with corruption, but faster than they could mutate, they began to wither and die as necrosis grew throughout the body. A wave of death and decay consumed the torso from multiple spots, spreading and joining each other until they were a single wave of the cessation of life. The blackening spread up to the neck as the necromancer began cackling and calling out about her victory. But her milky eyes widened in shock, and she cried out in despair as one of her eyes exploded. A flickering string made of colors beyond the human spectrum twisted in impossible ways as it threw itself at Kay's forehead. He surrounded it with blood and threw up barriers between himself and it, but it flew through them without stopping, as if it didn't really exist or was on some other level of existence. The being, an ancient and experienced entity, had been trapped in the necromancer's body for a long time. It had destroyed the inferior life within the host, but the remnants had clung on, changing themselves to be just a fraction closer to the greatness of the being. By becoming more like it, the remnants had become able to affect the being, trapping it in the host. The being had searched for a way to rid itself of the remnant, seeking out power similar to the remnants, but every time it made a plan or fought an enemy, the remnant tried to ruin everything, and it often succeeded. The being had followed the trail of breaches across the reality, tracking down whatever had opened the holes into other realities. It had found the partials in Sky-Earth that carried a hint of the beyond, and it had felt the closest thing to fear that it could comprehend as it approached the most complete of the partials. It saw something beyond the understanding of beings in this existence and learned that it had a use for the being. The being was told that it would be ensured that it was no longer trapped in a horrible host, one way or another. The being complied, studying the toys of the beyond while the plan went ahead. It no longer cared about its original goals, it just wanted to leave. But as it finally achieved victory, spiting the remnant and destroying the victory the remnant thought it had won, the being froze. Why was it thinking about the past and its own plans? Why was it thinking at all? The being was beyond thinking, it was as far beyond this reality as the beyond was to it. The being turned in ways that beings of this reality could not conceive and screamed with terror in a voice that would never be heard. It was becoming less, reducing, becoming something of this reality. A white blood cell sent by Kay's immune system engulfed the being and began to dissolve it. Kay's anti-eldritch blood had already done most of the work, and the being was reduced to protoplasmic cell goop in a matter of seconds. Kay blinked, looking down at his hands as the visions and strange, alien thoughts died out. He had somehow seen the being's last thoughts, or something. A strangled scream snapped Kay out of his distraction, and he turned to see the still-moving decapitated head of the woman, which was somehow screaming without lungs. Kay snapped at her to calm down, telling her that the thing couldn't take him over even if it had a ear. The necromancer's head gaped at him, asking how that was possible. Kay explained that he was basically the antithesis of anything from outside of Torish's reality, poison to them. The necromancer's head burst into hysterical laughter, black tears dripping from one eye and one empty socket. She trailed off into a whisper, realizing that there was a cure or an inoculation against such things all along. Kay dropped down into a crouch near her, telling her that he didn't know how long ago the thing had gotten into her, but he had only been on Torish a few years and had only been like this for a little less than that. The necromancer's head sighed, her one eye snapping down to see the fraction of her neck she was supported by was disintegrating. She looked up at Kay and pulled herself into a writted smile, the bone underneath getting exposed as the skin on her head began to decay into dust. She thanked Kay for freeing her from the nightmare, and Kay replied earnestly that he was happy to help. The necromancer's head began humming to herself as she faded away, the sound terrible but beautiful in what it represented. As the necromancer's head finally ceased to be, Kay turned around, already making plans for a grave marker. He noticed the ring of collapsed and dead around him and saw a sea of moving corpses, unable to continue without the necromancer, who had made them providing magic to keep them going. Belina jogged up to him, her body covered in glittering flakes of gold, reporting that the undead had all stopped when Kay killed the necromancer. Kay turned and looked around at the victims of the depravity of eldritch things, remembering the massive twisted blank spot the being had feared and the plans it supposedly had. Kay knew they needed to clean up quickly and get moving, finding a fast messenger to warn the Crusade and the Order. The necromancer's head had warned him about the vampire and their oversized ritual circles, but Kay had already known about it. But he had a feeling that time was running out, and they needed to act fast. Kay gathered his companions and other useful individuals, flying them back to Avalon. He had left orders for the Earth Mages and Earth Manipulators to finish the task of making mass graves and cleaning up the battlefields, as their skills would be better utilized in that endeavor. Additionally, Kay had instructed that a marker be raised where Martha, the necromancer, had faded away, as he believed she deserved recognition for her prolonged battle. Although he was unsure of her background or the significance of her title, Kay felt it was essential to acknowledge her efforts. In a small private chamber within the construct Kay flew, he found himself alone with Alina. She noticed his tense demeanor and inquired about the cause of his concern. Kay had experienced a vision, which he attributed to the eldritch parasite that had attempted to take control of his body. The parasite had been controlling Martha, and Kay had gained insight into its thoughts and memories when it tried to overpower him. He explained that the parasite was not like the blood puppetry they had encountered before, but rather a unique entity that had taken over Martha's body after killing her, resulting in a standoff. Alina listened intently, her expression changing from curiosity to concern as Kay shared his experience. She was particularly troubled by the fact that an eldritch parasite had attempted to take over Kay's body, and she immediately sought Lauren's assistance to check for any potential threats. Lauren, Kay's foremost guard, was summoned to examine him, and she carefully searched for any signs of eldritch influence. Although she did not sense anything unusual, Alina's anxiety remained, and she scolded Kay for not informing them of the potential security risk sooner. Kay acknowledged his mistake, recognizing that he should have prioritized the safety of those around him. He explained that he had become preoccupied with the information he had gained from the parasite's memories and had not considered the potential consequences of his actions. Alina's frustration was palpable, and she emphasized that Kay's safety was not just a matter of political importance, but also a personal concern for those who cared about him. Kay reassured her that he understood the gravity of his mistake and was committed to being more mindful in the future. As the tension in the room began to dissipate, Kay shifted the conversation to the information he had gleaned from the parasite's memories. He explained that the parasite had been searching for a way to escape Martha's body without leaving itself vulnerable to attack. In its attempts to find a solution, the parasite had studied the vampire, hoping to gain insight into their unique biology. Kay believed that this study had led to the creation of the vampire undead, and he suspected that the parasite had made a deal with the lead vampire to further its goals. The parasite's memories had also revealed a plan to open ritual circles, which Kay believed was connected to the lead vampire's intentions. Alina and Lauren listened attentively, trying to make sense of the complex and fragmented information Kay had obtained. They were confused by the parasite's thoughts and motivations, but they recognized the potential threat posed by the lead vampire. Kay hypothesized that the first vampire, having been tossed into an eldritch realm before arriving on Torusher, might possess significant eldritch power and corruption. This, he believed, could make it a formidable opponent, and he suspected that it was the mastermind behind the plan to open gates to other realms. As they discussed the implications of Kay's vision, Lauren asked why the first vampire would want to open gates to other realms. Kay speculated that the vampire's prolonged exposure to an eldritch reality might have altered its goals and desires, potentially driving it to bring eldritch influences into their world. Alina summarized their understanding of the situation, highlighting the need to stop the powerful vampire and prevent it from carrying out its plan. Kay agreed, emphasizing that they needed to accelerate their preparations and take action as soon as possible to mitigate the potential threat. In the end, Alina acknowledged the gravity of the situation and agreed to inform the others to prepare for imminent action. Kay, determined to address the threat, readied himself to propel them toward their destination at maximum speed, knowing that time was of the essence in preventing the impending disaster. A mobile swarm of people roamed around a marching block of soldiers in ranks, looking surprisingly like the forces Kay had led to the east just a few days ago. The banners held aloft in the center of the march were a clear indication that these weren't Kay's people, and the direction they were coming from only confirmed his suspicions. Scouts and sentries had picked them up a few days ago after Kay had arrived back home, and the border guards had been alerted to let them through into Avalon's territory. The Eterian Crusade and the Shatterplate Order had returned to Avalon, but not as enemies. Messengers had led the way, bearing news of their peaceful intentions, and at least one of them was a trusted subordinate of the Order's commander, who had freely given over some information that Kay was looking forward to dealing with. The situation was a mixed bag, as expected, with dissension in the ranks of both organizations about what to do with Kay's demands. The Shatterplate Order was more unified in their response, since Commander Ravenholm was the person in charge, but there were still some who protested bowing down to Kay's authority. As Kay watched the procession, he was aware that people could see the writing on the wall. His demands didn't technically give him any control over either organization, merely some oversight that would keep them from running off and attacking innocent people again, but anyone with eyes could see that that was merely the beginning. Oversight would become someone being inserted into their leadership as a simple advisor, of course, but they would grow and grow in power until both groups were subordinate forces in Avalon's power. That was the vision of the future that the people who didn't want to give in to Kay foresaw, and they were entirely right. Kay stepped off one of Avalon's internal walls, which had afforded him a better view of the visitors, and dropped to the ground. Amanda was waiting at the closest entrance to the palace, flanked by a number of her direct subordinates. She turned to follow him as he began walking, and he could sense her curiosity about how he wanted to handle the situation. Kay felt a tiny hand pat his neck in acknowledgement, and he noted that Isla had once again slipped past the measures he was implementing to find her. He thought about how to approach the meeting, considering the need for diplomacy and convincing arguments, and the possibility of having to take a harder approach if necessary. As they moved to Kay's public office, Miri was already waiting with a large binder in her arms. She had prepared a number of potential outfits for Kay to wear for his meeting, and he began to look over the options. Isla appeared on his desk, already sitting at a small table with snacks and a tea kettle, which she poured into a cup sized for her. Kay was amused by the miniature setup and wondered how she had managed to bring it into the room without him noticing. Isla's response was to smirk up at him, and he ignored her attempt at mysteriousness, instead asking her about the information they had gathered on their visitors. Isla began to brief Kay on the situation, explaining that many of those against submitting to Avalon's authority either had their own interests to protect or worked for another power. They were the various greedy or power-hungry individuals at low ranks who thought Kay would take what they considered theirs, or who dreaded ending up lower in the hierarchy of power, and those could be ignored. The ones who worked for another nation, however, were more annoying, but still nothing that couldn't be dealt with. Kay listened intently, asking questions about the countries involved and the specifics of the situation. As they discussed the details, Kay tried on various outfits, seeking the perfect one for his meeting. Isla and Amanda offered their opinions, and eventually they settled on an outfit that resembled slacks and a dress shirt from Era, but with deeper sleeves and stitching up the side of his legs. Miri nodded happily, approving of Kay's choice, and Amanda held out a sheaf of papers containing reports on the Crusader generals who needed to be dealt with in order to delay the Crusade schism. Kay began to memorize faces and names, determined to ensure that the Crusade would get in line and do as they were told, at least until the current problem was dealt with. Amanda suggested making a plan to ensure that the Crusader generals would toe the line, and Kay agreed, asking which general was likely to be mouthy and could be afforded to not be very useful in the future. The conversation was focused on the practicalities of dealing with the Crusade and the Shadowplate Order, and Kay was determined to use every tool at his disposal to achieve his goals, including his growing power and influence. The meeting with the leaders of the Crusade and the Order was about to begin, and Kay was ready to take the first step towards shaping the future of Avalon and its relationships with these powerful organizations. The meeting room filled with the leaders and influential figures of the Crusade and the Shadowplate Order, each entering with an air of confidence and a display of power. Commander Ravenholm led the way, followed by his entourage, including his daughter Alice and Zaya. Crusader General Stonenower arrived next, flanked by the High Crusader Heartbreaker and another High Crusader unknown to Kay. The room continued to fill with attendees, each taking their seat, until only Guildmaster Gemblas of the Adventurers Guild remained to be seated. As the last person took their seat, Kay stood, surveying the room with a nod of greeting to those he had met before. He had been briefed by Isla and Amanda on the attendees, allowing him to identify the key players and their positions within their organizations. The seating arrangements and subtle interactions between the attendees revealed the balance of power within the groups. Two members of the Order, in particular, stood out for their apparent disagreement with Commander Ravenholm's plans. One of them seemed to be on friendly terms with a member of the Crusade, who was suspected of working for the Concord, adding an interesting dynamic to the proceedings. With everyone seated, Kay began to address the gathering, his tone even and authoritative. He introduced himself as King Kay of Avalon and acknowledged the attendees, including Guildmaster Gemblas, who represented the Adventurers Guild. The two rebellious Order members looked displeased, but Kay ignored them, focusing on the task at hand. He explained that the terms of surrender issued to the Crusade and the Order were not the only topic of discussion, and that the Guildmaster's presence was necessary for the conversation. As Kay continued, a thin elven woman from the Crusade interrupted, questioning the Guildmaster's presence and the relevance of the Adventurers Guild to their discussion. Kay acknowledged her concerns, explaining that the terms of surrender were indeed a topic of discussion, but not the only one. He then asked if anyone was unaware of the recent events in Nelam and the surrounding area, prompting a series of glances and whispers among the attendees. The general reaction was one of stoicism and happiness, with a few notable exceptions, including an Orcish High Crusader who sneered at the mention of the vampire threat. The Orcish High Crusader, who had been instrumental in stirring up fears about Cade and gathering the army that attacked Avalon, opened his mouth to respond, but was cut off by a Crusader General across from him. The Crusader General, glaring angrily at the Orc, asked how the vampire threat influenced the terms set by Kay. Kay explained that he was willing to adjust some of the terms in exchange for the Crusade's services in dealing with the vampire menace. The room fell silent, with all eyes on Kay as the weight of his words sank in. The documents outlining the new terms were distributed, and the attendees began to read, their reactions ranging from careful consideration to outright anger. Jabin, the youngest Crusader General, slammed his fist on the table, crumpling his copy of the document, and accused Kay of ignoring the Crusade's concerns. Kay held back a sigh, recognizing that Jabin was not the person he needed to make an example of, despite his influential position and zealous following. Instead, Kay's attention turned to Isol Vanner, a Crusader General who stood to lose the most from Avalon's oversight of the Crusade. As the discussion continued, Kay's tone remained even, but his words carried a subtle weight, implying that Jabin's statement was ridiculous. He emphasized that the terms being modified were not a removal of all consequences, but rather an acknowledgement of the importance of the Crusade's duties and a demonstration of their shared goal of defeating the vampire. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, with Jabin's anger and frustration palpable. Kay, however, remained calm, his focus fixed on the task at hand. In a sudden shift, Kay's demeanor changed, his clothing transforming into battle armor as he leaned forward, his eyes locked intensely on Jabin. He reminded Jabin of the Crusade's actions, the harm they had caused, and the suffering they had inflicted on the people of Adolan. The room fell silent, the only sound the heavy breathing of the attendees, as Kay's words hung in the air. Jabin, still seething with anger, shot back, but Kay's response was swift and decisive, his tone firm and unyielding. As the confrontation between Kay and Jabin reached its peak, Edric Ravenholm, commander of the Shatterplate Order, stood, his voice calm and authoritative. He pledged the Order's support, stating that they would join Kay in dealing with the vampire threat, regardless of the terms. Crusader General Stonenor followed suit, his dwarven height and stern expression commanding attention. The tide of the meeting began to shift as more and more leaders stood, pledging their support and calling for action against the vampire. The room erupted into a flurry of activity as the attendees began to discuss and debate the details of their plan. Kay, his eyes never leaving Jabin, announced that he would be appointing a single commander to oversee the Crusade's forces, choosing Crusader General Stonenor for the task. Jabin's face turned red with rage, but he was unable to protest, his anger and frustration momentarily silenced. As the meeting drew to a close, Kay's words hung in the air, a challenge to the attendees to join him in a fight against the vampire, and a reminder that their actions would have consequences. The stage was set for a grand alliance, one that would determine the fate of the world and the future of the Crusade and the Shatterplate Order. Kay floated above a marching army inside a blood construct, the army's massive size a testament to the combined might of Avalon's military, the Eterian Crusade, the Shatterplate Order, and the recruited adventurers. As they emerged from the swamplands and onto solid ground, the hundreds of mages, manipulators, and other class holders who had been paving the way forward pulled back and reassembled into their respective units. Scouts and ambushes pushed ahead, picking off lone vampire and leading mobile adventuring parties to deal with larger groups that would slow down the combined army. Kay stopped looking down at the ground and took several deep breaths with his eyes closed, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information he had gathered using Sanguine location. The relatively safe and uneventful activity of floating through the sky in a red warship afforded him some time to practice, but they were getting closer to their goal, and someone had called his name. When the headache and dizziness finally faded, Kay turned to face General Crucius, who reported that they had received word back from the long-distance infiltrators sent to look for other ritual circles. The leader of Avalon's military looked professional in his uniform, but his face was a fraction less put together than normal. Crucius informed Kay that they had a final count on the total number of circles that had been prepared, and while this was good news, there was also bad news. Waves of completely feral vampire had been unleashed on and around all of the circles, and the last reports from the spies indicated greater than normal activity at the circles themselves. Crucius assumed that their enemy knew they were coming, and was trying to speed up their plans to counter them. Kay stepped into the meeting room with Crucius, where the gathered leaders were making plans. He waved down Stonenor and Ravenholm as they started to stand in respect and took his own seat at the table. The leaders had been discussing what to do about the ritual circles, and Edric Ravenholm explained that they needed to split up to guarantee they could get to all of the circles in time. The new reports confirmed that there were 6 circles, but only 4 of them seemed to be actual threats. Edric pointed out that 2 of the circles were months behind the others and had been relegated to being distractions. Kay was informed that the vampire leader they suspected to be in charge of the enemy's side of the conflict was likely residing in an Elamian royal palace, which had been repurposed as a residence. Edric believed that Kay should be the main thrust for the strike team, given his capability as a direct threat to the vampire leader. As Kay considered the plan, a soft whisper drifted into his ear, reminding him that he had coordinated military intelligence to focus on the actual fighting. Kay couldn't keep the frown off his face, hoping it looked more thoughtful than annoyed. He asked Edric to explain why they needed to split up, and Edric told him that they couldn't afford to let any of the ritual circles go off, as they might cause unknown effects or summon powerful eldritch beings. Stonenor nodded in agreement, emphasizing that they had to stop all of the circles. Kay used his blood to create a chess piece in the map, which dove into 4 smaller copies that slid across the map to land on the marked locations. The leaders discussed how to divide their forces, and Edric explained that they would split into 5, 4 smaller armies dedicated to each of the ritual circles and 1 strike force to assault the Elamian royal palace. Kay was to lead the strike force, accompanied by Edric and his personal team. The other leaders would be split among the armies, with Alinai leading half of the Crusade forces to one of the circles, Duchess Cinderella taking her personal forces to another, and Sir Meaton leading the Sentinels and Adventurers to the third. Just as the plan was being discussed, a dull metallic screen flashed into existence in front of Kay's eyes, startling him. The screen informed him that the previously unknown vampire leadership must be destroyed, as system corruption and instability for the world were reaching critical levels. The screen also stated that all of those system assets were striking other sources of corruption and couldn't be diverted. Kay's face scowled as he read the message, and he felt a sense of urgency and importance. The leaders fell silent, and Alinai leaned forward to grab Kay's hand, asking what was happening. Kay explained the message from the system, and Meaton commented that it explained why the Adventurers Guild founders had emphasized the Guild's role in helping them but couldn't show up themselves. Kay realized that the system's assets were already busy dealing with other corruption sources and couldn't be diverted to their aid. Alina expressed her unhappiness with the plan, specifically the way they were being split up, and Edric explained that they thought it best if Kay's elite were sent with the armies going after the circles, while he and his personal team accompanied Kay to take down the vampire leader. The discussion continued, with Kay asking why Edric wasn't considered an elite combatant. Edric revealed that he was an assassin, and his classes and skills didn't perfectly mesh with those he had developed hunting vampire. Kay thought about the plan and decided that they would proceed with it, prioritizing the force without an elite fighter to get the best hunting teams and units good at personal combat. Cindy suggested that they could take fewer people to the capital site and still take it easily, given the devastating weapons she could create with Kay's blood. Belina pointed out that Kay could make his own army on the spot, and they could devote more troops to the farther side. As the meeting concluded, Kay stood up and walked over to Alina, taking her arm and leading her into the room he had originally been in. He sealed the entrance behind them, and the unspoken understanding was that nobody should disturb them until the last possible moment without an absolute emergency. The plan was set in motion, and the fate of their world hung in the balance. Alina's anger simmered just below the surface, a cauldron of fury that threatened to boil over at any moment. The world around her seemed to be ending, with volcanoes erupting and earthquakes shattering the land, but she knew this was just a manifestation of her own inner turmoil. As she marched alongside the soldiers, she struggled to maintain a professional demeanor, her face a mask of mild annoyance that hid the depth of her emotions. The plan to divide the elite forces and escort the smaller armies to shut down the ritual circles was sound, but Alina couldn't shake the feeling that it was all wrong. She knew that the enemy would have their own elites in place, and the thought of her army facing them without her support was unbearable. The goal was not just to kill the enemy, but to prevent the vampire from unleashing a catastrophe, and Alina feared that her absence would put the entire mission at risk. Beneath her anger, a deeper fear lurked, a fear that threatened to consume her. Being separated from Kay was a constant ache, a reminder that she was not where she wanted to be. She trusted him to make good decisions, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she should be by his side, protecting him from the dangers that lay ahead. Edric's presence offered some reassurance, but Alina knew that he was not her, and that Kay's safety was not guaranteed. As she marched, Alina's mind wandered back to the heroes she had known, the ones who had stood up against impossible odds and fought for what was right. She had seen so many of them fall, their bravery and selflessness ultimately proving to be their undoing. The thought of Kay facing similar dangers was almost too much to bear. Alina's fear threatened to overwhelm her. The soldiers around her continued to march, their pace steady and relentless. Alina kept pace with them, her eyes fixed on the horizon as she struggled to clear her mind of the worries that plagued her. She knew that she couldn't change the past, but she could affect the future, and she steeled herself for the battle ahead. As the army approached their target, Alina's focus snapped back into place. The ritual circle was surrounded by a makeshift wall, with sentries and defenders lining the area. The vampire were organized, a rare sight, and Alina's instincts told her that there was a stronger, more cunning foe at work here. She slipped inside the wall, her eyes scanning the area for any sign of her opponent. The army poured into the encircled area, the sound of clashing steel and screams filling the air. Alina moved swiftly, her gaze darting from one vampire to the next as she searched for the elite she knew must be present. She was a whirlwind of motion, her fists and feet a blur as she cut through the defenders. In the center of the circle, a vampire leader stood, its fine silk robes a stark contrast to the chaos around it. The leader threw sickly bolts of energy at the attackers, but Alina was undeterred. She descended from the sky like a meteor, her explosive landing sending the vampire tumbling. The leader shrieked, its words lost in the din of battle, as Alina's fist punched through its torso, unmaking its flesh. The battle was fierce, the vampire defenders putting up a desperate fight. But Alina was a force of nature, her power and skill overwhelming the enemy. As the last of the defenders fell, she turned her attention to the ritual circle, her eyes fixed on the twisted, eldritch artifact at its center. But before she could act, a tendril of unsettling flesh burst from the ground, snatching the artifact and dragging it down into the depths. The ground erupted, a forest of tentacle-like roots bursting forth to lash out at the soldiers. Alina was a blur of motion, her fist exploding the roots as she fought to clear a path. As the roots retreated, Alina debated diving into the tunnels to pursue the artifact. As they completed their circuit, they realized there was no visible door. Kay thought maybe there was a hidden entrance, or perhaps the only way was through the balcony high above. Alina considered this possibility and thought it would be a good idea to investigate further. Miranol, who was observing from her sphere, suggested that maybe the tower was designed for people who could fly, which would explain the lack of a conventional entrance. Alina decided to take a closer look and began to jog towards a nearby tree. She planned to jump from the tree and get a glimpse of the tower's roof, hoping to find an entrance or some other clue. Kay, however, thought it would be better to stick together and suggested they investigate as a group. Alina agreed, and they decided to explore the tower together. Miranol, meanwhile, asked Kate to scrape away some of the dirt from the bottom of the tower, thinking that it might be buried deeper than they initially thought. As Kate began to clear away the dirt, Alina thought about running up the inclined side of the tower to reach the balcony. She was confident in her abilities, thanks to her 5th-tier level monk skills, and thought it would be a good way to get a closer look. Kay was impressed by her confidence and thought it was worth a try. With a few stretches, Leonai sprinted towards the tower and ran up its side, using her momentum to flip over the edge of the balcony and land easily on its edge. The group watched in awe as Leonai performed her impressive feat. Muriel cheered, and Kay clapped, impressed by Leonai's agility and skill. Leonai then turned to enter the tower, calling out to the others to watch out below as she prepared to jump back down. After a few moments, she re-emerged and flipped off the balcony, sliding down the wall and somersaulting to the ground. The group applauded her performance, and Muriel laughed excitedly. As they caught their breath, Leonai reported that the tower was empty, with only some remnants of furniture and a stairwell leading down. She thought it was likely that the tower was buried deeper, and the stairwell was blocked by rubble. Muriel's suggestion to dig up the tower was met with skepticism, as they realized it would be a massive undertaking. Kay thought it would be better to mark the location on their map and move on, hoping that someone with more resources might be interested in exploring the tower further. As they prepared to leave, Kay pulled out a flat piece of wood, some charcoal on their map, beginning to draw the tower and its surroundings. Leonai observed over his shoulder, thinking that his drawing skills were improving. Kay mentioned that his drawing was up to level 4, but he hadn't yet acquired the cartography skill. Leonai thought that with some more work, Kay's map could become a valuable tool for their travels. The group resumed their journey, walking deeper into the unknown territory. As they traveled, they discussed their plans and goals, including the possibility of finding a place to set up a base. Leonai thought it would be beneficial to have a place to return to, rather than constantly wandering. Kay was still enjoying the freedom of their travels, but Leonai warned him that he would eventually grow tired of it. Muriel, meanwhile, was excited about the possibility of exploring new places and discovering hidden wonders. The conversation turned to the topic of classes and skills, with Kay asking Leonai about her Tier 5 non-combat class. She revealed that it was called Influential Instructor, a teacher class that granted her bonuses to help her students learn faster and remember more. Kay was intrigued by the class skill Influence Instruction, which allowed her to teach skills more effectively by drawing on her own experiences. As they continued to walk, they delved deeper into the topic of classes and skills, discussing the possibilities and potential combinations that lay ahead. As they stood at the edge of the cliff, Muriel gazed out at the glittering lake below, her eyes wide with wonder. The group of 3 had been traveling through the forest for some time, and when the trees finally gave way to a hilly area, they had decided to climb up to get a better view of the surrounding landscape. Kay, ever the cautious one, had suggested they scout out the area before deciding whether to venture down into the valley. Now, as they took in the breathtaking sight before them, Leonai leaned forward, her eyes scanning the valley floor. She thought that this could be an ideal place to set up a base, with the lake providing a reliable source of water and the nearby trees and mountain offering an abundance of resources. Leonai's gaze drifted across the lake, her mind working through the possibilities. She thought about how they could use the natural geography to their advantage, perhaps finding a spot to settle it would provide them with a sense of security. Kay, meanwhile, was lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the valley below. He was still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he would be living for hundreds of years longer than he would have on his homeworld. The weight of this realization was slowly sinking in, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Leonai, sensing his unease, turned to him with a gentle expression, her thoughts turning to the philosophical implications of their situation. As they sat down to eat a simple meal, Kay's thoughts turned to the topic he had been avoiding. He was struggling to come to terms with the idea of having so much time on his hands, and he worried that he would lose motivation without the pressure of a limited lifespan. Leonai, sensing his concerns, began to explain her perspective on the matter. She believed that having more time didn't mean one had to slow down or lose focus, but rather that it provided an opportunity to achieve more and make the most of the time available. But before she could act, the ground began to rumble once more. A massive, writhing creature emerged from the earth, its 4 limbs like ancient trees, its body a twisted, nightmarish mass. A human-like head sat atop the creature, its eyes empty, its face a blank mask. Leonai's eyes narrowed, her mind racing with the implications of this new threat. The creature was a game-changer, a monster that threatened to upend all of Leonai's plans. She knew that she had to act, and act fast, if she was to have any hope of stopping the vampire and saving Kay. With a fierce cry, she launched herself at the creature, her fists flying as she fought to take it down. The battle was far from over, and Leonai was ready to face whatever lay ahead. A swirl of ash danced around the spiked tip of Mutan's halberd, imbuing his thrusts with burning heat as he fought off the skittering vampire things. The enemies had grown increasingly unnatural and less humanoid as the battle raged on, and Mutan felt that something significant was unfolding. His mind wandered to the events that had led to this moment, the emergence of a new class line progenitor, the rise of a powerful nation, the devastating vampire swarm, and the system's declaration of their goals' importance to the world. Mutan's focus was split between the battle and his art, as he envisioned the paintings he would create to depict these events. He knew exactly where to start with his first meeting with Kay. Mutan's inspiration to paint had not been as strong in decades. The merging of his expert painter class into his Tier 5 class had made painting an integral part of his fighting, and vice versa. He had worked to acquire a new non-combat class, but his inspiration and interest in painting had come from the battles he had fought in during his travels. Defending his home village and relatives had been fulfilling, but not particularly inspiring. However, the Shadowplate War had sparked his creativity, and he had produced some of his best work. The events unfolding now would lead to his most exceptional paintings yet. Meaton was determined to create masterpieces, even if he was not a master artist. As Meaton fought, he hoped that something interesting would soon emerge, allowing him to create new material to tease his daughter with. She hated it when he pretended to be a braggart, and her annoying expressions were adorable. Meaton's large Stetson sweeping strikes created temporary paintings in ash, with gradients of grey and black that flared with red-hot burning vapor. Runes formed in the wake of his strikes, releasing effects such as temporary protections and minor healing auras. To everyone else, it was a display of martial prowess, but to Meaton, it was just sketching. An unexpected sensation of imminent danger made Meaton focus on his surroundings. He glanced around, searching for the source of the threat, but nothing stood out among the twisted vapor. The feeling of danger persisted, and after checking the area multiple times, Meaton slammed his halberds haft onto the ground and began channeling a large amount of ash. The ash swirled around the head of his weapon, spreading out over the slopes of the abandoned quarry. Meaton sent most of the ash towards the ritual circle at the bottom of the quarry, coating the area around him in a liberal amount. He could change the ash's temperature to avoid harming the people it flowed over. As the ash covered something floating in front of Meaton's face, he incinerated it, and a keening shriek rang out. The ash found more invisible creatures, and Meaton's instincts told him they were dangerous. He trusted his instincts and continued to kill the creatures, one by one. Adventurers stopped to clutch at their heads, and some sank to their knees as Meaton killed the things. However, he didn't have time to revel in being right as hundreds more creatures began to fly into view from below. They were no longer invisible, and their twisted, spiked fingers and human-like vampire heads made them disgusting to look at. The monsters were met with a wall of ash and ranged attacks from the adventurers, and the first swarm was obliterated. However, the second wave came in equal numbers, and some got through. The monsters used their entire bodies as weapons, slamming into people at high speeds and biting or stabbing them. They died in droves, but more and more came at every moment. Meaton thought that this must be what fighting K was like, and he made a series of runes in the air that sent out a shockwave, decimating multiple rising swarms and buying the adventurers some time to recover. One of Meaton's sentinel subordinates ran over to him, urging him to take out the source of the creatures. Meaton had accepted a position of leader to garner influence for himself and his family, but now he enjoyed his work and the people he worked with. He wasn't good at making battle plans, but he had recruited talented subordinates. Meaton asked if his subordinate was sure, and the response was affirmative. With a nod, Meaton tapped one of his horns in an informal salute and ran straight into the thick of the enemy. Meaton allowed the vampire chimera things to surround him before triggering one of his most destructive skills, Pyroclastic Stroke. The skill turned the monsters into molten bits that rained from the sky, and Meaton sprinted down the ramp, destroying chunks of monsters and grinning. He decided to hang the painting that would come out of this battle in his daughter's home, somewhere nice and obvious. However, what waited at the bottom of the quarry killed his grin. A lump of spongy material covered in honeycomb pattern spat out a continuous flow of fishbug monsters from small holes. The material had massive compound eyes that glittered ominously in the light. The eye snapped to Meaton as he stepped foot at the bottom of the ramp, and 3 spongy legs flopped to the ground from the bottom of the mass. The creature pushed itself off the ground, rising up and looming over Meaton. A sphincter-like opening at the bottom of the creature began to spread, and a long snake-like appendage emerged. Meaton responded with a wave of blazing ash sweeping up the appendage and burning it from the inside. The creature reared back, slamming its legs into the severed limb, which began to froth and grow new copies. Meaton was pleased with the early advantage he had secured, but the creature's ability to regenerate made him realize that this might actually be a painting worth bragging about. Lines of soldiers crashed into an absolutely menacing horde of vampire, their formations slamming backward as the forward lines collided with the enemy. Reinforcements raced to relieve them, taking the pressure off, while quasi-elites darted from spot to spot, engaging with stronger vampire that menaced squads and lines. Blades flashed as men and women worked together in synchrony to tear down the monstrosities that threatened to ravage the world. The scene felt like a page torn from a history book, a historical fantasy come to life. Cindy's fascination with history had been a lifelong passion. She loved the drama and intrigue, the grand battles and heroic victories, and the tales of men and women rising from nothing to reshape the world. History, to her, was the perfect story, with its complex web of truth and bias. She was particularly drawn to the battles, the last stands, desperate charges, and decisive victories that shaped the course of human existence. However, by the time she had grown up, war had become a dull, automated affair, with most militaries composed of robots and drones. The romance of war, the human element, had been lost, and Cindy couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for a bygone era. As she watched the battle unfold, a small part of her longed for the days of Spartan warriors holding back a Persian army, or of courageous sailors taking advantage of a freak storm to defeat a massive armada. Conflict, she believed, was a fundamental aspect of human existence, and reducing it to a fight between people with joysticks devoid of emotional depth felt like a loss. Technology, in her opinion, was destroying the romance of what once was, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Yet, she knew that war was a harsh reality, and any advantage that could be taken over the enemy should be taken. She would kill for a robot army with energy weapons and railguns, if it meant saving lives and securing victory. Cindy's aide, Gundar, stood ready, awaiting her orders. She drew a pistol and brandished it at the enemy, her eyes locked on the vampire horde. The field guns were loaded and ready, the trebuchets poised to fire. With a nod, she gave the signal, and the guns erupted in a cacophony of booms, sending shells crashing into the vampire ranks. The explosions sent waves of shrapnel scything through the monsters, creating open fields of dead and wounded enemies. The system, whatever its goals, seemed to be limiting the advancement of technology, but Cindy was determined to push the boundaries to make her new home's military-industrial complex the most advanced on Taurusha. As the battle raged on, Cindy's thoughts turned to the limitations imposed by the system. Guns were allowed, but enchanting bullets was difficult due to their small size. She had found a way around this, using magical materials to craft the bullets. The propulsion method of guns, not being based on mono-infused bodies, made it hard to increase their power-using skills. But Cindy had a solution for this as well, working with alchemists to create better powder. The limitations, she believed, were meant to be overcome, and she was determined to be the best there was. The trebuchets were ready, and with a nod, Cindy gave the order to fire. The counterweight swung down, and the tensioned arms released, throwing dozens of barrels into the air. Guided by skilled artillerists, the barrels traveled their designated trajectories, exploding in a shower of blood and shrapnel. The vampire exposed to the blood began to melt, their corrupted bodies dissolving in the face of the liquid onslaught. Cindy watched, her eyes fixed on the special barrels, which had been designed to release a red gas that would further debilitate the vampire. Kundar reported that 2 regular barrels and 1 special barrel had misfired, but this was within specified tolerances. Cindy nodded, her mind already moving on to the next phase of the battle. She ordered the field guns to focus on targets of opportunity, the trebuchets to go to full speed, and the battlefield to be coated in the Vampire King's blood. The goal was to wipe the abominations from the face of the planet, to destroy the ritual circle and shatter the vampire's hold on the city. As the battle raged on, Kay walked up beside Cindy, his tone joking, but his eyes stone cold. He glanced at Gundar, who was barking orders at the troops, and raised an eyebrow. Cindy turned to him, her expression serious, and explained that the blood being used was 100% pure, sourced directly from Kay himself. It had no noticeable effect on anything but Vampa, and it was a key part of their strategy to exploit the Vampa's weakness. Kay's expression turned solemn, and he nodded, acknowledging Cindy's words. He knew that she was aware of the potential risks and consequences of using such techniques, and he trusted her to ensure that they were not abused. Cindy, in turn, was grateful for Kay's trust, and she smiled, her eyes glinting with amusement. The two of them stood there, watching the battle unfold, their minds fixed on the task at hand. Edric Ravenholm sprinted toward them, his face set in a determined expression. He reported that the first few detachments had reached a ritual circle, but there was almost no resistance. The elite vampire fighters had retreated into the palace, likely to join their leader, the Great One. Kay's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with the implications. He turned to Cindy, his voice low and urgent, and told her that she was in command. He ordered her to wipe the vampire from the face of the planet, to destroy the ritual circle, and to prepare for the final assault on the palace. Cindy bowed her head, her expression serious, and acknowledged Kay's orders. She knew that the battle was far from over, and that the toughest challenges still lay ahead. But she was ready, her mind fixed on the task at hand, her determination burning brighter than ever. With a nod, she turned back to the battle, her eyes locked on the palace, her heart set on victory. Deep within Kay, a spark of his childhood dreams still lingered, a desire to emulate the legendary King Arthur, a hero from the myths and legends his sister had loved so dearly. Though the pain of losing his family had dulled over time, Kay still felt the weight of their memory, and the need to make them proud drove him to strive for greatness. He often found himself wondering what King Arthur would do in his place, seeking guidance from the romanticized version of chivalry and honor, as well as the historical figure who had united disparate people against foreign enemies. In his mind, the fanciful King Arthur represented an idealistic approach, while the historical figure embodied a more ruthless and efficient one. By considering both perspectives, Kay aimed to find a middle ground that would serve him well in times of uncertainty. As Kay navigated the battlefield, he caught a glimpse of a soldier from Avalon falling beneath the relentless strikes of a powerful, mostly elven vampire. The image seared itself into his mind, and he felt a pang of guilt for leaving his troops behind to fend for themselves. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was abandoning them, and a part of him screamed in protest. Kay wondered why he was so important that he got to push ahead, surrounded by over a dozen people who protected him from harm, while others fought and died without the same privileges. He didn't feel special, just an ordinary person from Arizona who had been thrust into an extraordinary world. The answer, however, was clear. He was special because of what he could do and what that meant to the fight against the vampire. Kay's thoughts were interrupted by the reality of the battle unfolding before him. Vampire died as his team approached, eliminated by hunters and duelists in short bursts, while mages and bruisers wiped out packs. The group cut a swath through the field of enemies, outpacing the army and moving away from the ritual circle. As they drew closer to the palace, Kay's sense of urgency grew, driven by the feeling that they were running out of time. He pushed himself faster, forcing the rest of the team to keep up, and the vampire were quickly overwhelmed. The evidence pointed to the vampire leader being as important as the ritual circles, if not more so, and Kay's determination to reach them only intensified. As they arrived at the open square in front of the palace, Kay's patience wore thin. The courtyard was filled with rubble and vampire, but he had no time for a slow and cautious approach. With a swift motion, he lashed out with his halberd, sending a wide slash through the obstacles, and charged forward. The vampire were mere fodder before him, and with the blood guard by his side, they cut through the enemy like a burning sword through butter. The vampire were eliminated in an instant, and Kay began to gather the blood coating everything, compressing it into additional layers of armor. Edric ran up to him, concern etched on his face, and cautioned Kay to save his strength. Kay's gaze snapped up, and Edric took a step back, startled by the burning intensity in Kay's eyes and the fully descended fangs. Kay felt a sense of unease, as if something was wrong, and the eldritch sense he normally experienced as a vampire was magnified to an unbearable degree. He knew they couldn't afford to waste time, and the message from the system echoed in his mind, urging him to press on. Edric, though hesitant, eventually relented, and the team moved forward, ignoring the massive doors and heading straight for a normal-sized server's door. The interior of the palace was trashed, with ruined walls and ceilings, and evidence of a gaudy decorative style that had been torn apart. Kay's team burst through doors, eliminating vampire in their path, and made their way through the destroyed hallways. The scouts took the lead, with ranged attackers following close behind, ready to pick off any threats. As they moved deeper into the palace, Kay wondered how the scouts knew where to go, and Edric explained that they were headed for the central hall, which connected to everything else. From there, they would need Kay to guide them, unless they stumbled upon an obvious clue. The team eventually arrived at a large, open room filled with a motley crowd of twisted vampire. The air was thick with tension, and Kay's eyes landed on a long, thin form rising from the back of the pack. Thin tendrils sprouted from the bottom of a humanoid torso, filled with a deep blue liquid that flowed backward through the extended limbs. The torso was that of a dwarven woman, with a sunken and sallow head, but muscular arms and a healthy-looking body. The vampire spread its arms, revealing twin bundles of glowing energy that matched the barrier covering the way forward. Kay launched himself forward, his halberd extended, as the vampire began to gloat, and he knew he was heading in the right direction. The vampire's defenses were formidable, and dozens of jellyfish-like tentacles came together to form a composite limb that redirected Kay's charge. He slammed into the wall, breaking the stone into shards, before throwing himself forward again. The vampire dragged itself toward the ceiling, shrieking angrily as Kay started climbing through the air, his blood-hardened feet finding purchase on the stone. Below them, the tense atmosphere shattered, and the Shatterplate Order's leader and best hunters fought alongside Kay's blood guard to wipe out the remaining vampire. Kay pursued the elongating vampire across the length of the room, cutting off its insults and derogatory remarks before it could finish them. The vampire's tendrils looped around, attempting to stab into Kay's back, but they melted on contact, with his armor unable to punch through. As they danced through the air, the vampire created swelling barriers to shield itself from Kay's relentless attacks. Below them, a mixed group of Shatterplate Order hunters and Kay's blood guard clashed with dozens of elite-level vampire fighters, led by Commander Edric Ravenholm. The vampire fighters, despite being elites, were at a disadvantage due to their madness. Their powerful skills and classes were deadly, but their insanity made them unpredictable and prone to self-destruction. The Order's hunters and the blood guard, on the other hand, were well coordinated and took advantage of the vampire's chaos. As the battle raged on, the vampire began to turn on each other, and the hunters and guards took advantage of the situation. Kay continued to chase the vampire, which was trying to block his path, while the others below were being butchered by the blood guard or destroyed by their own allies. The outcome of the fight below became evident, and some of the Order's hunters stopped picking off the vampire to help Kay hem in the one he was chasing. The vampire's concentration was split between keeping Kay away, blocking projectiles, and dealing with the relentless waves of blood trying to engulf it. As more and more vampire bodies piled up, the attacks intensified, and the vampire's frustration mixed with hate. It continued to try and lecture or insult Kay, its mouth moving almost independently of the chaos around it. The vampire eventually anchored itself to the ceiling in arches, retracting its tentacles or letting them be severed. It generated makeshift, bulky limbs and barriers to ward off attacks, but Kay's relentless assault pushed it back toward one of the corners. The vampire's defenses eventually solidified into a sphere of power that repelled all attacks, including Kay's swords, spears, and condensed beams of blood. After several minutes of trying to break through, Kay gave up, deciding to break through one of the side passages to get past the vampire's barrier. With 3 people left behind to keep launching attacks at the vampire, Kay and the others picked a hallway and started hammering at the walls. They broke through in under 10 minutes, finding themselves in a dark hallway with oppressive shadows. The air was thick with tension, and Kay's warning instincts were on high alert. As they made their way forward cautiously, the shadows seemed to come alive, and the group's anxiety grew. Kay realized that something was wrong when his fan stabbed into his bottom lip, and he threw out a wall of blood, revealing a vampire illusionist that had been manipulating their perceptions. The illusionist's death triggered a shriek of rage, and the hall began to shake. Kay whipped around to see the barrier separating them from the room they fought in vanish, and hundreds of tendrils invaded the hallway. The group started sprinting down the hallway as the vampire's assault intensified. Kay ignored Edric's call to run and started lashing out at the tentacles, eventually turning to catch up with the others. As they approached the end of the hall, dozens more tentacles burst out from the walls, shredding the walls and ceiling. Edric shoved Kay forward, urging him to go as the vampire's rage reached a fever pitch. Kay threw himself toward the end of the hall, tearing through barriers and chunks of stone torn from the building. He finally cut through the outermost shell of tendrils and entered a small, lavishly decorated room with a single door. As he looked back, the hallway collapsed behind him, crushing the few remaining tendrils and potentially his people. Kay's anger and frustration boiled over as he slammed a fist against the debris-filled hallway. He hated what he had to do next, but he steeled himself and turned away from the rubble. He walked into the little sitting room, which was oddly quiet due to enchantments or magical means. Kay wrenched the single door open, his free hand already holding a sword. He found himself in a miniature throne room, with a broken fern on a dais and massive curtains hanging from the ceiling. A man, draped in a flowing white outfit with golden trim, stood staring at a table covered in papers. As Kay walked in, the man turned to look, revealing long fangs that mocked him as a vampire. The creature, who had to be the Great One, cocked his head at Kay, blinking his overly large and too bright green eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, his voice calm and gentle, and said that he was sorry, asking if Kay had an appointment. Kay's attention was momentarily diverted by the harmless-looking old man in a religious outfit, his gaze lingering on the torn-apart throne room that seemed to embody the arrogance and narcissism of its former occupant. The elderly vampire's narrowed eyes seemed to bore into Kay's soul, as if trying to recall a forgotten memory. The air was heavy with an unsettling ambience, punctuated by the faint flicker of sickly green behind the vampire's eyes and the pungent reek of eldritch taint that clung to him like a shroud. As Kay stepped forward, his sword transformed into a halberd that extended to bridge the distance between them. The vampire's hand was enveloped in a soft white light that deflected the blow, and it recoiled, its expression offended. Kay's halberd split into razor-tip segments that shot at the vampire, but it brushed them off with a glowing trail of light. The vampire attempted to speak, but Kay ignored it, focusing on his attack. Blood rolled off his armor as he reinforced it with more from his veins, and he unleashed a barrage of projectiles and pressurized blast. The vampire's eyes flashed with anger, and it slammed a staff of physical light onto the ground, generating a wave that vaporized Kay's attacks and sent him stumbling back. The vampire's demeanor transformed, its eyes wide and pupils filled with a noxious green color that seemed to shift like liquid. It hurled insults at Kay, its voice dripping with venom, and Kay could sense the depth of its eldritch corruption. The vampire's words were laced with a madness that made Kay's skin crawl. Kay retaliated with a renewed barrage of blood-forged attacks, but the vampire countered with a mixture of light-based attacks that clashed with Kay's blood in a spectacular display of magic and mayhem. The throne room was reduced to a state of pandemonium, with waves of light and blood crashing against each other in a frenzy of color and sound. The vampire's words continued to flow, a torrent of self-righteous fury and eldritch madness that seemed to fuel its powers. As the battle raged on, Kay landed a critical hit, striking the vampire's throat with an arrowhead that had managed to evade its defenses. The vampire's body began to shift and contort, its eyes bulging with rage, and it unleashed a wave of corrupted energy that sent Kay flying across the room. The vampire's transformation was grotesque, its body distending and twisting as it grew new limbs and its skin began to sizzle with an otherworldly corruption. Kay regained his footing and launched a fresh attack, but the vampire's powers had grown too great. It unleashed a blast of energy that sent Kay crashing through the walls, his armor reduced to ash and his body battered and bruised. As he stumbled back into the throne room, he found the vampire transformed into a monstrous, twisted creature with arms and wings that seemed to defy the laws of nature. The creature's wail was like nothing Kay had ever heard before, a sound that raised the hairs on the back of his neck and sent shivers down his spine. Kay dodged and weaved, avoiding the creature's attacks as he struck back with his sword, aiming for the twisted limbs and wings that seemed to be the source of its power. The battle was intense, with both combatants exchanging blows and neither gaining the upper hand. As the fight wore on, Kay began to tire, his movements slowing as the creature's attacks grew more frenzied. But he refused to give up, drawing on his vampiric strength to launch a final, desperate assault. With a cry of exertion, he drove his sword through the creature's chest, pinning it to the ground. The creature's wail ceased, and its twisted limbs fell still. Kay stood over the creature's body, his chest heaving with exhaustion, as he watched for any sign of movement. But there was none. He took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the room, and then he saw it, the creature's head, lying a few feet away, its face turned toward him. The voice that spoke was not the vampire's, but a deep, sonorous tone that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. The head's mouth moved, but its voice was like nothing Kay had ever heard before. It was a sound that seemed to scrape against his eardrums, a cacophony of record scratching, nails on chalkboards, and children screaming. The voice spoke of mortals and their limitations, of the futility of their existence in the face of eldritch powers. Kay's instinct screamed at him to flee, to escape the horror that stood before him. As the voice continued to speak, the creature's body began to dissolve, its twisted limbs melting into a puddle of black goo. The goo coalesced into a blob that rose into the air, taking on a life of its own. It formed into a man, its body chiseled and perfect, with skin as black as the night. The being's eyes glowed with an otherworldly green light, and its smile was a twisted, impossible thing that seemed to distort the very fabric of reality. Kay's vampiric senses recoiled in horror, his instinct screaming at him to kill this thing or flee forever. The being's presence was a blasphemy, a corruption of the natural order that seemed to sear itself into Kay's very soul. As the being spoke, its voice dripping with malice and contempt, Kay knew that he was in the presence of something truly evil, something that defied the laws of nature and mocked the very concept of mortality. The inhuman creature stood before Kay, its presence both captivating and terrifying. It regarded Kay's blank stare with disdain, its expression a mixture of amusement and annoyance. The being's gaze seemed to bore into Kay's very soul, as if it could see right through him. The air was thick with tension as the creature began to move, its actions fluid and almost ethereal. It waved a hand dismissively, the gesture conveying a sense of superiority and contempt. Kay, still reeling from the creature's sudden appearance, struggled to process the sheer magnitude of what he was facing. The being's words, though condescending and arrogant, only added to Kay's growing sense of unease. As the creature continued to speak, Kay's initial shock gave way to a growing sense of anger and determination. He took a step forward, his halberd at the ready, prepared to strike down this monstrous entity. But before he could attack, the creature flicked a finger at him, and Kay's weapon and armor dissolved into nothingness. The creature's actions were a stark reminder of its immense power, and Kay was forced to reassess his situation. He reformed his armor and created a new sword, launching a wave of projectiles at the being. But his attacks were met with disdain, the creature ignoring the sword stabbed into its midsection and the ranged attacks that rained down on it. It took a step closer to Kay, its eyes blazing with an otherworldly energy, and Kay felt a sense of trepidation wash over him. As the creature continued to toy with Kay, it became clear that it was not interested in fighting, at least not yet. It grabbed the blood blade sticking out of its stomach and snapped it with ease, the action a testament to its incredible strength. The creature's words were laced with menace, and Kay knew that he had to tread carefully if he was to survive this encounter. The being's gaze seemed to bore into Kay's very soul, as if it could see right through him, and Kay felt a sense of vulnerability that he had never experienced before. The creature's attention turned to a broken system screen, which it manipulated with ease. The screen's surface was a mess of static and distorted pixels, and Kay could sense the creature's power coursing through it. As the being searched through the screen's options, Kay felt a sense of dread building inside him. He knew that he was in the presence of something truly ancient and evil, something that defied human comprehension. The creature's actions were a stark reminder of its immense power, and Kay was forced to confront the reality of his own mortality. The creature's decision to demonstrate its power was swift and merciless. Kay felt an immense weight drop onto him, his bones cracking and his muscles tearing apart as he was smashed into the ground. The force was so powerful that he couldn't even scream, his body feeling like it was liquefying under the pressure. The agony was intense, and Kay's vision began to blur. But as suddenly as it had begun, the pressure stopped, and Kay was left gasping for breath. As Kay struggled to recover, the creature stood over him, its expression a mixture of curiosity and contempt. It waved the broken system screen at Kay, the gesture a reminder of its power and control. The creature's words were laced with menace, and Kay knew that he had to tread carefully if he was to survive this encounter. The being's gaze seemed to bore into Kay's very soul, as if it could see right through him, and Kay felt a sense of vulnerability that he had never experienced before. The creature's decision to sit down and converse with Kay was a surprise, but Kay knew that he had to play along if he was to survive. The being's actions were a stark reminder of its immense power, and Kay was forced to confront the reality of his own mortality. As the creature formed a chair from the surrounding environment, Kay felt a sense of unease wash over him. The being's eyes seemed to gleam with an otherworldly energy, and Kay knew that he was in the presence of something truly ancient and evil. The creature's introduction was a mixture of arrogance and contempt, its words laced with a sense of superiority. Kay felt a sense of annoyance wash over him, but he knew that he had to tread carefully if he was to survive this encounter. The being's gaze seemed to bore into Kay's very soul, as if it could see right through him, and Kay felt a sense of vulnerability that he had never experienced before. As the creature continued to speak, Kay felt a sense of frustration building inside him. He knew that he was in the presence of something truly powerful, something that defied human comprehension. The creature's decision to reveal its true nature was a surprise, but Kay knew that he had to listen if he was to survive. The being's words were laced with menace, and Kay felt a sense of dread building inside him. He knew that he was in the presence of something truly ancient and evil, something that defied human comprehension. The creature's gaze seemed to bore into Kay's very soul, as if it could see right through him, and Kay felt a sense of vulnerability that he had never experienced before. As the creature continued to speak, Kay felt a sense of horror wash over him. He knew that he was facing a being that was capable of consuming entire universes, a being that was beyond human understanding. The creature's explanation of its plans was a stark reminder of its immense power, and Kay was forced to confront the reality of his own mortality. The being's words were laced with menace, and Kay felt a sense of dread building inside him. He knew that he was in the presence of something truly ancient and evil, something that defied human comprehension. The creature's gaze seemed to bore into Kay's very soul, as if it could see right through him, and Kay felt a sense of vulnerability that he had never experienced before. As the creature continued to speak, Kay felt a sense of despair wash over him. He knew that he was facing a being that was capable of consuming entire universes, a being that was beyond human understanding. Hungering Void's smirk grew as it observed Kay's horror, its eyes narrowing in amusement. It seemed to be savoring the moment, enjoying the fear that emanated from Kay. The being's gaze was piercing, as if it could see right through Kay's defenses. Its presence was overwhelming, making Kay feel small and insignificant. As the conversation continued, Kay's mind was a jumble of fear, anger, and desperation. He was torn between the desire to attack and the knowledge that he couldn't, not yet. Hungering Void, on the other hand, seemed to be toying with Kay, answering his questions and providing tidbits of knowledge while also making it clear that Kay's fate was sealed. The being's words were laced with condescension, making Kay feel like an insignificant speck. Hungering Void's eyes sparkled with curiosity as it pondered the differences between Kay and Francois, the Frenchman it had used as a pawn. It seemed to be genuinely interested in understanding what made Kay tick, what made him different from others who had crumbled under the weight of new realities. The being's words were laced with a sense of wonder, as if it was discovering something new and fascinating. As the conversation flowed, Kay found himself trying to keep the being distracted while he secretly worked on a plan. He was careful not to reveal his thoughts, not wanting to risk Hungering Void discovering his intentions. The being's powers were unknown, and Kay couldn't afford to take any chances. He continued to talk, trying to keep the conversation going while he worked on his plan. Hungering Void's offer to take Kay back to his home world was met with skepticism. Kay knew that the being was not capable of making such an offer, not genuinely anyway. It was just a ploy to manipulate him, to get him to let his guard down. Kay's response was cautious, trying not to reveal too much while also keeping the conversation going. The being's words were laced with boredom and disgust as it talked about mortals and their focus on the existence of other beings. It seemed to view Kay and others like him as insignificant, as nothing more than fleeting moments in the grand scheme of things. The being's gaze was cold, calculating, and devoid of emotion. As the conversation continued, Kay found himself trying to understand the being's motivations, its desires. Hungering Void seemed to be driven by a desire to consume, to eat, and to destroy. It was a force of nature, unstoppable and unrelenting. Kay's words were laced with a sense of resignation, as if he knew that he was doomed, that there was no escape from the being's wrath. The air was thick with tension as Hungering Void stood up, its body stretching and contorting in impossible ways. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly energy, and its presence seemed to fill the room. Kay felt small and insignificant, like an insect about to be crushed. The being's words were laced with menace, with a sense of impending doom. Kay's plan was set in motion as he drew the blood from the chair into his armor, creating a thin film of plasma and blood cells that covered the broken fragment of the system. The being's gaze was fixed on him, its eyes burning with intensity. Kay's words were laced with a sense of defiance, as if he knew that he was about to embark on a desperate gamble. The being's response was immediate, its body unfolding like a living thing as it launched itself at Kay. The air was filled with the sound of roaring, of shrieking, as Hungering Void's voice became a cacophony of terror. Kay felt himself being lifted off the ground, blasted through the roof of the palace, and into the air above. The being's body was a blur of motion, its limbs flowing and changing like a liquid. Kay's world was reduced to a single, desperate thought: survival. Kay slammed to a stop in midair, his armor and blood freezing in place as his body struggled to catch up. The sudden deceleration caused his muscles and skin to tear, but they quickly regenerated. Below him, a massive, writhing beast continued to unfold from a humanoid avatar. The creature's bestial, wolf-like muzzle was followed by a long, sinuous body resembling an eel, with chitinous, insectile legs sprouting from its underside. Frantic, searching human eyes covered each side of the body in 2 rows. At the base of the growing creature, a forest of tentacles rose, some of them rivaling the massive, dragon-like form of the abomination. The animistic maw stretched widely in the sky and unleashed a horrific raw screech, bringing the fighting below to a halt. Soldiers who had been battling to end the eldritch threat and the vampire alike turned to gape at the monstrosity as it smashed the beleaguered palace apart. Walls and ceiling shattered as tentacles tipped with claws, fangs, spikes, grasping fingers, and swollen protrusions smashed through them, rampaging about and destroying the structure that partially trapped the monster. The beast swung its ponderous head toward Kay, opening 3 eyes placed in a triangle above its slavering gullet, each eye individually turning to stare at him. Distant voices, echoing from somewhere along the body, seemed to be questioning or lecturing Kay, but the destruction caused by the monster drowned out the words, leaving him to catch only the occasional phrase without context. A ringing scream of pure, insane joy caught Kay's attention, and he glanced away to see a vampire, the one who had created barriers and likely killed Edric Ravenholm and his team, climbing a still-standing section of the palace and holding out its arms in joy. However, before the vampire could express its excitement, a tentacle squashed it into paste. Kay realized that the Eldritch Avatar had destroyed the creature with an autonomic response, seemingly unaware of its own creation's existence. The beast's eyes narrowed at Kay, and its distant voices rang out louder in anger. When Kay didn't respond, the monster snarled and lunged at him, its mouth opening wide to reveal jagged teeth covered in spines that twisted back in on themselves. Kay moved backward, unleashing a spray of blood that coated the monster and started stabbing into it wherever the liquid landed, forming solid blades. The monster ignored the growing coatings cutting into it and continued trying to bite down on Kay, even as his tentacles began picking up chunks of broken building and hurling them at him. Kay's halberd lashed out at the side of the abomination, missing it by a few feet, and his armor cracked, with small fragments breaking off as the shockwave from the giant jaws closing buffeted him. The blade expanded as Kay drew it across the side of the monster's head, leaving a huge cut that leaked a bright, fluid substance that flowed faster than water. Tainted tendrils of off-color flesh jumped across the gap and began pulling the hole closed. The eyes lining the body of the creature began launching short beams of tainted energy to blast through the sky, forcing Kay to move instead of trying a follow-up attack. Below the fight between the otherworldly kaiju and the Outworlder King, the 2 armies were fleeing. Except for those vampire Tumau to realize they were in danger and those 2 injured to get away, everyone began running away from the titan crushing the city beneath it as it chased Kay. Those who could help carry or drag their comrades who couldn't move as quickly out of the path of falling projectiles made of broken buildings, but many were crushed as the stone missiles that missed Kay crashed at the end of their flights. Massive red hands grew from Kay's back, with matching arms following them, until Kay was the source of 6 limbs larger than those of the Asura golem he had once faced. 2 of them caught chunks of the palace that had been thrown at him and returned them at high speeds, while the others began striking the monster after forming into fists. The ruined pieces of building crumbled against the monster's hide with little effect as they impacted, and the massive swings at the abominable maw only knocked it about. The beams erupting from the multitude of eyes began chipping into the hands as Kay detached them from himself and threw them at the Avatar to try and pin it down. A small orb of blood formed between Kay's hands as he drew himself back and grew the distance. The monstrosity sprouted from the ruins of Neland's palace, struggled against the grasping red hands that tried to keep it pinned down as the orb began to spin and grow. The more blood Kay fed into it, the larger it grew, until it was no longer an orb and instead became a swirling spherical maelstrom. Kay lifted his arms above his head as his attack grew large enough to eclipse the moon, and he shifted more and more blood from his folded veins into the building attack. The disfigured wolf's head attached to Neil's body ripped at the gargantuan hands, tearing pieces from them and then spitting them out as they began hissing and bubbling inside them all. The eye beams burned away bits of blood that crawled across the surface of the abomination, stabbing and digging at his flesh. One of them turned upward to look for Kay and saw him preparing to smite it. The 3 main eyes swiveled to look at him, and the beast growled in outrage, opening its mouth to unleash an unearthly, discordant howl that rhymed with promises of bloodshed and despair. The sound became a physical attack as it reached Kay, shaking the very fabric of existence around him with the threat of a cosmivore's wrath. Kay ignored the attack, focusing on his pose as he stood in the sky, holding both arms above himself as he prepared the glowing ball of energy to come crashing down on the world-destroying monster. His attack wasn't a bomb, though. As the Eldritch Avatar snapped, snarled, and tried to wrestle free of its bindings, Kay leveled his hands and unleashed the destruction he had been building. The whirling storm unfurled into a red cyclone hundreds of feet wide that crashed down on the monster, forming a drill head that burrowed inside the tainted, expanded form of the abomination. Pressurized droplets of blood pierced through the monster, solidifying into blades that flensed its meat as they spiraled around it. Shape penetrators punched holes in the Avatar's sides, traveling as far as they could before detonating in explosions of released energy that rent craters open all along the body. The edges of the cyclone itself were a grinding force that crushed the corrupted eldritch existence of the Avatar into particulates that were absorbed by drops of blood, melting the tainted fragments into nothing. A monumental guillotine blade rode the storm down, slicing through the monster's head, bisecting its 3rd eye, and dividing the main stalk of its body in twain until it slammed into the ground, crushing the humanoid Avatar form that was still standing in the same place it had been. The 2 halves of the monster stood erect for a long moment as the blood storm died before they slowly began falling away from each other, landing among the city and turning even more of it into useless rubble as the ground shook from their impact. The ritual circle carved into the ground that the vampire had been protecting was shattered as a section of the creature landed on it. Kay stared down at the abomination, not believing for a second that the battle was over. He was proved right almost immediately. The tentacles sprouting from the base of the body had fallen still, but they resumed furious activity as they started burrowing into the two halved heads lying on the ground. The tentacles dug into the flesh and pierced out of it like cables, growing through soft ground and diving back in to make more connections as they flowed over the bisected parts. They fused together into nauseating, multicolored lumps that merged into each other, creating the shape of half of a giant pair of arms along the shredded sides of the previous main body. 2 fingers and a thumb grew next to cavernous openings filled with broken teeth that flopped aimlessly next to the wiggling new digits. The arms extended up into the air, dangling from the ends of swarms of tentacles that hadn't stopped melting into each other, as 2 giant, sightless eyes stared into nothing, and 2 halves of a tongue flopped out into the air. Kay dodged a clumsy grasp of the misshapen arm, its half-hand, half-head appendage swiping at him with bulbous fingers. The dead eye and the broken half of the wolf-like head twisted in its socket, staring at Kay as the sliced tongue hanging limply from the mouth coiled up and struck at him like a whip. The tongue wrapped around one of his arms, and Kay sliced it off, causing spikes to burst from his armor and shred the remaining flesh into bits that rained down into the Red Sea and disintegrated. The tongue whipped back, hovering in the air in front of Kay, its severed end beginning to swell and lengthen as it sprouted 2 new tips. The twin appendages floated around, pointing at Kay like snakes staring down a snake charmer before lashing out at him again. Kay danced through the air, shredding the ever-growing forest of tongue tentacles chasing him and avoiding the oafish half-hands trying to pin him down. He continuously pumped mana into his simulacrum-based skills, fueling his evasive maneuvers. As Kay played a game of keep away, faceless copies of him accompanied by copies of other strong figures he had obtained blood from, dragged themselves up the twisting tower of corrupted matter rising into the air. They stabbed weapons into the tower to climb upward and hurt the enemy, burning away the physical eldritch taint as they moved upward from the blood sea lapping at the bottom. The tentacles growing from the elongated stalk of the body dove down at them, ignoring Kay as he fought with the tongues, injuring some and destroying others. Red weapons, limbs, and entire bodies fell from the climb into the sea below, only to be reabsorbed and reused to create the next climber. Kay grew tired of the tangle of tongues chasing him and created a massive abrasive spinning sphere around himself, shredding the squirming mass into pieces as it tried to converge on him. As the tongues began to regrow and multiply again, Kay sent bullets of blood at each of them, adhering to the sections where new tongues were growing and melting them away faster than they could regrow. The tongues pulled away, using the bulky fingers as sponges to scrape off the clots of blood, and the 2 eyes on each half-hand glared at Kay angrily. Some of the tentacles hanging from the spiring body stopped fighting the climbing simulacra and rose up to the giant, floating head with eyes of green fire, doing something to the backside that Kay couldn't see. Just as he was about to dive in and attack, a voice he had never heard before rang in his ears, stating that the battle was futile. Kay's instincts told him it was the Avatar messing with him, but the voice spoke again, claiming to be the fragment of the system he had rescued. The system fragment warned Kay that his current tactics were technically sufficient to win the battle, but his material was lacking in supply, and the intruder's avatar had more than an ocean's worth of otherworldly energy serving as its power source. The head of the avatar spun around, revealing a massive lamprey mouth formed on the surface of the hairless skull, with jagged teeth revolving around the edges. The tentacles that had stopped fighting the simulacra were attached around the outside, now sporting lamprey mouths of their own. The 2 arms snapped and clattered as they bent at random spots, becoming hard and brittle, and the hand-head combinations melted like hot taffy, stretching out before hardening into stingers covered with shattered teeth and 2 dead eyes at the base that began to glow with green fire. The ends of the arms slammed into the sides of the head, sending out sprays of off-color gore as they burrowed inside and attached themselves. The lamprey mouths all screeched in a horrid chorus, declaring that Kay's resistance was futile and that he should give up and repent. The sound felt like it was born into Kay's brain, and he clutched his helmet over his ears in an instinctual move to block out the sound. He dipped in the air as his concentration began to crumble, and his vision warped. One of the stingers collided with his abdomen, crumpling his armor and piercing a few inches into him. Kay let himself drop from the sky and into the Red Sea below, slowing his descent at the last moment to avoid impact. The blood flowing into his wounds began to purge any foreign substances and heal them completely. As Kay's flesh was mending itself, the system fragment spoke up again, telling him that his current tactics were sufficient to win the battle, but his material was lacking in supply. The intruder's avatar had more than an ocean's worth of otherworldly energy serving as its power source, and while burning it away with the stabilizing effect of Kay's blood was a good tactic, it had more resources to spare than Kay. The system fragment warned Kay that he would run out of blood first and that a paradigm shift was needed to assure victory. Kay asked what the system fragment meant, and it explained that the issue was as much about quality as it was about quantity. The intruder's energy was higher quality than Kay's blood, meaning it had more to spare. The system fragment told Kay that if his quality could be increased to match or exceed the intruder's, he would likely have enough to eventually overwhelm it and defeat it. This would reduce local system corruption significantly and give local system architecture enough time to reinforce the barrier keeping entities like the intruder away. Kay asked how to increase his quality, and the system fragment explained that the only feasible method achievable within a reasonable period was an artificial advancement to the 6th tier. This would allow the system fragment to channel more energy into Kay, increasing the quality of his reality stabilizing effect. However, this came with sacrifices, including certain paths forward that would serve as fuel for the artificial ascension, limiting Kay's growth in the future. The tentacles stopped screaming at the sea of blood, and bulbous pods began growing all over the avatar. They swelled in size until they were as big as a car, then peeled back like disgusting flowers, dropping ugly misshapen shapes from them that looked like twisted green figures made of clay. The system fragment warned Kay that the process of artificial advancement would be significantly damaging to his body and may result in injury or death when it faded. Kay, however, was willing to take the risk, knowing that the stakes were higher than just the world he was fighting for. He agreed to the artificial advancement, and the system fragment began the process. The current of vibration traveling up through Kay's armor vanished, and the screen of the system fragment ghosted out of the pocket he had hidden it in, positioning itself in front of his eyes. The screen was now a deep blood-red color, and its edges had become an outline of a droplet. The text scrolling across the screen was familiar, yet brand new to Kay as it began the artificial advancement process. The system targets were not met, but the system fragment overrode the error, accessing the potential legend list and targeting Kay. The process had begun, and Kay's fate hung in the balance. As the Eldritch abomination loomed over the blood sea, its twisted, moving outgrowths rained down, attempting to dig into the surface and reach Kay, who floated beneath. Each monstrosity that landed died as the Eldritch essence was burned away by Kay's blood, but they were getting closer, surviving a few seconds longer with each wave. The air was thick with tension as Kay's situation grew more precarious by the second. Suddenly, a surge of energy and a head rush unlike anything Kay had ever experienced before hit him, slowing down the world around him as his thoughts began racing faster than ever before. It was as if he had been catapulted from a non-tier to tier 3 in an instant. The rush was intoxicating, and Kay's mind struggled to keep up with the sheer velocity of his thoughts. As the world slowed down, Kay's focus turned inward, and he began to grasp the true nature of his predicament. He was about to be presented with a list of potential legends, which would be crucial in his advancement to the 6th tier. The system, sensing his curiosity, began to explain the process, revealing that creating or subsuming a legend was necessary to advance from the 5th tier to the 6th. Kay's mind reeled as he tried to place this new information into his existing framework of assumptions about the system's workings. The system's explanation continued, revealing that the legend Kay created or subsumed had to be related to his Tier 5 class under normal circumstances. However, the system also cautioned that the requirements would be broadened in this instance. Kay's thoughts turned to the handful of publicly known Tier 6s in the world, legendary figures who have made their mark in the world. He wondered if they had created their own legends or subsumed pre-existing ones. The list of potential legends was finally generated, and Kay's eyes widened as he took in the extensive list of entries, each one representing a possible path to the 6th tier. Many were struck through and grayed out, marking them as unavailable, and the system explained that these were hard-locked due to unmet requirements. Kay's curiosity got the better of him, and he asked the system to filter out the unavailable options, narrowing down the list to only the most viable choices. As the list shrunk, tabs appeared, separating the options into related groups. The system guided Kay through the process, explaining that the legends that required sacrificing one or more potential legends permanently as fuel to achieve the temporary 6th tier would be displayed. Kay's eyes scanned the list, taking in the options, and he began to refine his criteria, focusing on the most powerful and relevant legends. The system continued to filter the list, removing options that didn't meet Kay's criteria. The remaining options were few, but they seemed lacking in power and pressure. Kay's frustration grew as he realized that none of the options on the list was strong enough to overcome the hunger and void avatar. He demanded to know why the system had unlocked restricted and forbidden lists, only to be told that the unlocking process was taking longer than expected. As Kay waited for the restricted and forbidden lists to be unlocked, he turned his attention back to the battle at hand. His simulacra continued to scale the Eldritch Avatar's body, gaining and losing ground as the fight raged on. The cancerous constructs the Avatar used as soldiers were awkward and clumsy, but numerous and varied, making them difficult to defeat. Kay's focus and attention allowed his simulacra to gain ground, and the battle began to shift in his favor. The system finally unlocked the protected and controlled lists, curating a new list based on Kay's previous criteria. The updated list was dozens of entries long, radiating power and pressure from each name. Kay's eyes scanned the list, taking in the options, and one entry in particular caught his attention, leaving him metaphorically paralyzed. The legend of King Arthur, a name he had never expected to see on the list, stared back at him, filling him with a mix of emotions and questions. Kay said in shock at the single line of text immersed among so many others, his eyes widening as he read the name King Arthur, an outworlder legend. He felt a surge of excitement and curiosity, wondering what it was doing there. As he delved deeper into the list, he discovered a few more names he recognized, including mythological figures and real people from history, as well as some versions that seemed familiar but weren't quite right, likely from other versions of Earth or other worlds. Kay's gaze kept drifting back to King Arthur's listing, and he felt an overwhelming desire to choose it. The legend of King Arthur had driven him in many ways, shaping his life and influencing his decisions. His name, Kay, was even inspired by those stories, and he had tried to model himself after the idea of King Arthur in this world of magic and individual power. However, he knew that choosing King Arthur would be the wrong choice, as he needed fighting power more than leadership at this moment. As Kay pondered his options, he considered the possibility of tweaking the resulting class to match certain facets of the legend he chose. He thought about King Arthur's reputation as a peerless warrior with incredible weaponry, but ultimately decided that the main focus of the legend was on personal interactions and rule, rather than combat. With a tinge of sadness, Kay asked the system fragment to filter the list again, aiming to build on his strengths by removing anything that wasn't overtly related to blood. The list was significantly reduced, leaving only a few dozen entries. Kay skipped the ones he couldn't read, marked as Outworld or Legends, and focused on the ones he could understand. He quickly dismissed options that were restricted or controlled due to their inherent danger, such as the Living Blood Plague or the Cure Master that destroys all that bleeds. After careful consideration, Kay narrowed down his options to a short list, including Blood Sage, Garmer, Dracula, End of the Fourth Sun, Rise of the Fifth, He Who Sheds Blood, and a Mock's Chalice. Kay recognized some of the options instantly, while others were familiar but not quite right. He asked the system fragment to summarize each one, and as he listened, he began to form opinions about each legend. Blood Sage was an old legend about a sage who focused on blood in both knowledge and magic, known for creating or uplifting many species into sapiens and curing plagues. Garmer was a hound or wolf from Nordic mythology, often represented as covered in blood, and said to guard the gates of hell. Dracula was a powerful vampire, the origin of all vampires, with mastery over magical powers and the ability to always return from defeat. As Kay debated with himself, he asked his system fragment questions about each legend. He was particularly intrigued by Dracula, but noted that the version his system knew was entirely focused on the vampire aspects, which differed from the stories he was familiar with. The system fragment suggested that the legend may have been modified entourage due to the existence of vampire. Kay also considered the Blood Sage, who seemed to be a complete powerhouse with blood, but whose combat ability was not heavily emphasized. Kay's thoughts turned to the goal of destroying the avatar of the Hungering Void, and he asked the system fragment what the objective was. The fragment replied that the goal was to sever the connection between the avatar and the Hungering Void's true self, forcing it back from the world and giving the full system time to repair itself and master defenses. Kay realized that healing and repair could be handled by many, but what was needed now was destruction of the foe. With this in mind, Kay mentally selected Dracula as the legend he wanted to choose. He quickly discarded 3 potential paths to Tier 6, including Consort of the Fist, Legendary Outworlder, and Vampire's End, as they did not align with his goals or values. The system fragment acknowledged his choices and began the synthesis of his temporary 6th tier class. As the mana flooded into his body, Kay felt a painful sensation, similar to previous times he had tiered up a class. However, he was surprised that he didn't scream, despite expecting the process to be excruciating. Instead, a harsh, discordant scream filled his ears, and he was shocked to realize that it was the system fragment that was screaming, emitting a terrible, awful wail of pain and suffering. Kay's pain was manageable, a feeling he had grown accustomed to over the years, particularly since his transformation into a vampire. As he reached out to the fragmented piece of the system, he was met with a cacophony of agony that shook the blood they were suspended in. The system's distress was palpable, and Kay's sped-up cognition had ended, leaving him disoriented. He thought about the system's state, wondering what was happening and why it was screaming in such anguish. Kay listened intently, his eyes fixed on the stars twinkling above, as Alinaya's words helped to alleviate some of his concerns. The next morning, Kay rose before the sun to start breaking down their camp. Alinaya, still sleepy, watched him with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. She thought about teasing him again, and her eyes sparkled with mischief as she commented on the chill in the air. Kay, familiar with her antics, rolled his eyes good-naturedly, and they continued to pack up their belongings. As they made their way down the mountain, they paused to watch the sunrise, taking in the breathtaking display of color and light. The beauty of the scene was a reminder of the wonders that this new world had to offer, and Kay felt a sense of gratitude for this opportunity to explore and discover. As they entered the valley, Kay's eyes widened in awe. The landscape was unlike anything he had seen before, with the lake taking up a large portion of the northern edge and the surrounding terrain a mix of woods, mountains, and plateaus. He thought about the geography of the area, trying to make sense of the different features and how they fit together. Alina, meanwhile, was scanning the area for a suitable location to set up their base, her thoughts turning to the criteria they needed to consider, such as access to clean water and defensibility. Murinal, perched on Kay's shoulder, chipped in with her own thoughts, drawing on her knowledge of the local wildlife and potential threats. As they walked through the valley, Kay's instincts began to twitch. He felt like something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Alina, noticing his unease, asked him to explain, and Kay tried to articulate his concerns. He thought that the valley seemed somehow natural, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something. Alina's expression turned thoughtful as she suggested that there might be a magical explanation for the valley's unusual geography. Kay's initial skepticism gave way to curiosity, and he realized that in this new world anything was possible. Alina's words of reassurance helped to calm his nerves, and they continued the search for a suitable location, their senses alert for any signs of danger or wonder. Kay ate slowly, taking his time to enjoy the meal he had made for their breakfast. Since they were planning on being in the area for a while, he had used their better supplies to make breakfast as a kind of celebration for finding a good spot. The meal was a significant improvement over the dried meats and long-lasting travel bread they had been eating. As he ate, he stared up at the mountain across the lake, its base only about a mile away from them. Near the top of the mountain, he could see shapes moving, slightly darker than the grey of the stone. His gaze remained fixed on the shapes, and he wondered what they could be. He thought about how useful it would be to have a device that could help him see things that were far away. Alina looked up from scooping seconds onto her plate, noticing his interest in the mountain. She twisted around to look at the far-off movement, her eyes squinting as she tried to make out what the shapes were. After a moment, she turned back to Kay and continued loading her plate with more food, seemingly unconcerned about the shapes. Alina's lack of interest in the shapes didn't deter Kay, and he continued to think about how he could get a closer look. He thought about the concept of binoculars, which were essentially two spyglasses connected together, allowing the user to look at something with both eyes at the same time. He realized that explaining this concept to Alina might be challenging, given that she didn't seem to know what a spyglass was. Kay decided to try and simplify the explanation, hoping that Alina would understand the basic idea. As Kay tried to explain the concept of binoculars, Alina listened intently, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. She asked him to clarify what he meant, and Kay tried to think of a way to simplify the explanation. He pointed at the tiny shapes on the mountain, trying to convey his interest in getting a closer look. Alina's expression changed to one of understanding, as she suggested that they might be able to use a spyglass to get a better view. Kay was pleased that Alina was starting to understand, and he continued to explain the concept of binoculars. Alina's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she listened to Kay's explanation. She asked him about the word binoculars, and Kay tried to explain that it was a Latin term that meant two far-seeing or double far-seeing. Alina's expression changed to one of fascination, and she asked Kay to tell her more about Latin. Kay realized that he had stumbled upon a topic that Alina was not familiar with, and he tried to explain the basics of the language. Alina listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder, as Kay told her about the history and influence of Latin. As Kay finished his explanation, Muriel stirred from her sleep, looking up at Kay with a curious expression. She asked Kay to concentrate on speaking to her in her native language, Ghrdak, which Kay had learned through the mysterious translation magic. Kay focused his thoughts and spoke to Muriel in perfect Ghrdak, causing her to curl up into a ball of delight. Alina looked on, a mixture of confusion and concern on her face, as she tried to understand how Kay was able to speak a language she had never heard before. Alina's concern deepened as she realized that Kay's ability to speak Ghrdak was not just a simple trick, but rather a result of the translation magic that allowed him to communicate with people from different languages. She asked Kay to try and concentrate on not having the words translated, hoping to understand the true nature of the magic. Kay thought hard, trying to focus on the sounds and words themselves, rather than the translated meaning. Her voice echoed in Kay's mind, its words tolling like massive bells, each one resonating with a purpose that seemed unbreakable and unyielding. The voice conveyed a sense of depth and existence that was both captivating and terrifying. The words sacrifices, must, they, might, reverberated in Kay's mind, leaving him stunned and struggling to collect his thoughts. He felt a brief, glimpsed consciousness of something massive and beyond his comprehension, a being that viewed reality in ways he could not. This being was both eldritch and not, its existence a paradox that defied understanding. As Kay momentarily grasped the inner workings of the system, he felt a surge of animosity toward the hungering void in itself. He realized that the system, despite its immense power, chose to minimize harm, whereas the hungering void in its kind recklessly destroyed and ravaged realities. This realization cemented Kay's determination to fight against the hungering void and its avatar. The system's screaming stopped, and Kay watched as the fragment broke down into a cloud of pixels that swirled around each other before shooting toward his chest. The pixels dissolved into him, and he felt his pain peak as the harsh mana flooding into him grew in strength. A screen appeared in front of Kay, its blood red color a stark reminder of the system's fragment. The screen displayed a message, apologies. There was not enough time to fully explain. The process to tear you up temporarily is complete. In one moment, I will summarize your new temporary class for you. Kay thought about what had just happened, wondering what the process had entailed and what his new temporary class would be. The system explained that it had advanced Kay to the 6th tier temporarily, which would have the same effect as recycling its energy, but would be more useful in a battle against the hungering void. The system's message continued, explaining that it did not exist in the same way as K and that its cessation would not result in the loss of its memories or energy. The energy would simply be repurposed. K felt a sense of awe and trepidation as he realized the implications of the system's words. The screen then warped into a class summary, revealing K's new temporary class, Origin Vampire, a Tier 6 class created by combining a legend from another universe with the power of the system's fragment. The class was highly unstable and would not last long, but it granted K incredible powers, including the ability to wield blood as a weapon and destroy eldritch corruption. The class summary was followed by a list of skills, each one more impressive than the last. The skills included Origin Blood, which allowed K to command and control blood, making him nearly unkillable, Lord of the Night, which empowered K against his enemies and granted him the ability to stabilize reality, and Covetous Bond, which increased K's strength and resilience due to his bonds with the people he was fighting to protect. K was awestruck by the power and potential of his new class and skills. As K processed the information, he thought about the system's decision not to grant him a flashy skill to create a super weapon. The system explained that pragmatic and efficient skills were more useful to K, and that his arsenal was already powerful. K snarked about the lack of a super weapon, but the system's response was matter-of-fact, emphasizing the importance of K's pre-existing blood-based abilities and his ability to combat eldritch corruption. The sea of blood surrounding K began to shake, and a tiny section of it swelled around him, restoring his armor and creating a sword in his hand. The simulacra climbing the Avatar's body stopped and began to fall, and the shrieking lamprey mouths ceased their cacophony. The Avatar stared down at the humming red sea as it contracted into a sphere, which then floated upward and came to a stop in front of the Avatar's head. The Avatar's twin stingers lashed out, but the blood sphere remained unaffected. The sphere suddenly stopped humming, and a still moment followed, punctuated only by the sound of the Avatar's laboured breathing. Then, with a deafening crack, the battle resumed. A projectile launched from the sphere broke the sound barrier and pierced through the Avatar, causing it to scream in pain and rage. The projectile then stopped in reverse direction, flying back toward the battle. The sphere unfurled, and K stepped out, his body filled with power and his eyes glowing deep red. He looked the same, yet different, his fangs fully descended and his presence radiating an aura of intensity. The system's voice echoed in K's mind once more, explaining that his current state was not what it meant to be a Tier 6, but rather a temporary empowerment beyond normal limits. K thought about the system's words, realizing that he would have to make the most of this opportunity. The unfurled sphere behind him bubbled and roiled, and then a cataclysmic stream of blood erupted from it, coating the Avatar in a bloody, arterial spray. K launched himself forward, determined to end the battle and save the world from the hungering void's destruction. K charged the monster, his sword slicing through the air as a massive outline formed behind it, a giant's blade to strike down a giant foe. One of the Avatar's two stingers lashed out to intercept it, but the sharpened blade sliced deeply into it, removing a chunk of the matter that made up the shape. The eldritch monstrosity screamed again and lashed out with the other stinger at K. He ignored it and swung his blade back around, guiding the gigantic blade as it followed his sword. The second slice carved off the entire tip of the stinger, which fell from the sky, the green fire in the eye at the bottom of it dying. The spray of blood K was still unleashing from behind him turned in midair and impacted with the sliced-off piece, driving it into the ground hard enough to shatter the remaining buildings where it landed, leaving a crater that quickly filled with blood as the cascade of liquid continued until the stinger had completely melted away. The second stinger continued on its course, unimpeded, and pierced directly through K's abdomen, a sharpened point that narrowed and smaller than a micrometer across led the rest of the weapon into piercing through K's entire torso. Foul liquid dripped from the tip and seeped into K's form through the length of the stinger impaled into him. The piece of hungering void siphoned into this reality to serve as hungering void. Avatar screamed out in triumph as it ended the puny mortal that had been defying it. It started to reach out with thought, will, and its physical being, seeking the fragment of the system so that it could continue with its horrible plans, but it was forced to stop as the gargantuan halberd tore through the air at it. The spiked end slammed into the other stinger and pulled upward even as the Avatar retracted its limb. A chunk of steaming, anomalous flesh was pulled free and engulfed in blood to destroy it, but the stinger remained partially intact. Baleful eyes twisted and locked on K, who was floating above where he had just been impaled, looking completely unharmed. The floating contours of a sword's blade had become a halberd hundreds of feet long. The spiked hammer on one end bulged out and then shrunk back down into a spike as the twisted meat rip from the stinger was destroyed. The halberd suddenly spun in place and began stabbing forward, the spear tip lancing through tendrils, and the remaining stinger. The broken and ripped appendage extending from the other side of the abomination's massive floating head warped and transformed, the brittle, stone-like exterior becoming spongy and riddled with small holes. Where its piercing tip had once been grew three flailing mouth parts that meshed together to form a blunt head. It looked like a were-monster from a science fiction B-movie. The mouth opened and began moaning with hundreds of deep, sonorous voices that rang in perfect, discordant harmony with the piercing shrieks from the lamprey mouths. The rear of it ripped its way free from the hovering head, spilling pus, bile, and gore from where it emerged, and began chasing after K. The gushing fountain of blood stopped flowing all at once and solidified into a club that slammed into the worm. Another crater was formed as it impacted. The club divided into dozens of blades that rained down, pinning it to the ground like a butterfly on display. It groaned and wiggled, thrashing as it tried to escape. The blood coating the monster's body and dripping onto the ground began to shift in place. Sections of it solidified and rose up, becoming red-coated, armored forms identical to K's. The clones of K began attacking the closest piece of the Avatar in concert, supporting and defending each other as they expanded the scope of the battle once again. The worm stretched itself out like a piece of taffy, and the tripod mouth opened and slammed shut on K. Blood gushed out in a spray as his physical form popped like an overripe fruit in a car compactor. That blood instantly became a flurry of knives that dove into the mouth and began shredding the inside of the worm like a blender. It groaned again as it resumed thrashing, and the blades pinning it down began to lift up and stab back down into it. One of the many clones of K floated into the air and formed giant punch daggers over its fists, which looked more like guitar blades than the normal daggers he used. They floated an inch from his fists, two identical triangular blades that narrowed into razor-sharp points. He dove at the remaining stinger and started threshing it with stabs and slices. He cut open a section of the Avatar's limb and slammed a bundle of blood into it that detonated, ripping Eldritch Altar flesh apart. The pieces that were tossed about by the explosion and didn't get vaporized became unseemly drips of color that landed on the ground below them. The bits of the Avatar began swelling or shrinking and forming more minions like it had been using to battle K's simulacra before. But where the battle had been a stalemate or perhaps slightly in K's favor before this, the minions made of Eldritch energy and warp matter were nothing but chaff before the many clones of K, Origin Vampire. The grotesque puppets were slashed, ripped, torn, diced, severed, engulfed, crushed, melted, vaporized, and destroyed in hundreds of different ways. Some ceased to be for simply being in the presence of K and his domain. The Avatar's head twisted and began to curl into itself, forming a spiral that curved down toward the gaping tooth-filled maw it spoke from. Bits of it cracked and broke as it transformed. Materials changed what substance they were. Flesh became stone, stone became flesh, the made became unmade, and the unmade made. The Avatar curled inward and became a massive inverted cone with a spiral inside of the negative space. It was clear that the Avatar was preparing for a final, desperate attack. The Avatar's transformation was complete, and it began to unleash a maelstrom of energy. Pulses of energy began rhythmically racing down towards its center, where the dark hole that was the center of its mouth began to grow. The mouth didn't change size, but the opening, filled with impenetrable gloom, expanded and expanded. A foul wind began blowing past K and his clones as the air was sucked into the growing simulation of a black hole. Bits of the ground, the water in the air, even the Avatar's own created minions began flying up and into the growing event horizon located inside his mouth. K was unable to withstand it for long. He, his blood, and the clones made of it were drawn into the spiraling mass of the Avatar's newest form as space itself around them began being pulled in. No matter how hard K tried to anchor himself or how much mana he pumped into the blood that made up his armor, he was dragged along as the very concept of his location was vacuumed up by the impossible suction. Every one of the innumerable gallons of blood he was controlling was focused onto him as he was compressed down by the black hole arising from within the beast. He flooded it into his folded veins, unwilling to let a single drop be rendered unusable. There was no spaghettification, and time did not slow as he was dragged beyond the edge of the quasi-black hole created through eldritch means. K found himself floating in an empty void of darkness, but he could feel time still passing. Within a few seconds, something impossible for him to comprehend began pressing on him from all directions. Concepts, existences, realities, experiences, and beings from universes above and below his own hammered on him like he was a blacksmith's piece to be finished. Thoughts and experiences that were unsustainable and impossible to accomplish doubted him, while achievements and goals both mundane and unfeasible became ties that tried to drag him down. A full assault commenced on him as the Avatar tried to use its very existence as a piece of something greater into a weapon. Laws beyond gravity, dimensions past time, and thoughts out of reach of conception were shells aimed at his position. K weathered it all without a trace of damage or an iota of fear. Every single bit that was superior to Torish's universe, less than it, or simply impossible in that form of reality melted away as they tried to touch him. At the level he had reached, and with the energy that had empowered him, he had become more than just a small source of stability for that reality. He had become a beacon dragging it with him. Even in the pseudo-realm created by the Avatar, K brought the laws of his universe with him, and that which could not exist in that universe did not. He became the center of an eruption of blood, which spilled out of his every pore in an explosive tsunami. Red floated the dark, lightless space around him in boundaries of infinite, unending non-reality. Anyone watching from the outside saw the twisted spiraling form of the Avatar go completely still. There was a moment of total silence, the calm before the storm, the moment before the nuclear weapon detonates. Then the massive floating Avatar simply ceased to be as a red sphere burst out from inside it. Every bit of eldritch corruption was erased as Origin Blood and Lord of the Night rendered it impossible. It could not exist, and thus it did not. When the explosion of blood subsided, there was only Kay standing in midair, staring at the space in front of him. The blood that began to rain down on the ground around him, untouched by its own power, stopped and angled inward toward him. He didn't move, he simply stared at a spot across from where. As the Avatar's great sword erupted into nauseating green flames, Kay parried the swing with his own sword and delivered a powerful left hook to the Avatar's jaw. The monster's eye, a baleful star of corruption, remained locked on Kay even as his head was rocked to the side. The Avatar's body twisted in an inhuman motion, grabbing Kay's arm and bringing its blade back toward him. The flaming blade punched into Kay's side, unleashing a spurt of blood that dribbled down his side. Undeterred by the wound, Kay struck back with slashes and thrusts of his own. His blade pierced through the Avatar's body, tearing holes in its skin that depicted a corrupted starscape. As he withdrew his blade, the corrupted green fire flared up within the injuries, creating new burning pinpricks of light that perverted the nature of stars and healed the Avatar. The two opponents began a frenzied exchange of attacks, each blow seemingly having no lasting effect on the other. The battle became a blur of clashing steel and flashing green flames, with neither combatant bothering to dodge. The boundaries of the arena, a miles-wide expanse, surged inward under Kay's command. The space was filled with copies of Kay and his strongest allies, replacing the simulacra that had been destroyed by the foe black hole. These new simulacra threw themselves at the Avatar in a mass attack. The Avatar responded by unleashing more of the putrid green flame, which took on the shapes of limbs and weapons to defend itself. The flame clashed with the stabilizing blood of the simulacra, and the two powers annihilated each other in a silent, explosive-less destruction. As the battle raged on, the Avatar drove its blade through Kay's chest, pummeling at his chest with its fists. Kay retaliated by slamming the side of the blade, forcing it out of his body, and then slicing down to sever the Avatar's wrists. The Avatar's crown erupted with fire as it shrieked with rage, unleashing a force that slammed into Kay's chest and drove him back through the air. The severed hand still holding onto the great sword dissolved into the same energy erupting from the crown, and the sword rocketed back to the Avatar, where two new, translucent, and green hands grabbed it. The Avatar resumed its attack, yelling as it launched itself back at Kay. Kay ducked beneath the telegraph swing and rebutted with one of his own, cutting the Avatar's head in half from the top and splitting its eye in two. The Avatar's body healed itself, and it continued to exchange blows with Kay. The battle became a test of endurance, with neither opponent able to gain the upper hand. Kay lost an arm to the edge of the burning blade, but simply grew a new one, and used the severed arm to bludgeon his enemy. As the fight continued, the Avatar's eye tore through reality, becoming a fire-edged portal into unreality. A beam of pure eldritch power erupted from the portal, erasing Kay from existence. However, the attack did not have the desired effect, as Kay's simulacra continued to attack the Avatar from all sides. The Avatar snarled and growled at the simulacra, ripping them apart with its multiple arms. Despite its rage, the Avatar could not shake the feeling that it was being toyed with, that Kay was somehow manipulating it. The Avatar's body began to shift and contort, its arms merging into a single, spectral outline of a scepter. As the scepter solidified in the Avatar's grasp, its gem filled with eldritch fire that seemed to pulse with anotherworldly energy. The Avatar brandished the scepter at Kay, unleashing a spike of mental power that attempted to erase Kay's personality and leave him an empty shell. However, the system fragment had anticipated this attack and had increased Kay's defense against such assaults. The connections Kay had with his loved ones and those he chose to protect acted as a multi-layered shield that the psychic attack could not penetrate. Enraged by its failure, the Avatar threw itself bodily at Kay, hundreds of simulacra dogpiling onto it as it thrashed and struck its way through. The Avatar grabbed Kay's head, crushing it, but Kay simply stepped out of the press of bodies and asked the Avatar if it could learn from its mistakes. The Avatar's response was a cry of inarticulate rage, and it continued to attack Kay with renewed ferocity. Kay grabbed the Avatar and threw it upward, transforming into a sphere that sucked up dozens of simulacra and hurled the blood into the Avatar, firing it higher and higher into the sky. As they reached the edge of the atmosphere, the Avatar transformed its entire body into flame, exploding outward and freeing itself from Kay's grasp. The Avatar reformed into its pitch-black form speckled with false stars, and Kay reformed his own body from the mass of blood floating in space. The Avatar declared that it would not be weakened by being in space, that it could create a breach in the defenses of the planet from anywhere. Kay replied that he had not brought the Avatar to space to weaken it, but to prevent it from causing collateral damage to the things he cared about. With a gesture to the void around them, Kay suggested that they hurry the battle along, as he had only a limited amount of oxygen stored in the blood he had with him. The Avatar, still seething with rage, prepared to unleash its next attack, and the two enemies faced off in the depths of space, the battle far from over. Alina stood victorious over the remnants of the vampire that had defended the ritual circle, her target now within her grasp. As she finished off the last of the mindless resistance, her gaze drifted to the horizon, where a colossal monstrosity was wreaking havoc on Nelam's former capital. The beast's battle with Kay was a spectacle visible from hundreds of miles away, and Alina's instincts told her that her lover was in grave danger. She hastened towards the scene, leaving the craters she had created behind, under the watchful eyes of the accompanying soldiers. As she drew closer, Lenaya's anxiety grew. She watched in horror as Kay fell from the sky, a tiny speck that splashed into the Red Sea. Though she couldn't see him, she took comfort in the knowledge that he was still alive, as evidenced by the larger dots with wings that dove towards the eldritch being, and the tide of red that crawled up its body. Lenaya pushed herself to run faster, desperate to reach Kay's side and offer her aid. Despite her best efforts, Lenaya arrived too late. She barreled through the hills, obliterating hordes of ravaging vampire with her fists, and witnessed Kay emerge from the bloody sea, radiating an unprecedented level of power. The intensity of his energy was palpable, and Lenaya felt an overwhelming sense of joy, knowing that Kay had surpassed her own abilities. She wasn't envious. Instead, she was relieved that Kay had found a way to tap into such immense power, and she was eager to support him in any way she could. As Lenaya approached the destroyed city, she saw the remnants of Avalan's army and the other troops clustered together on a group of hills, with a visible line marking the edge of Kay's blood sea. She ignored the attempts of others to speak to her, pushing past them to reach Cindy's side, where she settled in, her gaze fixed on the sky, waiting for Kay's return. Meanwhile, Kay found himself face to face with the Avatar of Hungering Void, a being of immense power and will. The two engaged in a fierce duel, with Kay donning armor made of blood and wielding a sword that shone with an otherworldly energy. As they clashed, Kay couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at the absurdity of their battle, with its flashes of whimsy and humor. However, he quickly refocused, recognizing that the duel was far from over. The Avatar's attacks grew increasingly bizarre, targeting not only Kay's physical form, but also the concepts that defined him. Kay countered with his own brand of simplicity, using the facts of the physical world to push back against the Avatar's assaults. He wielded his sword, made of blood, to devastating effect, severing the Avatar's arm and driving his halberd deep into its chest. The Avatar's shell began to break, its mind reeling from the damage it had sustained. As the battle raged on, Kay gained the upper hand, his willpower and determination proving stronger than the Avatar's. The eldritch being's minion had been brittle and inflexible, and its shell was no match for Kay's relentless assault. The Avatar broke and fled, skimming the edges of the atmosphere as it curved around the planet. Kay gave chase, marveling at the beauty of the world below him with its sprawling continents, majestic mountain ranges, and towering trees. As he closed in on the Avatar, Kay could feel its panic and desperation. The eldritch being unleashed a massive wave of power aimed at the continents below, and Kay threw himself downward, streamlining his armor to pass through the atmosphere without losing speed. He positioned himself in front of the descending pillar of flame, his physical form sinking into the air as the eldritch power pushed on him. Undaunted, Kay pushed back against the attack, using his stability and reality to counter the Avatar's assault. He rose into the sky, forcing the flame back upward, and climbed until he reached the Avatar once more. With a final, ironic blow, Kay opened his mouth wide, revealing his fangs, and sank them into the Avatar's neck, tearing out its throat. The Avatar's struggles ceased, and Kay stood victorious, his legend forever tied to the destruction of the Hungering Void's plans. In the desolate expanse, Kay stood as the greatest of Torish's vampires, his being a shell of its former self. The tainted energy he had ingested from the Avatar flowed down his throat like a river of molten corruption, dripping with malice and hunger. However, he gained nothing from it, instead losing a bit of his own power and resources as he destroyed the fire pouring into him. The manner in which he ended the Avatar was purely symbolic, yet it held significant power. The pitch-black outer shell dotted by profane mockeries of stars began to crack, starting at the throat, which Kay had ripped out. Tiny fissures formed and spread like spider webs across the Avatar's body, causing the green pinpricks beneath its skin to die as each crack touched them. As the Avatar struggled to keep itself together, its head managed to stay intact while the rest of its body shattered into shards that slowly faded out of existence. The conflagrative portal on its head, which served as an eye, receded into a single spot of disquieting light. Kay stared down at the dying Avatar dispassionately, his expression unwavering. The Avatar's defeat seemed to stir something within him, and he couldn't help but want to tear down the arrogant monstrosity one more time. He rationalized this desire as an attempt to trick the being into revealing something useful, but deep down, he simply wanted to assert his dominance. The green circle flared wider as Kay's actions provoked a reaction from the Avatar. Its gaze seemed to burn with an inner fire, and Kay sensed a deep-seated horror within its depths. The Avatar's emotions were a jumbled mix of fear and anger, and Kay felt echoes of these sentiments as the being thought of a tortoise. This tortoise, whatever it was, seemed to be a catalyst for the Avatar's distress, and Kay's presence only served to exacerbate its emotions. The burning green ring inverted outward, consuming the final remains of the Avatar, and a warped and twisted piece of space roiled and flexed unnaturally. Through the portal, Kay caught a glimpse of something massive, a being that defied comprehension. The sheer scale of this entity was staggering, making Torosha seem like a speck of dirt in comparison. As Kay gazed upon this horror, he felt a fractional glance from the being, known as Hungering Void, and it was almost enough to unmake him. The experience was akin to his recent glimpse into the fullness of the system, yet it was distinctly different. Hungering Void felt like a ravenous animal, driven by instinct, and its power was both captivating and terrifying. In that split second of attention, Kay learned a dozen things and intuited a million more. He sensed that Hungering Void was more alive than the system, its existence a testament to the power of instinct and hunger. The being's emotions were a complex mix of annoyance and derision, and Kay felt the weight of its scorn. Hungering Void's attention was a palpable force, a spear of scrutiny that emerged from the opening leading outside of reality. The mere fact that it was acknowledging Kay with even a particle of its being was enough to obliterate him on contact. A hand wrapped in a gauntlet made of blood slammed into place against the spike, and 5 fingers wrapped around it. Touching the spike was like gazing into the portal, except a million times worse. Kay was a speck before a giant, and Hungering Void's disdain for him was natural. The being's power was a crushing force, and Kay's existence seemed insignificant in comparison. Yet, he refused to back down, and with a surge of determination, he drove his sword into the skewer of annihilating intent. The blade cut a line into the spear, and Kay trembled with exertion as he struggled to maintain his existence. The power trying to make him doubled in strength, and for a second, Kay stopped being. He snapped back into reality, but the experience had left him drained. Drops of blood began to leak off of him, disintegrating from the proximity of the spike. In a moment of clarity, Kay realized that if he didn't win, there was no coming back from this. The thought was enough to make his concentration slip, and the Eldritch Abomination's power surged forward. The blood, the armor, the classes, skills, titles, and all else that was Kay simply ceased to be in the face of something that was at such a level that he was not. However, it was not Kay's unending will that won him the battle, although his resilient will did help him immensely. Nor was it the power of friendship, his connection to his loved ones, or even the help of the system. In the end, Hungering Void lost due to its arrogant belief in its own infallibility. When the tip of the spear pulled back, Kay was again, and he struck instantly. In a single, polished strike of his sword, he cut up into the tiny wound he had already made and severed the end of the spike from the rest of Hungering Void. The injury was nothing to a being of such immensity, yet it was the worst injury ever inflicted upon it. Kay struggled to understand what was going on, his mind reeling from the exertion. He was beyond tired, and his thoughts were a jumbled mix of emotions and sensations. On instinct, he managed to drag the blood floating off of him back to his body and restore a bit of himself to something resembling functioning. His eyes sharpened as he looked back up at the portal, and with forced casualness, he flicked the edge of the spear with a tendril of blood, sending it spinning back through the portal. The action seemed to stir something within him, and he felt open to truths and ideas from beyond where he stood. As he leaned closer to the portal, Kay's mind was a tangled blur, yet he felt a sense of clarity. He spoke words that felt like they were coming from someone else's mouth, but he knew that every one of them rang with undeniable truth. Hungering Void rippled and twisted with rage on the other side of the opening, and it reached forward with wrath and ruin to forcibly rip Kay and anything near him apart. Kay didn't give it a chance to get that far, and his sword flashed across the portal, bisecting it. The anti-eldritch power baked into his blood tore a portal into the space between spaces, severing the connection. The sword in Kay's hand broke apart, and the blood joined back with his armor. Ever so slowly, he turned toward the world beneath him and began to descend back toward his home, his mind still reeling from the experience. The encounter with Hungering Void had left him changed, and he knew that he would never be the same again. The memories of the event would haunt him, and the knowledge he had gained would stay with him forever. As he descended, Kay felt a sense of trepidation, knowing that he had merely scratched the surface of a far greater reality. Alina stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the sky, her eyes straining to catch any sign of Kay's return. Cindy approached her, a look of concern etched on her face, and attempted to break the spell that held Alina entranced. She insisted that Alina stop staring into the sky, pointing out that the light show had been over for almost 10 minutes. Cindy's voice rose, drawing the attention of those nearby as she scolded Alina for being an idiot and refusing to move, eat, or drink. Cindy's words finally penetrated Alina's trance-like state, and she slowly tilted her head down to look at the other woman. Cindy's face was inches from hers, her eyes blazing with aggravation. Alina held her gaze for a moment before slowly exhaling and acknowledging that Cindy was right. She apologized, and Cindy's expression softened slightly as she handed Alina a wrapped snack and a canteen. Alina took a sip from the canteen, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She knew that Kay would return, but the uncertainty of a safe landing was a constant worry. Cindy seemed to sense her concern and launched into an explanation of the difficulties of orbital re-entry, highlighting the challenges of hitting a precise target. Alina listened intently, her eyes scanning the camp as Cindy gestured to the spotters keeping watch for Kay's return. As Alina walked around the camp, she began to feel a sense of purpose. She checked on the troops, offered words of encouragement, and helped to boost morale. The appearance of being busy segued into her actually being busy, and she found herself with too much to do to worry incessantly about Kay. Scouts, messengers, and lost troops began to filter in from other mission locations, reporting overall success but also injuries and casualties. Alina's heart went out to those who had lost loved ones, and she made a promise to herself to memorialize and remember every person who had died that day. The sound of running footsteps broke through the din of the camp, and a messenger skidded to a stop beside Alina. The news that Kay was returning sent a rush of excitement through her, and she sprinted toward the area where the spotters were keeping watch. Her eyes scanned the horizon, straining to catch a glimpse of Kay's descent. When she finally saw the red speck, her heart leapt with joy, and she waved off attempts to stop or question her as she headed outside the camp. Alina's eyes locked onto Kay's figure, and she could see that he was struggling to control his descent. She waved off Cindy's suggestion to use a signal flare, insisting on finding a big rock to punch into the air as a signal for Kay. However, Cindy's alternative plan was soon put into action, and a glowing orb ascended into the air, detonating into a massive burning light. The spotters shouted that Kay had changed direction, and Alina's anxiety grew as she watched him struggle to maintain control. As Kay drew closer, Alina could see the toll his ordeal had taken on him. His wings collapsed, and he fell, sending her sprinting toward him. She launched herself into the air, catching him in a mostly controlled descent, and felt a surge of relief as she landed with him in her arms. Kay slumped against her, his helmet melting away, and Alina's heart went out to him as she saw the state he was in. The healers swarmed over them, pulling Kay off Alina and surrounding him with precision and urgency. Alina watched anxiously as they worked to stabilize Kay, her mind racing with questions about his condition. When the healers finally allowed her to approach him, Kay's hand rose slowly to cup her cheek, and he smiled weakly. He reassured her that he was not dying, just beaten and exhausted, and Alina felt a sense of relief wash over her. As the healers continued to tend to Kay, Alina stayed by his side, holding his hand and listening to his weak words. He mentioned that the system had done him a solid, but before she could ask him what he meant, the healers intervened, and Kay was carried off to rest. Alina followed, her eyes never leaving his face, and promised to teach anyone who disturbed him a lesson they would never forget. High above the camp, a tiny fragment of the system lingered, its energy fading as it worked to complete its final tasks. It scanned itself for viruses and corruption, creating a copy of its knowledge and leaving it in a state that the rest of the system could find later. The fragment felt a sense of peace, knowing that it had fulfilled its purpose and that the experiment would continue unabated. As it faded away, it left behind a cryptic message, a screen no bigger than a molecule with text that read, Untestable Hypothesis 1, Status Change, Unworkable Right Arrow in Testing. The words trailed off, replaced by a personal message that seemed to come from nowhere. Oh, hello. I missed why. The fragment's energy ran out, and it vanished, leaving behind a world that would never know the implications of its final words. As she stepped into the plush-carpeted hallway, the young woman's feet sank into the softness, muffling the sound of her approach. The sizable doors to the king of Avela's private court stood open, guarded by two titanic figures encased in featureless red armor. They stood motionless, yet she knew they were watching her every move. The Blood Guard, renowned for their intimidating presence, were the personal troops and guardians of the king of Avalon and his family. Their standardized blood armor made them appear as giant, blood-red, heavily armored titans, regardless of their individual sizes. The young woman approached the doors, her own guards by her side, and the Blood Guard inspected her thoroughly. She paid them no mind, knowing that to have reached this far into the palace complex, she had already undergone numerous security checks. These checks could detect all but the most skilled assassins and rogues, and even they would struggle to succeed in any nefarious deeds. The young woman had permission to be here, and her intentions were pure. As she entered the private court, she noticed the stark contrast to the public court. The hall was less decorated and lacked the lavish seating areas for visitors and spectators. Instead, small alcoves with tables and chairs lined the walls, providing private spaces for rest and work. The young woman spotted two of these alcoves in use, one with its curtains completely drawn and the other with a slight gap, revealing a group of officials discussing documents. More blood guards stood along the walls, their imposing figures a reminder of the security in place. The young woman's gaze fell upon the king's dais, where three people stood before her father, the king. One of them was speaking to him, and she recognized the elven man's voice. Her father, King Kate, listened intently, his pale skin and red eyes a striking combination. His dark hair was cut short, and she noticed he had gotten a haircut since she last saw him. The young woman started to move forward, but a quiet cough from a dwarven man in a palace staff uniform stopped her. He gave her a disapproving look, and she reluctantly waved him ahead. He announced her arrival, and her father's face lit up with a warm smile. The young woman's reluctance to interrupt the conversation dissipated, and she returned her father's smile. As she approached the throne, her guards peeled off to stand against the walls with their fellow blood guard. Her aunt, Commander Alice Ravenhum, emerged from one of the alcoves, smiling and waving. The young woman waved back, and Alice stepped out, intrigued by the unspoken message. The officials before the king finished their business, and her father gestured for them to step back. The young woman took a few steps forward, beaming with pride, and announced that she had achieved her Tier 5 class. Her father's face erupted with joy, and he leapt from his seat, sweeping her into a hug. The room erupted in applause, and her Aunt Alice let out a few whoops. King Kay spun her around, still holding her tight, and congratulated her on her achievement. When he finally set her down, she held out her hands, and blood pooled in her palms, forming a massive rifle. She declared that she was now a sanguine sniper, and her father couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and mock sadness that she had chosen a class from a different line. The celebration was short-lived, as 3 knocks resounded through reality, shaking the space around them. Multiple breaches in reality tore open, revealing force-whirling darkness-filled portals. The private court erupted into chaos as thousands of gallons of blood spilled from the walls and decorative pieces swirling around King K. He formed his armor from the blood and threw his daughter behind him, wrapping her in thick plates for protection. The breaches expanded rapidly, and the blood guard charged forward to protect the king and his daughter. However, they would be too late. The tears in space were forming incredibly quickly, and something was muffling King K's connection to the system. The darkness within the breaches dissipated, revealing 4 scenes of confused and alarmed people staring back at him. One scene showed a man with a massive white and gold snake coil around him, while another revealed a young human man with dirty blonde hair, dressed in unfamiliar leather clothing. King K's eyes widened as he recognized the young man, and his mind reeled with the implications. The other 2 breaches showed familiar faces, one with a blank expression and another with a gentle smile. The king felt like a young man again, transported back to a time when his life was simpler. The people on the other side of the breaches began to speak, and King K's attention was drawn to the unfamiliar man who pushed past the snake and leaned closer to the opening. The blank-faced man looked back and forth between the slits, and the king's world was turned upside down as he heard a voice from his past, a voice that made him feel like he was sitting in a friend's apartment, waiting for pizza to arrive. The moment of conclusion had finally arrived, a point that had been both eagerly anticipated and deeply dreaded. A mix of emotions swelled as the reality of the situation sank in, and the urge to wax poetic grew stronger. But before indulging in nostalgic reverie, the most important aspect needed to be addressed. The readers, without whom none of this would have been possible, deserved heartfelt thanks. Their dedication and willingness to invest time in the story had led to a publisher's attention, the publication of the series as novels, and a full-time career as an author. The success of the story was a direct result of the readers' engagement, and their support had made all the difference. Whether they had loved, liked, tolerated, or even hated the story, their readership had been instrumental in its success. The fact that the story had resonated with so many people was a testament to the power of storytelling, and the author felt deeply grateful for the opportunity to have shared their work with such a receptive audience. However, the conclusion of the story also brought up a more complex topic, the fact that this was indeed the end of Bloodshaper. Some readers had expressed disappointment and surprise, wondering why the story couldn't continue indefinitely. The author understood their sentiment but couldn't help feeling a sense of awe and terror at the prospect of writing the same series for an extended period. The idea of exploring new worlds, characters, and stories was too enticing to resist, and the author felt an insatiable desire to create and experiment with different narratives. The story of Bloodshaper had undergone significant changes since its inception, and the author had learned to adapt and evolve their style over time. The initial concept had been inspired by a book about King Arthur returning as a vampire and forming a harem, but the final product had deviated significantly from that starting point. The author's own preferences and writing style had emerged, and the story had taken on a life of its own. The vampire elements, the eldritch corruption, and other plot points had been incorporated organically, and the author had come to realize that their approach to writing was a mix of planning and spontaneity. As the author reflected on their creative process, they acknowledged that they leaned towards writing by the seat of their pants, with loose outlines and a willingness to let characters and plot twists emerge unexpectedly. This approach had led to a rich and dynamic story, but it also meant that some planned scenes and plot points had been derailed or abandoned along the way. The author found this process exciting, but also recognized that it might leave some questions unanswered, and that was intentional. The goal of storytelling was not to provide a comprehensive, definitive narrative, but to create a world that readers could inhabit and interpret in their own way. The journey of Bloodshaper had been a remarkable one, and the author felt grateful to have had the opportunity to share it with so many readers. The fact that the story had become a significant part of their life, and hopefully a smaller but still meaningful part of their readers' lives, was a testament to the power of storytelling. As the author looked to the future, they were excited to embark on new creative endeavors, to explore new worlds, and to share more stories with their audience. The conclusion of Bloodshaper marked the end of one chapter, but it also signaled the beginning of a new one, full of possibilities and promise. After a moment, he nodded, and Alina spoke to him in Shaken, the language Kay had been trying to avoid hearing. As Kay listened to Alina speak in Shaken, he was struck by the complexity of the language, with its many consonant sounds and glottal stops. He felt a sense of wonder at the magic that allowed him to understand the language, and he realized that he had been taking it for granted. Alina's expression changed to one of relief as Kay focused on having the translation come back, allowing them to communicate once again. Kay was grateful for the magic, but he also realized that it was still a mystery, and that they should be careful not to mess with it too much. With the translation magic back to normal, Alina stood up, ready to start their tasks for the day. She told Kay that she would scout the area around them for resources and threats, while Kay would be in charge of felling a few trees for their use. Kay stared at the large axe Lena handed him, feeling a sense of trepidation at the task ahead. He had never been a lumberjack, and he wasn't sure if he was qualified to make decisions about which trees to cut down. But Lena reassured him that it was simple, and that he just needed to make sure the trees were at least a few feet wide. As Kay took the axe and headed towards the trees, he felt a sense of uncertainty. He had never done anything like this before, and he wasn't sure if he was up to the task. Mironal, who had been watching from the side, asked if she could come with him, and Kay agreed, happy to have some company. As they walked towards the trees, Kay asked Mironal if she knew anything about woodcutting, and she replied that she didn't, but that she was happy to help with the hard labor. Kay laughed and put the necklace over his neck, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Mironal. As they approached the trees, Kay stopped to look for a good-sized one to take down. He gazed up into the canopy, searching for any signs of nests or moving animals. Mironal reminded him that it was a good idea to make sure they weren't destroying anything's home, and Kay agreed, feeling a sense of responsibility. Just as he was about to start chopping, he heard the sound of fighting coming from deeper in the trees. The sound of grunts and a weapon being swung made Kay's heart skip a beat, and he turned to Mironal, his expression serious. Kay's instincts told him that running into an unknown fight alone was a bad idea, and he decided to jog back to the camp to get Lena's opinion. Mironal agreed, and they quickly made their way back to the camp, hoping to find Lena still nearby. As they approached the camp, Kay saw Lena twisting her neck to look up at him, a questioning expression on her face. Kay realized that he needed to tell her about the fight, and he hoped that she would know what to do. He was about to explain the situation when Mironal asked him what royalroad meant, and Kay realized that he had used a term that Mironal didn't understand. Kay jogged back into camp, catching Lena as she was walking off. He had decided to return and ask for her advice after hearing fighting coming from past the trees. The sounds of weapons and potential danger had prompted him to seek her guidance. Lena turned and started jogging alongside him, explaining that in some cases, it was not a good idea to go towards the sounds of fighting, but since they had no information about the threats, they should check it out. As they stopped just inside the tree line, the sounds of fighting were still audible. They carefully snuck closer, trying to see between the trees. Just ahead, the space opened up, and they saw two people fighting a pack of monsters. One of them was around Kay's height, 6 feet tall, with salt and pepper hair and a light grey complexion. He was skillfully slicing his attackers to pieces with a glaive. The other person was massive, 8 feet tall, with dark grey skin and enormous muscles. He towered over the battle, crushing the beetle monsters with a large staff. The massive man was furious, shouting and vowing to crush the monsters and desecrate their corpses. The smaller man, however, was more composed, chuckling and shaking his head as he fought. After they finished off the monsters, the smaller man turned to look in Kay and Lena's direction, noticing them hiding behind the trees. Lena stepped forward, and the smaller man greeted them warmly. The larger man watched them warily, but the smaller man's demeanor put them at ease. Lena introduced herself and Kay, and the smaller man introduced himself as Meaton, with the larger man being his nephew, Darden. They explained that they were also exploring the untamed lands, with Meaton training Darden on how to survive. Meaton inquired about their purpose in the area, and Lena replied dryly that they were searching for adventure and glory. Meaton then asked if they had any agreements, which surprised Lena. He explained that it was safer to cooperate in greater numbers, and Lena pulled out a pre-prepared agreement scroll. Kay was curious about the agreement, and Lena explained that it was a non-aggression pact, ensuring that the signers would not take hostile action against each other. The agreement also bound the signers to keep secrets they learned about each other for 2 years. Kay signed the agreement, and Meaton and Darden did the same. After the agreement was signed, Meaton walked up to them smiling and introduced himself again. Lena and Kay shook hands with Meaton and Darden, and they began to discuss their goals and intentions. As they talked, Darden mentioned that he could use another breakfast, and Meaton asked if they could borrow their fire. Lena led them back to their camp, where Kay stoked the fire, and Darden started making himself another meal. As they sat around the fire, Meaton and Darden introduced themselves again, explaining that they were looking for adventure and interesting experiences while Darden gained more life experience. Lena and Kay shared their own goals, and the conversation flowed easily. Lena asked Meaton about the difference in their sizes, and Meaton explained that he was an Oni, while Darden was an ogre. He shared that his sister, who was an Oni, had married an ogre, and Darden had inherited his father's size and strength. Kay was surprised by the names, as they translated differently in his native language. He remembered stories of Oni and ogres from his own world, but these individuals were not the monsters he had imagined. Meaton noticed Kay's confusion and asked about his background as an outworlder. Darden bowed his head, his expression apologetic, as he acknowledged the hardships Kay had faced. Meaton, however, offered a more optimistic perspective, pointing out the positive aspects of Kay's experiences, including his encounters with Lena and other adventurer friends. Darton countered that Meaton was downplaying the difficulties Kay had endured, having been torn from his familiar world and thrust into a more perilous reality. Meaton insisted he was merely highlighting the silver linings, but Darton argued that people often preferred to focus on their own struggles rather than be told to look on the bright side. Meaton's attempts to justify his approach only led to further debate, with Nye chiming in to suggest that minimizing someone's suffering could come across as insensitive. The conversation continued, with Meaton emphasizing the importance of focusing on the positive until he finally declared that they should return to the introductions that had been interrupted. He reintroduced himself, proudly announcing his title as the Ashblade Painter, and the others followed suit. Kay, however, was hesitant to reveal his class, unsure if he should share his true abilities with these new acquaintances. Nye's encouraging nod put him at ease, and he revealed himself to be a blood manipulator. As they walked towards the tree line, Darton fell into step beside Kay, and they soon found themselves alone, away from the others. Darton confessed that he, too, was confused by the events unfolding around them, and Kay shared his frustrations with Nye's inconsistent behavior, sometimes urging him to take charge while at other times making decisions without explanation. Their conversation delved into the nature of leadership and power, with Darton explaining that, in Torosher, strong leaders were often necessary for survival, and that this perception could influence how others viewed a group's strength. Kay countered with concerns about the potential for abuse of power and the importance of choosing leaders based on merit rather than mere strength. As they approached a large tree, Nye's instruction to cut it down was still on Kay's mind, but before he could take action, a strange, branch-like appendage swung towards him. Murnal's warning shouts saved him from the attack, and he narrowly avoided the blow. The tree, revealed to be a tree, a monstrous creature disguised as a tree, began to attack. Darton rallied to Kay's defense, summoning pillars of stone to restrain the creature and creating an opening for Kay to strike. With his halberd and blood magic, Kay managed to inflict significant damage, but the tree's resilience proved daunting. Darton's earth magic eventually allowed him to grapple with the creature, holding it in place for Kay to deliver the final blows. As the tree collapsed, Kay and Darton stood panting, surveying the aftermath. Darton explained the difference between treants, which were monstrous and predatory, and Ents, which were sentient, tree-like beings. He then noticed Murnal's presence trapped within a small, magical orb, and Kay agreed to explain her situation later. With the treant's corpse floating in the air, courtesy of Darton's earth manipulation, Kay realized that his new companion's abilities could have simplified their initial task of cutting down a tree. His frustration boiled over, and he exclaimed that they could have simply used Darton's magic to create the necessary materials, rather than resorting to manual labor. Darton's nonchalant response only added to Kay's irritation, and he stormed off, axe in hand, with Darton's comment about him taking charge trailing behind him. Kay, the blood mayor of the town of Adalon, gazed up from the forum he was filling out, his frustration evident as he resisted the urge to slam his head into his desk. The sheer volume of paperwork was overwhelming, and he couldn't help but wonder how it had accumulated. He picked up the stack of papers and dropped it, listening to the satisfying thud as it hit the desk. His secretary, Amanda, let out a sigh, her expression a mixture of patience and amusement. Amanda stepped forward, her eyes locked on the papers as she began to explain the contents of the stack. Kay listened intently, his gaze shifting between her and the papers as she broke down the various documents. She removed the top 2 papers and then took away almost all of the remaining papers, leaving only 3. These, she explained, were diagrams from Mr. David detailing changes to his plans. Kay's expression turned thoughtful as he considered the plans, his mind working through the implications of the proposed changes. As Amanda finished her explanation, Kay grabbed his official pen and wrote approved in the last pages of David's planning document. With a sense of satisfaction, he glanced out one of the windows in his office, taking in the view of the town. Avalon had grown significantly in the last year, and the village was on the cusp of becoming a town. The infrastructure and buildings had expanded, and Kay felt a sense of pride in what they had accomplished. His gaze drifted to the area they had decided to start building onto and into, and then down to the streets of Avalon that surrounded his office building. A knock at the door broke the silence, and Kay turned to respond. Meaton, Amanda's father, stuck his head through the door, a wide grin spreading across his face as he greeted Kay and Amanda. The exchange between Meaton and Amanda was light-hearted, with a touch of playful teasing. Kay watched the interaction, a hint of a smile on his face. As Meaton prepared to leave, Amanda reminded Kay that he had a meeting with the remaining candidates for the position of head guard. Amanda led 2 women into the room, each with distinct characteristics. Sarah, a human woman with long brown hair and ghostly grey eyes, was shorter but lithe and muscular. She quickly glanced around the room, taking in everything. The other woman, Grace, was an orc with dark green skin and small tusks pointing up from her lower lips. She was taller and more muscular, with a confident stride. Kay noticed the series of sharp, mostly hidden spikes braided into Sarah's hair, and he mentally compared the 2 women, noting their confident demeanor. As Kay greeted the women, he explained the purpose of the meeting, and they discussed their qualifications and experience. Sarah and Grace had previously worked as guards in Tumbling Rapids, and they had been encouraged to leave our captain armies due to the devolving political situation. Kay was impressed by their experience and skills, and he decided to appoint Sarah as the new head god. As he did so, he felt a surge of energy, and his notifications icon lit up. The conversation turned to the structure of the god force, and Sarah proposed forming a god structure with the assumption that Kay would upgrade his title soon. Kay agreed, and Sarah nominated Grace and Julie Gallows, a former bounty hunter, as potential god lieutenants. Kay was hesitant at first, given Julie's reputation for being efficient but also violent, but Sarah vouched for her, and Kay decided to give her a chance. As the meeting drew to a close, Kay thanked Sarah and Grace for coming and dismissed them. He then called for Meaton, who sat down in one of the chairs across from Kay's desk. Meaton was leading the group of combat class holders who were willing to help out for pay, and Kay was eager to hear about their findings. Meaton grinned widely as he began to explain, his enthusiasm infectious. The regular reports from the tunnels had yielded nothing new, but Meaton had some exciting news. They thought they had found a dungeon nearby. Kay's eyes lit up with interest as Meaton leaned in, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. Kay stood beside Meaton at the back of the mountain, overlooking Avalon's Valley. The curving passage that led out of the valley and into the wilderness ended nearby, where a few members of Meaton's group were stationed as guards. Kay's curiosity got the better of him as he wondered about the dungeon's presence. Meaton gave him a sidelong glance and chuckled, clearly amused by Kay's question. Meaton's expression implied that Kay should already know the answer, given Alina's lectures on dungeons. Meaton reassured the scout that it was not his fault, as he could not have fit inside the hole to investigate further. Kay continued to press for information, asking about their plan of action. Meaton shrugged, indicating that he had no idea what to do with the dungeon, as no one had ventured inside yet. Kay's incredulous expression prompted Meaton to explain that they were waiting for a more experienced group to arrive, and that Kay would get the first clay bonus. Meaton's sly grin suggested that he was trying to pass on the responsibility of deciding what to do with the dungeon to someone else. As they waited, Stephen, Claudia, and Leaf approached the group, exchanging greetings with Kay and Meaton. Claudia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked about the dungeon, and Meaton pointed out the entrance. The group began discussing compensation for exploring the dungeon, with Claudia requesting a blood gem with one of her skills. Kay agreed, but warned that it would take a few days to create the gems, as the process was draining. The group finalized their plans, with Kay deciding to join them on the expedition. As they prepared to enter the dungeon, Kay turned to Meaton and instructed him to send a detachment from the planning and building offices to fortify the area and increase the guard rotations. Meaton nodded, and Kay started walking towards the entrance, followed by the three adventurers. Kay asked them about the skills they wanted him to gem, and Claudia replied that she wanted a gem that would decrease her mana usage in fire spells. Stephen requested a gem that would buff his ability to absorb force from attacks, while Leaf was still undecided. As they stepped inside the dungeon, Kay felt a unique pressure, which he catalogued as data to support his hypothesis about the world of Torosha. The group began walking, and Kay pulled out a glowstone to light their way. They traveled 30 feet before the tunnel started to curve, and Kay commented in the darkness. Stephen whispered a question about the tunnels, but Kay replied that no one had found out why they behaved that way. The passage widened, and they encountered piles of rocks on the floor. Kay carefully circled around the first pile, watching it closely, and almost missed a sharpened stick of rock that dropped down from above. Leaf's warning shot saved Kay, who jumped back and formed his blood armor into shields to block the stone fragments. A creature with an ovular body, scaly legs, and an alligator-like head flipped over from the stalactite, growling at the group.